Today's Sword Discourse Arena was filled with a peculiar kind of atmosphere. Especially members of the Burning Heaven clan, their complexions were all quite unsightly. The first match of the quarterfinals was Xianxia versus Fen Juebi. Although Xianxia had surprised people time and time again in every one of his previous matches, to the majority of the audience, this competition was still not suspenseful at all. It wasn't because they still held Xianxia in contempt after being shocked again and again. Rather, it was because the image of the four major sects' prime positions had long since been deeply ingrained. You must win this match no matter what. Yuen was defeated by Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue, and Jinner had the misfortune of going up against Ling Yun. Out of all of us, the one remaining that entered the quarterfinals is only you. Looks like, in this session, the fact that we are still ranked fourth out of the four major sects has essentially been decided. But if you lose to this Xianxia brat, then we would not even be able to enter the top four and can only rank fifth. For our Burning Heaven clan, this is an absolutely unacceptable humiliation, you understand? Fen Juebi said with a heavy expression. In yesterday's round of 16, Burning Heaven clan's core disciple, his last grandson, Fen Jin, had the misfortune of going against Ling Yun, so he had to leave the stage prematurely. This made him suddenly feel extremely pressured. He could accept being at the bottom of the four major sects rankings. After all, it had basically been that way for all these years. But if they placed outside of fourth place, this was a matter that had not happened for several hundreds of years. It was enough to bring shame to the entire Burning Heaven clan, so he was absolutely positively unwilling to accept that. And the first match of the quarterfinals just happened to be the battle that decided that outcome. If they defeat Xianxia, Burning Heaven clan would enter the top four, and even placing in the top three would become a possibility. But if they lose, rest assured, Great Elder, coming across any one of the six people outside of Xianxia and I would have to make me carefully consider the match. But this Xianxia, Fen Juebi laughed with extreme disdain. Trash that completely relied on luck to get here doesn't even have the qualifications to go against me. If I can't even defeat him, then I seriously do not even have the face to continue living. Fen Juebi nodded his head slowly. Even though the strength that Xianxia had displayed was more shocking than the next, he still had never believed that Fen Juebi could lose. However, his complexion was still as tense as before as he spoke in a low voice. For you to have such self-confidence is naturally good. You can be confident in yourself, but you must not, by any means, be too arrogant, because that will deceive your eyes. Also, when going against Xianxia, you must not underestimate him. Yesterday, he suddenly revealed a bizarre and unpredictable movement skill that even I did not see through clearly. Not only that, he can also control fire as well, and it cannot be certain that he does not have the ability to restrain our Burning Heaven fire. The most important thing worthy of careful attention is that it does not seem like he has completely revealed his true strength. You must be careful. Great Elder is overthinking it. His movement skill is merely a simple instantaneous displacement. How could it possibly compare to our Burning Heaven clan's Burning Phantom Illusion? Besides, even if his profound movement skill is 100 times more delicately fine, it is useless within a Sword Discourse Arena entirely enveloped in the Burning Heaven fire that has no blind spots. As for his control over fire, the fire he released yesterday was clearly the lowest level of profound fire, so how could it possibly compare to our Burning Heaven fire? If you're saying that he could possibly restrain my power, you might as well say that I could completely control his power. Fen Juebi's expression was filled with complete disdain. His words made Fen Juebi crease his brows as he said in a somewhat grave voice, "Juebi, there is one thing that I must remind you about. If you lose this match, then the entire Burning Heaven clan would be humiliated. You must not become our Burning Heaven clan sinner. If that happens, it is not certain if Clan Master would forgive you." Fen Juebi's last words finally made Fen Juebi retract his sloppy attitude and made him nod quite seriously. Great Elder's instructions are that in this match, even if the opponent is many times weaker, I still should not hold back, to only win and not lose. Fen Juebi closed in next to Fen Jucheng's ear and softly said with half-narrowed eyes, "Big bro, the match is about to start soon. Do you want to cripple both his legs, burn his face off, or turn him into an eunuch?" "Burn his face off." Fen Jucheng's eyebrows sunk as he answered without the slightest hesitation. Because during a match, this kind of matter could completely be regarded as an unexpected accident. "I won't let Big Bro down." Fen Juebi stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his lips. He quietly laughed sinisterly. To me, instead of saying that this is a competition, I'd rather say that this is a incomparably wonderful game. Time was approaching in the blink of an eye. Xianxia and Fen Juebi leapt to the center of the Sword Discourse Arena at almost the same time, with a distance of more than 30 meters between them. Xianxia's expression was completely tranquil, but in the eyes of the Fen Juebi in front of him, he saw a distinct disdain and mockery, as well as a closed to perverted cruelty mixed within. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, as a hint of a sneer flitted by. In Fen Juebi's eyes, Xianxia was a mere dish that he could flatten or make round. But in Xianxia's eyes, Fen Juebi was not even considered a dish. He was not even as threatening as yesterday's Mu Xingyan. Mu Xingyan's various unknown firearms had at least scared him enough to choose to win by a surprise move in the shortest time possible. This Fen Juebi, however, could be said to not even be a threat since the very beginning, because this guy only played with fire. Say, do you think it's possible for Xianxia to defeat Fen Juebi? Isn't this fundamentally impossible? While Fen Juebi's profound strength is the same as yesterday's Mu Xingyan, his true strength is in a different level. He's Fen Duanhun's second son. If Fen Juebi actually loses, Burning Heaven clan would be kicked out of the top 4, and that would surely be fun to watch. How could that kind of thing even happen? Quick, look at what's in Fen Juebi's hands. That must be the legendary Sky Profound weapon, the Demon Flame Blade. It looks like that Fen Juebi's not going to give Xianxia any chances whatsoever. That's only natural. To the Burning Heaven clan, they have no other choice but to win and not lose this match. Even if the opponent is a mere grasshopper, they definitely cannot hold back. Even though the two on the Sword Discourse Arena had not exchanged words, the atmosphere was filled with a strangeness that was difficult to describe. Seeing that the two were already prepared, Ling Wugu did not wait any longer and waved his hand. The first showdown of the quarterfinals, Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia versus Burning Heaven Clan's Fen Juebi battle start. Heh! Fen Juebi laughed sinisterly. If you had chosen to not get on stage and directly surrender, I seriously would not have known what to do. Luckily, you did not disappoint me and obediently came up here. It is already too late if you wish to surrender right now. Today is going to be the most unforgettable day of your life. Xianxia curled his lips in disdain. I never expected that not only are you ugly, you also say this much rubbish. No wonder Burning Heaven clan could only stand at the bottom of the 4 major sects. It's actually made up of these piles of trash. With his poisonous tongue, Xianxia was indeed an expert in the same field. Fen Juebi immediately went into a violent rage once those words of his came out. Die! Scarlet flame ignited atop Fen Juebi's body. Then it all concentrated onto the demon flame blade. The flame's dazzling light reflected upon the surrounding profound energy barrier and revealed its shape, while bringing along an incomparably shocking high temperature. In the wake of Fen Juebi's blade thrust, the flame on the blade's body immediately swirled into a huge flaming tornado. Like a ferocious flame beast, it came at Xianxia with opened deadly fangs. This power behind this strike made several tens of meters of audience cry out in alarm. Xianxia slightly lowered his brows as he instantaneously retreated backwards. The Overlord's colossal sword immediately came out with a wave, and was then swung outwards, conjuring up a tyrannical profound energy tornado that collided with Fen Juebi's flaming tornado. In a split second, Xianxia's heavy sword energy was burnt out by Burning Heaven fire. In turn, the Burning Heaven was extinguished by the heavy sword energy layer after layer. At the location of the two forces' collision, fire and space began to violently distort. Boom! Following the loud explosion, the heavy sword energy and the flaming tornado were simultaneously exterminated. The two were pushed into the distance by the tremendous windstorm. Fen Juebi stood in place as his expression became even more dangerous. Heh, you have truly surprised me. To have actually received a strike containing 60% of my strength, it looks like you did not entirely rely on luck to reach this place. Oh, but what a pity. In front of me, you are still merely trash. He pointed the demon flame blade forward with slightly narrowed eyes and a proud posture, as if he was issuing Xianxia his life's trial. I was just greeting earlier. I'll let you properly see and experience our Burning Heaven clan's Burning Heaven fire next. Believe me, it is something that you will remember for a whole lifetime. Even until death, you would probably never forget its exquisite scenery. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of his wild laughter, Fen Juebi suddenly dashed forward at a great speed as fire ignited once more on his body, and the demon flame blade. Bringing along a strand of fiery silhouettes, he immediately attacked Xianxia. Before he was even 15 meters away from Xianxia, the flames on his body suddenly changed from scarlet to blue. Orange-colored flame was known as ordinary fire, and was the weakest level fire. Above orange fire was scarlet-colored fire. Middle-low-level profound flame was also scarlet in color, and above scarlet from the lowest level to the highest was blue flame, purple flame, white flame, gold flame, as well as the rumored star-scorching flame and primordial flame of legends. When transforming profound energy into fire, its power could more or less be determined by the color of the flame. But as for the special flames of the phoenix, vermilion bird, and golden crow, they were not ordinary profound fire. Rather, they were the divine beast's personal divine fire that possessed their own properties and color, which did not follow that sort of procedure. Blue flame was profound fire that surpasses the scarlet flame by one level. To everyone's knowledge, only those who have reached the earth profound realm were capable of releasing such high-level profound flame. Once this blue-colored flame came out, it undoubtedly made the entire audience cry out in surprise. Blue flame! It has been said that one needed to have profound strength in at least the earth profound realm to have the capability of igniting blue-colored profound flame. Fen Juebi's innate talent for flames was actually this high. To actually have the capability of igniting blue-colored profound flames at only the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. As expected of the son of Burning Heaven Clan's clan master, looks like Fen Juebi's true strength needs to be evaluated once more. With him igniting blue-colored profound flames, it seems like Xianxia does not even have a little bit of hope left. At the Burning Heaven Clan's seating area, Fen Juebi faintly laughed as he thought out loud. Looks like this great elder's words had frightened him. To have actually revealed his trump card so early, it is simply making a big deal out of a small matter, and using a butcher knife for oxes to kill chicken. Come, let me hear the sounds of you crying, begging, and struggling. Fen Juebi laughed wildly as he closed in on Xianxia. The blue-colored flames on his body suddenly exploded, dispersing into more than a dozen different-sized flaming tornadoes. The flaming tornadoes quickly combusted in the air, spreading directly towards Xianxia as well as every nook and cranny within the profound energy barrier. It was as if it wanted to completely cover the space within the profound energy barrier and change the surroundings into a sea of blue-colored fire without any blind spots. The difference between blue-colored profound flames and scarlet-colored profound flames was not merely power, but also their different levels of plane. The profound defense at the spirit profound realm could mostly defend against high-powered scarlet flames, but would usually be burnt down like a thin sheet of paper against low-level blue flames. Along with the quickly expanding blue flame tornado, Xianxia also continually retreated and was forced back to the arena's border step by step. With a loud laugh, Fen Juebi's body suddenly became illusory, and a great amount of his figures suddenly appeared within the soaring blue-colored profound flames, as if an innumerable amount of his clones were born from this blue sea of fire. Of course, these clones were merely illusions he produced using blue-colored profound flames. But because they were extremely similar to his original body, they were hard to differentiate from his true body and was enough to confuse the opponent's eyesight, dazzling them and rendering them unable to choose and attack. The clones went from a few to a dozen, then grew from a dozen into a few dozens. They all shifted around chaotically in the blue-colored sea of fire, bringing up countless strings of blue-colored light mirages. Under the protection and interference of these clones, the true body slashed toward Xianxia from different directions, and made it perilous for Xianxia as he retreated step by step. So this is the Burning Heaven Clan's core movement profound skill, Burning Phantom Illusion. It really is too frightening, especially under the condition of a constrained area for battle. It simply makes one despair. As expected of the Burning Heaven Clan, this kind of shockingly excellent profound technique is something these sects of ours could never match. Looking at the current situation beneath his eyes, Xianxia was basically forced into a hopeless corner and probably could not endure for a few breaths of time either, which meant that Fen Juebi's easy and perfect victory was already a foregone conclusion. Fen Jucheng smiled faintly. Tusk, second younger brother's burning phantom illusion, actually had already reached such a level, shocking even the older brother, me. The reason why Jubai's profound strength had not increased in these past 3 months was because he was training his profound flames and burning phantom illusion. Otherwise, he would have definitely reached the 9th level of the spirit profound realm. When Clan Master told me this before we left, I hadn't even taken it to heart. However, I never thought that he had actually reached such a realm. I'm afraid that even Jinner may not be his match. I too have misjudged him. Seems like I was worrying for nothing earlier. Fen Juebi nodded with satisfaction, and the expression on his face became extremely relaxed. For Fen Juebi, who could release blue-colored profound flames and could also use the burning phantom illusion to such a degree, it was already simply impossible to lose this battle. Bang! With a slight sound, Yun Qi's back touched the transparent profound energy barrier. To have reached here meant that he no longer had anywhere to retreat to. The blue-colored profound flames were only less than 3 meters away from him. That terrifying high temperature even gradually melted the stage's stone below his feet. Aya, this stage is really too small. This game of a cat toying with mice had just started for such a short time and is already about to be over. It really is somewhat boring. What's more boring is that you actually haven't screamed out a single time. You really are too uncooperative. Within the blue-colored sea of fire, several tens of flame mirages shifted and flashed, and it was unknown which one's mouth the mocking voice was coming from. Since you don't want to scream out yourself, then let me give you a helping hand. Scream out of despair as much as you like. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Burning heaven slash. The blue-colored flames that were already fiercely burning instantly went berserk. As the demon flame blade in Fen Juebai's hand swung, a huge wave of fire over 10 meters formed and blanketed down toward the Yun Qi who had been forced into a corner. Fen Juebi was laughing wildly, as if he had already saw the sight of Yun Qi's entire body being swallowed by the blue-colored burning heaven flames in the next second. Especially that porcelain face of his that would be specially cared for by the blue flames and be burnt into black char beyond recognition. Everything was within his expectation and guidance. Everything was so perfect. If a certain flaw had to be stated, it could be that from the start until now, he had never found a single hint of fear on Yun Qi's face. Even when he was forced into a dead end, his expression was still oddly calm. This slightly discounted his sense of achievement. But just as the blue flames were about to swallow Yun Qi, his expression had finally swayed away from calmness. However, the expression he revealed was not at all the shock and despair that Fen Juebi wanted to see, but instead was a hint of a mocking sneer. This is indeed a game of cat toying with mice. However, it seems like you're mistaken about who's the real mouse. The voice of scorn pierced through the scorching airwave and flowed into Fen Juebai's ears. At this same moment, Yun Qi suddenly took a step forward, lifted the heavy sword, and fiercely swung outwards. RIIIP? Accompanying the heavy sword's swing, space slightly twisted as the air crazily rampaged. With a burst of sound as if cotton being torn, that dreadful profound flame was actually directly slashed into pieces by the heavy sword, and quickly dissipated like a broken illusion. The Yun Qi who had retreated step after step earlier carried a cold smile on his face, and started to move forward step by step as the heavy sword continuously danced. Following the bursts of ringing profound energy, those blue-colored profound flames that clearly looked extremely terrifying was actually being blown out wave after wave like fragile soap bubbles. They didn't even have the slightest ability to struggle and resist. Wherever Yun Qi treaded, the blue flames there would be blown into pieces and dissipate. WH, what? The entire audience was struck dumb. Burning Heaven Clan's 6 members all stood up from their seats with widened eyes and faces full of incredibility, as if they had seen a ghost. This isn't possible. Fen Juebai's wild laugh, as well as the contemptuous arrogance on his face, simultaneously disappeared. What replaced it was a face brimming with shock and a slight fear. The blue-colored profound flames that he took pride in, that he treated as his trump card, had actually been extinguished by Yun Qi so easily, as if he was just walking and waving his hands. What he extinguished wasn't only Fen Juebai's strength, but more so his pride, dignity, as well as his self-confidence that was originally bloated beyond compare. The reason why they were extinguished by him must be because my blue flames were only in their elementary stage and haven't been fully mastered yet. It must be so. Fen Juebi consoled himself with all his might. Then a nasty grin emerged onto his face once again. However, the grin this time was more or less a bit stiff and difficult. Yun Qi, You think that you could beat me just because you're able to destroy my burning heaven flames. Ha ha ha, these burning heaven flames are merely the lowest rank in power of the profound flames I possess. If you have the guts, then try breaking through my burning heaven dragon flame. Fen Juebi bit his tongue. Then he sprayed out several drops of blood essence and showered it onto the demon flame blade in his hand. The blue flames on the demon flame blade instantly flourished. Fen Juebi raised the demon flame blade up high with both hands and ferociously roared. Instantaneously, a blue-colored pillar of fire suddenly burst out from his body. Even the surrounding blue flames that still burned were forcefully sucked back and gathered onto his body. Not only did the blue flames on his body stop rising after that, it quickly lowered back down and shrunk. However, that profound energy aura had actually changed to become much more frightening. He actually took the expense of losing his blood essence to activate the dragon flame, and it also seems to be activated with full power. Fen Juebi knitted his brows as his expression fully darkened. This is also a choice that he had to inevitably make. I really had not thought that Xianxia had always been acting weak earlier on purpose. Juebi's flames has already reached the blue-colored realm, yet it actually could not be even the slightest of threat to him. Just what kind of abnormality is he, however? Once the dragon flame is unleashed, his death is basically certain. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely end up being gravely injured. Perhaps Juebi would be kicked out of this ranking tournament because of this. Fen Juebi said with a solemn expression. HMPH, being kicked out of the tournament is at least better than losing this battle, Fen Juebi said as he gritted his teeth. Right now, he immensely desired for Xianxia to die this instant. Before, he only had the thought of killing Xianxia, but did not treat him as his enemy at all, because in his eyes, Xianxia was not the least bit qualified. But as Xianxia displayed greater strength time and time again, at this moment in time, he could not help but to be stricken with terror. Xianxia was already like this at the mere age of 17. After he fully matured into his prime, it was unknown how shocking of a height he would reach. Fen Juebi opened his mouth, but did not refute. That's right, under this kind of situation, being kicked out of the ranking tournament from killing Xianxia, and even being punished by the mighty Heaven Sword region was far better than losing. Because the only one who would be punished was Fen Juebi himself, and Burning Heaven Clan would only need to make some sort of reimbursement at most. But if the battle were to be lost, then it would shame the entire Burning Heaven Clan. Crap, Ling Yun stood up with a whoosh. He understood very clearly what Fen Juebi was about to do, and was even clearer about how terrifying of a power Burning Heaven Clan's dragon flame possessed. He grimly transmitted to Ling Wagu, "Be prepared to save Xianxia right away. You must not let him die beneath the dragon flame." On the Sword Discourse Arena, Ling Wugu's complexion darkened heavily as he nodded his head so slightly that it was indiscernible. He activated his profound energy, and his clothes fluttered as he went on standby. "Xianxia, die!" Fen Juebi was clearer than anyone about what kind of outcome would possibly be triggered once this attack landed, so his conspicuous roar was particularly fierce. Following the sudden wave of both his arms, the blue flames on his entire body transformed into a purple-colored fire dragon that was a foot thick and several tens of meters long. It flew out from the demon flame blade, bringing along an incomparably terrifying high heat wave, and charged at Xianxia. "Flame Dragon, it's the ultimate forbidden skill, Heaven-Burning Dragon. I heard that this move requires blood essence to activate. Every time it is mobilized, profound strength would drop by at least half a level. But it's strong enough to kill immortals and slaughter gods. Has Fen Juebi gone crazy to actually damage his own blood essence to use this move? With the power of this one move, it is very likely that Xianxia will immediately die on that stage. It is not strange at all for Fen Juebi to use this move, because Burning Heaven Clan cannot afford to lose this match. With how gifted Xianxia is, it will truly be quite a pity if he falls here. We can only hope that Elder Ling will save Xianxia in time." The sounds of the surrounding commentaries turned Qinyue's Yue's complexion pale. Covering her lips with both hands as her beautiful eyes widened, she was unable to produce any sound within her extreme terror and worry. The soaring heaven-burning flame dragon came right at him and rang Xianxia's alarm. He did not fear fire at all, but the ferocious impacting power that this flame dragon carried was absolutely not something that could be looked down on. Furrowing his brows, he quickly retreated a step, gathered up his profound power, and swung out the heavy sword with all his might. Boom! the windstorm of power and the flame dragon collided in midair. The flame dragon instantly appeared to be stalled for a moment, then once again rushed toward him as a wave of enormous imposing aura tightly wrapped around his entire body. It's unexpectedly this difficult to deal with. Yun Qi suddenly had a thought, and the heavy sword that had been swung outwards, quickly and swiftly, swept back up as the profound strength in his entire body rushed toward Yun Qi's arms like a flood. Falling moon sinking star. Boom. With an enormous sound, flames were swept all over the sky as the stone stage and the surrounding few dozens of meters instantly turned into fragments. Even the profound energy barrier slightly trembled. Under this incomparably powerful and ferocious strike, the flame dragon was smashed, tumbling far away as the blue flames on its body also quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the flame dragon that was originally a foot thick had now already become half a foot thick. But in the next instant, the flame dragon, whose power had dissipated to a large degree, once again shot toward Yun Qi. It was as fast as lightning, and before Yun Qi even had time to retract the heavy sword, the flame dragon had already arrived before his chest. To be able to smash away more than half of the power from the dreadfully powerful flame dragon in one strike, for everyone present, and especially people of the Burning Heaven clan, the impact of this scene was nothing less than a thunder strike during a clear day. But even so, the residue power of the flame dragon had already neared Yun Qi's chest, and it was impossible for Yun Qi to resist again. Everyone held their breaths. Ling Wugu tensed his entire body and was just about to rush into the profound energy barrier. Yet he found that Yun Qi's hands had suddenly left the Overlord's colossal sword and suddenly closed, grabbing toward the neck part of the flame dragon. Ling Wugu immediately turned pale with fright as he roared loudly, "Let go! Do you not want your hand anymore?" The terrifyingly high temperature and firepower that the blue-colored dragon flame carried was simply unimaginable. It was fundamentally impossible to break through head-on using only brute force. To directly touch it with the body was really no different than seeking one's own death. Yun Qi turned a deaf ear as both of his hands firmly grabbed onto the flame dragon's neck. Profound energy under evil soul, the fire-controlling power from the evil god's seed, the phoenix's flame power, the power of the dragon god, the overbearing power of the physical body granted by the great way of the Buddha, all surged up in that instant. There were no flames exploding, no flame dragon exploding, and no scenery of Yun Qi's hands being instantly scorched black by the flame dragon. The scenery suddenly became static at this moment. Just like that, the soaring flame dragon was frozen there within Yun Qi's hand. At this time, the flame dragon suddenly started to painfully twist and turn like a poisonous snake that had been choked at 7 inches from its heart. But no matter how hard it struggled and turned, it couldn't escape Yun Qi's hands that were tightly shut with all his strength. Amidst its struggling, the flame dragon's power quickly dissipated and became smaller and smaller. From a flame dragon, it quickly shrunk down to a small flame snake, and in the end into a tiny earthworm. Then, it completely dissipated within Yun Qi's hands, leaving not the slightest trace of its existence. Yun Qi's forehead was full of sweat, but his expression was incomparably calm. He slowly opened his grip. Regardless of whether it was his palm or wrist, there wasn't the slightest hint of a burn mark at all. It was unknown when everyone in the Sword Discourse Arena had stood up. Every single person's gaze was stupefied, and were silent for a long while, as if the sound of this world had already been completely sucked out. The forbidden skill, Heaven-Burning Dragon, unleashed by Fen Juebi was actually blocked by Yun Qi, and he simply used his 2 hands to do so. Using his 2 palms, he extinguished that terrifying Heaven-Burning Dragon completely. Heaven-Burning Dragon was Burning Heaven Clan's forbidden skill, which required blood essence to activate. The frequency in which this skill appeared was extremely low, and a large number of Burning Heaven Clan disciples might not even activate it even once in their entire lives. There were obviously preceding cases of opponents blocking the Heaven-Burning Dragon, but every time, the opponents would definitely block the forbidden skill with extreme difficulty, and blocking it in a fashion like this had never happened before. In Yun Qi's eyes, the Heaven-Burning Dragon was just a young snake which had overestimated its own abilities and had simply been killed using both his hands. During the entire process, not a hint of harm was done to Yun Qi. Along with a plop sound, Fen Juebi knelt on the ground. His face was as pale as paper, his 2 eyes were widened to an extreme degree, and looked as though his soul had left his body from the shock. The 6 other people from the Burning Heaven clan, including Fen Juebi, who was nearing 100 years old, basically had the same reaction as well. They simply could not believe their eyes. Seeing their strongest heaven-burning dragon to have actually been blocked with a method like that was even more unacceptable. And his opponent was able to block it completely, and while staying completely unscathed. This was something an expert at the early stages of the Earth Profound realm would probably not be able to achieve. Those extremely dense blue profound flames, which were still in a berserk state, were capable of even instantly melting fine iron. Ling Yuefeng's expression was filled with shock as well. Ling Wugu, who had initially prepared to charge into the profound energy barrier, was simply standing there in a daze. He even forgot to put down the profound energy he had raised, and was looking towards Xianxia with extremely astonished eyes, as though he was looking at a monster that came from beyond the heavens. At that short moment, the shock created by Xianxia greatly surpassed the sum of every other astonishment he caused. Seeing Fen Juebi, whose beliefs had collapsed due to the extreme degree of shock and disbelief, fall to the ground, Xianxia coldly smiled. Stretching out both arms, he once again grabbed onto the Overlord's colossal sword and fiercely swung it towards Fen Juebi. Whoosh! The force brought about by the power of the heavy sword exploded outwards. In his current state, Fen Juebi no longer had any power to resist. With a bang, he tumbled few dozen times from the impact, and then sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His body spasmed, and even after a long while there was no sign of him getting up. Ling Wugu then finally regained his senses. Retracting his profound energy, he regulated his breathing and then calmly shouted. Fen Juebi did not get off the ground for more than 10 breaths of time. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia wins. He shall enter tomorrow's semi-finals. Ling Wugu's voice woke the dazed audience as well, and in an instant, noise filled the entire Sword Discourse Arena. Ever since the beginning of the ranking tournament, Xianxia created miracle after miracle. And just when almost everyone believed it was basically impossible for Xianxia to progress any further, an even more exaggerated miracle, which brought about a gigantic impact towards their souls, was demonstrated right in front of them. Xianxia gained victory over Fen Juebi, and it was even a complete victory. Fen Juebi sat directly back onto his seat, and the old skin on his face shivered. Fen Juebi was defeated, and he was even thoroughly defeated, which meant that, in this ranking tournament, Burning Heaven Clan was destined to fall from the first 4 placings for the first time. If Shui Wushwang and Xia Qinyue from the Frozen Cloud Asgard were to both lose in this round of matches, or Xiao Quangle from the Xiao sect were to lose in this round of matches, they might have the chance to fight for the 4th place. But no matter was it Shui Wushwang or Xiao Quangle, they were basically opponents who Fen Juebi could never win against, and Fen Juebi knew of this point without a doubt. Adding that Fen Juebi did not hesitate to burn his blood essence, he received a large drop in profound strength. All hope was thus lost. This could be said to be Burning Heaven Clan's first disgrace in these few hundred years. But this could not be fully blamed on Fen Juebi alone. Just by how Xianxia extinguished the heaven-burning dragon with his bare hands at the end, even if Fen Jin was the one who went up against him, he would not be able to defeat Xianxia. How did he do it? I don't know. He must have forcefully dispersed the power of the flame dragon with his profound energy. But that was Burning Heaven Clan's forbidden skill. To completely disperse an attack like that, I'm afraid even an early-stage Earth Profound Realm practitioner may not be able to do it either. Evidently, this Xianxia has been hiding his true abilities, and it's not even known how much of his abilities he's hiding. 10th level of the true Profound Realm, just from thinking about it, really drives me crazy. Fen Juebi has been defeated, and it's been determined that the Burning Heaven Clan will place below the top 4, while the Blue Wind Imperial family actually smashed into the semi-finals. From now on, will the Burning Heaven Clan be dethroned from their position as one of the 4 major sects, and be replaced with the Blue Wind Imperial family. This time, because of Xianxia, it's basically impossible for the Blue Wind Imperial family to not shake the world and regain their former glory. I really wonder where the Blue Wind Imperial family managed to find such a freak. Why is there no such disciple like that born in our sect? The sounds of discussions that filled the entire arena continued without pause. Xianxia had once again become the talking point of the entire audience. In contrast, the grand and mighty Burning Heaven Clan turned out to be the loser, and what they were enduring were no longer admiration and praise, but sympathy in the midst of all the compassionate eyes directed toward them. Under everyone's attention, Yun-Chi did not immediately leave the Sword Discourse Arena. Rather, he gave a slight bow to Lin Wugu. "Elder Ling, thank you very much." Ling Wugu was startled for a moment, and then he slightly nodded while praising Yun-Chi in his heart. Earlier, in that sort of situation, he was still able to put his focus away and feel that I was about to save him. Unless, when he was facing the heaven-burning dragon earlier, he was still keeping some strength in reserve. Yun-Chi turned, preparing to leave the center of the Sword Discourse Arena. At this moment, Fen Juebi, who his back was currently facing, suddenly leaped up from the ground. With eyes emitting out a glow of hatred and a hideous expression, he charged towards Yun-Chi like a demon that had fallen into despair. His demon flame blade raged with blue flames as he thrusted it towards Yun-Chi's back. "I will kill you!" Fen Juebi was definitely not a person so mentally weak to not accept defeat, but the loss he suffered in this match was different. Because he lost to an opponent who, in his eyes, was someone he could take down with a single blow before the match. And the match he lost was a match concerning the honor of the Burning Heaven clan, a match he definitely could not lose. The words Fen Juebi had said to him earlier, and the consequences and shame due to his loss, were like needles that furiously stabbed into his nerves and soul, causing him to lose all reason. He only had the crazed impulse to cut Yun-Chi down into thousands of pieces. Fen Juebi's actions immediately brought about scornful jeers from the entire audience. Yun-Chi stopped, muttered softly to himself, "You're courting death." He furiously turned back and threw his heavy sword down towards Fen Juebi without any mercy. If it was a head-on clash, Fen Juebi was basically not a match for Yun-Chi. Furthermore, his blood essence was gravely injured, and he was currently extremely weakened. The power Fen Juebi wielded was easily exterminated by the strength of Yun-Chi's heavy sword, and right after, he felt as though a 150-ton sledgehammer had smashed onto his chest. Boom! Fen Juebi's vision was completely blurred. A large amount of blood splurged out from his mouth. His chest was no longer distinguishable from the exposed blood and flesh, and his entire body was like a grocery bag being blown away by a fierce wind as he was sent flying out. "Juebi, Junior, you dare?" An extremely furious roar shook the entire audience. Fen Juebi rose to the sky, and he crossed a distance of a couple hundred of meters in a mere second, and instantly barged into the profound energy barrier, landing in front of Fen Juebi. After checking his injuries, he furiously turned and looked at Yun-Chi with anger. "Junior, your heart is actually this malicious. The duel has already concluded, and you still intentionally heavily injure the son of our Burning Heaven clan master." The name of Burning Heaven clan's great elder was widely known, and the might of his name did not seem to be any lower than the Burning Heaven clan master Fen Duanhun. It could be said that there was no one in the audience who did not fear him, and with that roar of his, even if his target was a sect master of one of the great sects, that person would still tremble in fear. But Yun-Chi was definitely one of the exceptions. He coldly laughed. "Are you blind? Evidently, he was the one who tried to sneak an attack on me first. Rather than retaliating, do I have to simply stand here and wait for him to attack me? Junior, you're courting death." Under Fen Juebi's explosive rage, even his beard rose. It had been a few decades since someone dared to talk to him in this way. Moreover, the person speaking to him right now was just a junior. Adding that the Burning Heaven clan's loss, and the shame that they would definitely suffer right after, all originated from the person in front of him. His anger exploded like the eruption of a volcano. He wanted to vent his hatred by killing Yun-Chi more than Fen Juebi. Moving his hands away from Fen Juebi's body, Fen Juebi suddenly flew into the air. Like an eagle's talon, his right hand stretched towards Yun-Chi's head. The entire audience exclaimed from this sudden, unforeseen event. Fen Juebi flying into the Sword Discourse Arena to check on Fen Juebi injuries was not unexpected, and was within reason. However, no one would have thought that he would actually suddenly act against Yun-Chi, and the way he was acting was evidently a blow enough to send Yun-Chi to his death. An elder nearing his hundreds, a great elder in the Burning Heaven clan, a peak-level expert with the strength half a step into the Emperor Profound realm, actually acted against a mere 17-year-old junior. It was even within the Heavenly Sword Villa, and was also in the presence of an elder from the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Fen Juebi's action was evidently due to the loss of reason from his explosive rage, an act tantamount to madness. "Elder Fen, stop!" Ling Wugu's expression paled from shock. He quickly stepped forward with the intent to stop Fen Juebi. But the difference between a late-stage Sky Profound realm and one half a step into the Emperor Profound realm was still too great. Before he could even approach him, he was forcefully blown aside by the outburst of profound energy Fen Juebi unleashed. He could only look on as Fen Juebi's hand neared Yun Qi. That claw of his was enough to directly shatter Yun Qi's entire skull. Yun Qi also would never have thought that Fen Juebi would actually shamelessly act against him. Yun Qi had once felt the strength of half-step into Emperor Profound realm from Qiu Yuechen, and Fen Juebi had already stayed in the realm of half a step into the Emperor Profound for 30 years, so his profound energy was much denser than Qiu Yuechen's. When that claw attack approached him, the terrifying pressure brought about by his profound energy caused Yun Qi to clearly feel like he was being enveloped by a firmament. That tyrannically boundless suppressive pressure, forget about dodging it, he was unable to move a single finger. Although Yun Qi was shocked, he did not fluster. Taking a deep breath, he activated the power of Star God's Broken Shadow, RIIP. That terrifying sound was as though even the space grabbed by Fen Juebi was teared apart. Fen Juebi's right hand grabbed towards Yun Qi's head, but what he caught was just a dissipating afterimage. Fen Juebi's movement stopped for a moment, and then he was even more enraged. He, a mighty expert with strength half a step into the Emperor Profound realm, attacked a junior in surprise, and actually still struck empty air. And he completely did not realize when Yun Qi had moved away. But he did not have the leisure to be astonished by Yun Qi's strain and unpredictable profound movement skill. Igniting flames of fury, he once again locked onto Yun Qi's position. With a growl, a large amount of purple profound flames suddenly erupted from his body. The purple profound flames transformed into dozens of purple flame dragons that hideously charged towards Yun Qi. The might of each flame dragon was several times stronger than the heaven-burning dragon Fen Juebi unleashed. Stop, stop! Everything happened in a flash, and it was only now that everyone finally reacted. Two loud roars sounded from two different directions, one from Qin Wusheng and the other came from Ling Yun. They stood up at the same time, and were about to charge towards the Sword Discourse Arena. However, at this moment, an icy blue figure that brought about a bone-piercing coldness flew towards the Sword Discourse Arena before they could. CRA crack. The sounds of ice forming in the air rang, and in just a short moment, the purple flames that filled the sky were all frozen in ice. The terrifying high temperature was also rapidly decreasing, and speedily became ice gold. At this moment, an absolutely beautiful blue fairy-like figure descended from the skies. She floated in front of Yun Qi, her feet just above the ground. With her descent, the surrounding crystallized ice shattered, disappearing along with the purple flames. Ling Yun, who was about to fly out, abruptly stopped in his tracks. He looked towards the beautiful figure at the Sword Discourse Arena with a dazed expression. "Why is it her? Little?" Yun Qi excitedly said with pleasant surprise, but immediately the word he uttered afterwards became really soft. "Fairy." Fen Juebi's earlier attack did indeed frighten Yun Qi quite a bit. It was basically impossible for him to block against the strength of one half a step into Emperor Profound realm. The moment it touched him, he would instantly be exterminated with nothing left of him. If not for her appearance, he would be forced to use Jasmine's strength. But if that were to happen, he would undoubtedly expose his ultimate final trump card in front of everyone's eyes. Qiu Yuechen, whose back was facing him, seemed to not have heard his voice, for she did not react at all. A pair ice crystal eyes coldly looked towards Fen Juebi. Qiu Yueli stood up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Fen Juebi acting against Yun Qi was naturally shameless and despicable. She believed that many experts who could not stand to watch the scene would step in, especially those from Heavenly Sword Villa. Even she herself had the impulse to step in. However, she originally firmly believed that if there was ever someone who would not step in to stop him, it would definitely be her elder sister, Qiu Yuechen, because her personality was extremely cold and indifferent, and she would definitely not care about the matters of anyone else. But what she completely did not expect was that Qiu Yuechen was actually the first person to step in. Not only did she stop him, she was even shielding in front of Yun Qi and facing Fen Juebi, the great elder of Burning Heaven clan, head-on. "Qiu Yuechen, what is the meaning of this?" Since the situation had already progressed to such a stage, Fen Juebi allowed anger to take over him and practically ignored all consequences. Although he had only met Qiu Yuechen once many years ago, he still recognized her at one glance. However, He could never have imagined that the legendary fairy of frozen beauty would suddenly attack him. Chu Yuechen replied coldly, "As a great elder of the Burning Heaven clan, how shameless are you to attack a junior without reason?" HMPH? Fen Juebi remained frowning. He severely injured a Burning Heaven clan disciple. With just this reason, him dying 10,000 would still be insufficient. Chu Yuechen, this is a matter of our Burning Heaven clan. It is out of place for a member of Frozen Cloud Asgard to intervene. I'm going to intervene for sure. Chu Yuechen held out her ice jade-like hand, and a flickering deep blue light appeared in her palm. Good Fen Juebi knitted his brows tightly. I have always heard that Fairy of the Frozen Beauty has already reached half-step into the Emperor Profound realm at a young age, and even exceeded the skills of Su Fairy, the Asgard mistress, when she was that age. Among the ladies of Blue Wind Empire, you are without equal. Today, let me experience the skill of Frozen Cloud 7 Fairies #1. Facing Chu Yuechen, Fen Juebi was fairly confident. Even though they were both half-step into the Emperor Profound realm, Chu Yuechen had merely stepped into it for a few years, while Fen Juebi had already stayed in it for an entire 30 years. Even if he was unable to break into the Emperor Profound realm, he was confident he would not lose against those who were half a step into the Emperor Profound realm. "Ha!" Fen Juebi shouted loudly out as his whole body ignited with a surging purple profound flame. Raising both his hands, the purple flames in his hands forged together to form a sword that was more than 30 meters long. He suddenly slashed it towards Chu Yuechen. To their knowledge, the purple profound flame was known to all within Blue Wind Empire as the strongest flame, and generally, only people in the later stages of the Sky Profound realm were able to use it. Rumor had it that under the purple profound flames, anyone with profound strength below the later half of the Earth Profound realm would be burned to ashes instantly, unable to put up any resistance. If the purple flame swept past a small lake, the water in the river would be completely evaporated in a short moment. It was very frightening. The speed of Fen Juebi's flame sword was not quick. However, Xianxia was not far behind Chu Yuechen. If she avoided the blow, the purple profound flame would hit Xianxia. Even if Xianxia had wings, he would not be able to escape. If Chu Yuechen received the blow head-on, Fen Juebi was confident that this attack would at least make her sustain some injuries. Chu Yuechen did not move her feet, as she did not have any intention of avoiding the attack. Instead, her palm flipped upwards, and she clutched towards the flame sword with empty hands. Clang! The huge flame sword that brought along a suffocating heat wave was suddenly knocked aside by an invisible obstacle and stopped in midair. Following it, a deep blue light appeared at the tip of the sword. Soon, with the crack, 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 sounds of ice forming at an average speed, it quickly enveloped the entire flame sword. This caused the originally scorching hot purple flame to turn into freezing cold blue profound ice. When the ice attribute profound strength had reached a certain level, it could seal not only a body or object, but also various forms of profound strength. Ping, following the flipping of Chu Yuechen's jade palm, an exploding noise rang throughout the Sword Discourse Arena. The ice-sealed flame sword exploded in midair, turning into many tiny pieces of blue ice crystals as it scattered all around. What? Fen Juebi took 2 steps backwards in panic, quickly dispelling the layer of ice on his hands. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. At this point, he looked at Chu Yuechen, who had her palms stretched out in front of him as a blue light flashed past him. A half-a-foot-long icicle suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. That's right, it appeared in midair out of nowhere. Even though Fen Juebi was half-stepped to the Emperor Profound realm, he still did not manage to see how it appeared, and when it appeared. He merely just saw a seemingly normal icicle which had a frightening coldness that made his whole body shiver. Before he could take a good look at it, the deep blue icicle attacked his chest with an unimaginable speed. Bang! The part of Fen Juebi's body that had been struck by the icicle instantly sunk and his back swelled out outrageously. A scream of pain with blood was spewed out from Fen Juebi. He seemed like an arrow that had just shot out and flew out far away as he crashed onto the surface of the Sword Discourse Arena before being continually forced back for several tens of meters, leaving behind a deep gully on the surface of the hard Discourse Arena floor. The arena was instantly a field of silence. Even the silent and expressionless Ling Yun from the mighty Heaven Sword region appeared to be surprised. Ling Yun seemed as though he was struck by lightning and jumped up and said in a quivering voice, "Space compression, this is an Emperor Profound power." Once the three words Emperor Profound Power came out, they were like thunderclaps on a clear day as they sounded in everyone's ears. Emperor Profound. This can't be possible, right? How is that impossible? Villa Master Ling personally shouted it out himself. And if it's not the true Emperor Profound realm, how could Fen Juebi be so fatigued after only taking one of her blows? Oh my God, another throne actually appeared in our Blue Wind Empire, and it's actually such a young throne. Even if she had just stepped into the Emperor Profound realm this year, she has done it much earlier than Villa Master Ling. She's the fastest person to reach the Emperor Profound realm in these hundreds of years. Then, other than the legendary Su Fairy Mistress, another throne has appeared in the Frozen Cloud Asgard. And it is rumored that the Grand Mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard is actually still in the Frozen Cloud Asgard, and has yet to pass away. If this rumor is also true, then doesn't it mean that Frozen Cloud Asgard has 3 thrones? Even Burning Heaven Clan and Xiao sect only has 1 throne each. Everyone was astonished at the news of Qinyue Yuechen becoming a throne. She was the fairy of frozen beauty, who stood high up at the top and was like a descended immortal. Currently, in everyone's eyes, she had undoubtedly stepped high above the clouds, as though she had turned into a real fairy which they could not even hope to look up to. In the Blue Wind Empire, thrones were legendary existences, and even more so, unbeatable existences. There was a very important reason why there were only 4 major sects in the Blue Wind Empire, and not 5 major sects. Only the 4 major sects possessed these unparalleled thrones. The expressions of everyone in Burning Heaven Clan and Xiao sect changed. Another throne appearing in the Frozen Cloud Asgard undoubtedly meant that they now fell behind by a large margin in terms of strength. Xiao sect master Xiao Jueshen slowly stood up, looked blankly at Qinyue Yuechen's back figure for a moment, curled his lips, and then slowly sat back onto his seat. 20 years passed, and she was still as entrancing. Even her back figure was so beautiful, as though she was just a mere illusion. However, her current shine was so blinding that even he, the sect master of Xiao sect, could only feel deeply ashamed. Back then, after seeing Qinyue Yuechen for the first time in the ranking tournament, he was deeply entranced by her again and had constantly dreamed about her. However, he was not as wild as Ling Yuefeng. Even more so, he did not embarrass himself like Ling Yuefeng. Woe had unhesitantly headed towards Frozen Cloud Asgard time and time again, only to return with empty hands. But at the very least, he still felt that he was worthy enough for her. But currently, he seemed to not even have the courage to look directly in her eyes any longer. Such a young throne, forget about now. Even in the entire history of the Blue Wind Empire, such a person had never appeared before. It was as though the heavens were overly spoiling their beloved pet and had given her too many halos that were dazzling bright. And under these halos, he was not able to think of anyone in this Blue Wind Empire who was worthy for her. At least, he personally admitted that he, the sect master of Xiao sect himself, was not worthy. In these several hundred years, many practitioners at half-step into the Emperor Profound realm had appeared in the 4 major sects. But among the experts who had reached this level, in the end, less a 10th of them had entered the Emperor Profound realm. Fen Juebi had stopped at half-step into the Emperor Profound realm for 30-odd years, and he could not help but accept the fact that it would be impossible for him to be called a true throne in his entire life. Although there was only half a step difference between half-step into the Emperor Profound realm and the Emperor Profound realm, this half a step was as though one had crossed into the heavens with just half a step from the earth. The difference in strength was overwhelming. In front of a true throne, a practitioner half-step into the Emperor Profound realm was no different than a weak little infant. There were basically no threats to speak of. Fen Juebi was simply inviting humiliation by taking the initiative to act against Qinyue Yuechen. In the seats of the Burning Heaven clan, Fen Juechen rushed out at lightning speed. He held Fen Juebi, who had fainted due to being severely injured or perhaps being angered, in his arms. He checked his injuries quickly before turning in Ling Yuefeng's direction and bowing towards him. Villa Master Ling, Elder Ling. Our disciple was severely injured, and Elder Fen Juebi was so anxious that he made such an impulsive action. Seeing that he had actually not caused much damage, and has already been taught a lesson by the fairy of the frozen beauty, could you be magnanimous and forgive Elder Fen Juebi? After the ranking tournament, I will personally bring him along to apologize to Villa Master Ling and Elder Ling. HMPH, Ling Yuefeng looked enraged. As an esteemed elder of your clan, Fen Juebi does not know how to act his age. He did not consider the severity of the issue and ignored the rules of the tournament. He even tried to severely injure a contestant that had just won. According to the rules of the tournament, not only Fen Juebi, the entire Burning Heaven clan has to be stripped of their participation right. After saying this, Ling Yun appeared to calm down a little. Considering the fact that Fen Juebi was anxious and had already been taught a lesson by the Fairy of Frozen Beauty, I will treat it as he has been punished. The matter will rest like this. The right to explore the Heaven Basin secret realm shall also be retained. However, if such a thing happens again, not only will your right to explore the Heaven Basin secret realm be removed, I'm afraid that Burning Heaven clan's right to participate in the next ranking tournament will also be removed. Burning Heaven clan was undoubtedly different from other clans. Ling Yun did not want to offend them. Despite his harsh words, he had already taken a big step back and gave them ample face. Fen Juebi let out a huge sigh of relief as he bowed to Ling Yun with a junior's courtesy before bringing Fen Juebi away from the Sword Discourse Arena. All eyes fell back on Chu Yuechen. Yun-Chi took a step forward with a slight smile. "Fairy of the Frozen Beauty, thank you for saving." Before he had finished speaking, the ice spirit in front of him shook as the beauty and cool figure disappeared from the Sword Discourse Arena and returned back to her seat. Yun-Chi silently laughed. As to the meaning behind his laugh, only he himself understood. This Chu Yuechen really isn't simple. She is already a throne at such a young age. It's no wonder you were so mesmerized by her when you were young. Yun said without facing Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled slightly and replied, "Honey, what you said is wrong. When I was younger, I was not mesmerized by her talent, but by her looks. Little did I expect that she was not only beautiful, but also this talented. This was indeed quite shocking." Seeing him smile so calmly, Yun was suddenly relieved and shifted half her body onto Ling Yun's. Second match of the quarterfinals. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jai vs. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Feiyu. Even though they both belonged to Heavenly Sword Villa, one was in the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, while the other was in the 9th. No matter how one looked at it, the result of the battle was obvious. Ling Jai went on stage first and crossed his hands over his chest. He drew back the corners of his mouth slightly and looked completely unafraid. After quite some time, Ling Feiyu finally went onto stage and stood in front of Ling Jai. He looked somewhat conflicted. "The two of you have been sparring so often. This time, are you both sure that you want to compete?" Ling Wugu emotionlessly asked as he stood outside the profound energy barrier. As an elder, he was very clear about the skill levels of the villa's young disciples. Hearing his question, the people below the stage completely understood what it meant. The difference in strength between these two people must be very large. In their usual spars, they would always end up with one side completely suppressing the other. Even if they were to compete again, it would be impossible for a second outcome to happen, and they would merely be wasting their time. Hearing Lin Wugu's words, Ling Jai actually did not have that big of a reaction. However, the corner of Ling Feiyu's lips moved. A slight struggle appeared in his eyes, and then he finally sighed and said, "Fine, I surrender." WHOA. The people below the stage instantly widened their eyes one after another. The one who took the initiative to surrender was not Ling Jai, who possessed merely the strength at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, but Ling Feiyu, who had easily smashed his way through into the quarterfinals with his strength at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. The one who took the initiative to back out was not Ling Jai, but actually Ling Feiyu. Yun-Chi was also astonished. In his previous matches, the strength that Ling Feiyu revealed was incomparably shocking. The practitioners in Group 1 were far from the level of those in Group 2, and Ling Feiyu was the publicly acknowledged strongest practitioner in Group 1. Regardless of whether it was the round of 32 or the round of 16, he always had easily defeated his opponent in 5 exchanges. In this match against Ling Jai, everyone believed that Ling Jai would lose or take the initiative to surrender. No one expected that the one who took the initiative to surrender would actually be Ling Feiyu. Does this mean that junior brother Yun's opponent for tomorrow is Ling Jai? This result actually caused Kang Yue to subconsciously let out a small breath of relief. After all, no matter how you think about it, the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm sounds less menacing than the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Could it be that since Ling Jai is the Villa Master's son, Ling Feiyu doesn't dare to defeat him on stage, so he surrendered first? Xia Yuanba scratched his head as he asked in confusion. No, if Heavenly Sword Villa was such a pompous place, it would never be able to become Blue Wind Empire's #1 power. Yun Qi slightly lowered his brows and took new look at the Ling Jai, who happily laughed down the Sword Discourse Arena. There is only one possibility, and it is that Ling Jai's strength surpasses Ling Feiyu's. Not only that, it probably far surpasses his. Looks like tomorrow would be a hard battle. He shifted his gaze towards Heavenly Sword Villa's seating area, discovering tranquility in both Ling Yuefeng and Ling Yun's expressions, as if what this outcome revealed was not the slightest bit unexpected. The speed and results of the second match was completely unexpected as it came to a close. The third match came shortly after, with Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun and Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wushwang on opposite ends. This was a showdown between Heavenly Sword Villa's core disciple and Frozen Cloud Asgard's core disciple. This kind of duel usually appeared as the final battle in the past, but this year's group divisions had brought about an imbalance in average strength, making what ought to be the final battle of the tournament shift to an earlier date, the quarterfinals. And the speed of how this confrontation ended was even faster than the second match. "Wushwang, you can surrender this match if you want," Chu Yueli suddenly said as Shui Wushwang was about to leap up onto the Sword Discourse Arena. Shui Wushwang went silent for a moment but did not dispute it. Instead, she softly said, "Yes. 3 years ago, your senior sister Mu's strength had far surpassed the current you, yet suffered a crushing defeat to Ling Yun. 3 years had passed since then, and Ling Yun's strength has enormously leapt again. You are simply not his match. As long as you're even a little serious about it, you will be injured all over and lose in less than 5 moves. Since it's like that, it's better off to simply back out." While letting what others saw as their core disciple abandon the match, Chu Yueli had actually said that with a particular calmness. Her peerlessly beautiful eyes did not reveal the slightest hint of unwillingness and regret. Perhaps this was merely a simple, insignificant decision. "Yes, Junior Master Disciple understands." Shui Wushwang slowly nodded and then returned to her seat. Ling Wugu then declared, "Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wushwang forfeits the match. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun wins with a no match and will be entering tomorrow's semi-finals." Even though this result led to much discussion among the crowd, it still wasn't that unexpected. After all, Ling Yun's strength was truly too terrifying. Even if Shui Wushwang was Frozen Cloud Asgard's current core disciple, she simply did not have the power to win that matchup. Immediate forfeit was the most sensible of selections. But on one hand, Frozen Cloud Asgard still had one disciple remaining, which was Xia Qinyue, who had the lowest profound strength out of the 3 participating disciples. Her opponent also just happened to be Xiao Sect's core disciple, whose profound strength surpassed hers, Xiao Qinyue. If she lost, Frozen Cloud Asgard would have no chance to enter the semifinals and could only settle for 4th place. Up until now, the only match that had officially been carried out was only Yun Qi's match against Fen Juebi. Yet 3 out of the 4 appearing in tomorrow's semifinals had already been decided. It was Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling brothers, Ling Yun and Ling Jai, as well as Blue Wind Imperial family's Yun Qi. 2 of Heavenly Sword Villa's members entering the top 4 was not outside of anyone's expectations. But the fact that the top 4 had an additional disciple that did not belong to any of the 4 major sects, who was only from the Blue Wind Imperial family that had always placed in the middle to lower rankings, had made the entire ranking tournament become exceptionally unusual. The Blue Wind Imperial family that had always received shame and never received glory in the ranking tournament had actually relied on a nobody, a mere 17-year-old disciple, to continuously make everyone get taken aback. His performance had allowed him to make his way into the individual top 4 placings. In this ranking tournament, Blue Wind Imperial family's power rankings was now also a guaranteed minimum of top 3. As long as one was not blind, they could clearly see that after Yun Qi had defeated Fen Juebi, the previously calm Qin Wusheng laughed so hard that he had grimaced in pain. Even his incisors looked as if they were about to fall out. 4th match of the quarterfinals, Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue versus Xiao Sect's Xiao Qinyue. May the 2 contestants enter the Sword Discourse Arena within 30 breaths of time. If otherwise, it would be deemed as renouncing the match. Following Ling Wugu's loud declaration, the numerous sounds of discussion in the Sword Discourse Arena stopped as it became a field of silence. Xia Qinyue and Xiao Qinyue were respectively Frozen Cloud Asgard and Xiao Sect's remaining disciples. Whoever loses would have no chance of entering the top 4. even though the talent of Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue is shockingly enough to enter the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm at the age of 17, and is only one level short of the Ling Yun in the past. Frozen Cloud Asgard is still Frozen Cloud Asgard. It is impossible for them to nurture a true Ling Yun. She is too young. She is not old or experienced enough. For her profound strength to reach the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm so quickly, it is bound to be extremely unstable. As long as nothing completely unexpected happens, you will win this match very easily. But you still must never underestimate your opponent. In all the previous ranking tournaments, it is not known how many so-called geniuses had fallen to the 3 words, underestimating the opponent. Understand, Xiao Juishan reminded Xiao Quangle. Third brother, good luck. Burning Heaven clan has already suffered a crushing defeat. As long as you win this match, our overall ranking will be a guaranteed minimum of top 3. Moreover, there is more than a 99% chance that we would rank second. This will be our Xiao sect's historical breakthrough, Xiao Qinyue said as he patted Xiao Quangle's shoulder with a serious expression on his face. Don't worry, in this match I will only win and never lose. Don't forget, I still have not taken out my earth-shocking sword. If I reveal the earth-shocking sword, forget about the Xia Qinyue at only the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Even if it's someone at the peak of the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, it is still impossible for me to lose, Xiao Quangle said with complete confidence. In the case of weaponry, we may not necessarily be at an advantage. Xiao Wuji's brows sank. We have the earth-shocking sword, but don't forget, Frozen Cloud Asgard has the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon. Shui Wushwang had already surrendered so in this match. Frozen Cloud Asgard has an even larger reason than us to not lose. This time, Frozen Cloud Asgard will inevitably give Xia Qinyue the Sky Profound weapon. HMPH. You are completely overthinking it. One must be in at least the Earth Profound Realm to master the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon. Even if it is in Xia Qinyue's hands, it would at most display only 30% of its power. Besides, so what if it could actually exhibit all of its power? With the same Sky Profound weapon in hand, Quangle's experience and profound strength would far surpass Xia Qinyue's. Don't tell me that even that is not enough to defeat her, Xiao Boyan said in a happy mood. Regarding his own grandson, Xiao Zhen's, loss against Xiao Quangle, Xiao Boyan was naturally irritated about that. But what was currently happening was related to the entire Xiao sect's reputation and honor. He obviously did not want to see Xiao Quangle lose. Everyone, be at ease. If I lose this match, I would not have the face to return to Xiao sect. Xiao Quangle nodded once, and then suddenly jumped more than 100 meters in the air before gently landing on the ground. He leapt over 100 meters again, and then steadily landed in the center of the Sword Discourse Arena. Before he landed, a longsword had already been taken out in the midst of the sound of its unsheathing. No matter the sword's imposing aura or the user's imposing aura, both were incomparably shocking and drew gasps of admiration. I've heard that Xiao Quangle's innate talent is not the least inferior to his eldest brother Xiao Quangfeng and second brother Xiao Quanjiu. I'm afraid that this match would not be the least bit suspenseful. So what if his innate talent's high? Isn't he born from a concubine? In the future, he would at most become an elder. That may not be so. Only Xiao Juishan's youngest son, Xiao Quanjian, is born from his official wife. But everyone is aware of Xiao Quanjian's playboy tendencies. He is around the same age as Xiao Quangle, and I heard Xiao Juishan had used up innumerable resources on his body. But it seems as if he could not even reach the Spirit Profound Realm. If Xiao Quanjian inherits Xiao sect in the future, I'd reckon that it would be thoroughly destroyed. Xiao sect would never make such a mistake. The future successor for the sect will inevitably be one person among Xiao Quangfeng, Xiao Quanjiu, and Xiao Quangle. I'm afraid that when that time comes, there will once again be another rivalry with both open and secret means. If isn't handled properly, they might even commit fratricide. As Xiao Quangle got up on stage, the discussion's focal point was actually not on the battle itself, but instead Xiao Quangle himself. This was because a great majority believed that the following match would not be suspenseful at all. Hold back your strength as much as possible. Don't reveal too much, so as to avoid making tomorrow's opponent to be on guard. Chu Yueli only had a few words of advice. Yes, master. Xia Qinyue respectfully saluted and turned her delicate body around. As her beautiful figures gracefully moved, she lightly landed in front of Xiao Quangle. Both her light movements and body were incomparably alluring. A completely transparent ice sword silently appeared within her hands. An ice sword had basically become a Frozen Cloud Asgard disciple's signature weapon. Frozen Cloud Asgard's main weapon of choice was also the sword, but their swords were made of ice, and all emitted different degrees of cold air. Xia Qinyue's sword was like so, and Xia Qinyue's sword was also the same. However, the grade of Xia Qinyue's ice sword could not compare the sword Xia Qinyue had used during her life and death battle against the pair of flood dragons in the wasteland of death. Good, Ling Yun nodded, and then raised his right hand. Last match of the quarterfinals, Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue versus Xianxia Cultivation. Match start. This humble one is Xianxia Cultivation and is here to ask to experience Xia Fairy's Frozen Cloud arts. Xianxia Cultivation split into a smile as his longsword pointed frontwards. He rapidly spun his body around, conjuring up a jade-green cyclone. The image of an especially tyrannical eagle was behind his body as the imposing aura on his entire body grew stronger at this moment, shooting to a level that would make one gasp in admiration. Frozen Cloud Asgard was a gathering of beautiful women. Even though Xia Qinyue's face was covered by a white veil, just seeing her figure, eyes, and exposed snowy skin was enough to determine that she was a young lady who possessed a peerless beauty that could bring cities into ruin. And in front of any beautiful women, a man with even an above-average strength would have the mindset of showing off. If he were to gain the other party's good opinion or even admiration, then that would naturally satisfy his vanity by a large margin. Xia Qinyue's movements were much more nimbler than his. She straightforwardly thrusted her sword at him as a magnificent ice lotus blossomed atop the ice sword's sharp tip. Before the two swords closed in, the sword wind had already collided with the ice lotus. With a clang sound, the ice lotus was grinded into pieces in the violent sword wind. However, it did not falter just like this, but instead transformed into countless solid chunks of ice and rained down toward Xianxia Cultivation against the storm. In an instant, the storm carrying the shattered ice lotus swirled around the two, as if sweeping up a tornado of ice and snow. Clang, 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 clang. Amidst the string of colliding and breaking sounds, the dispersed ice flakes were blown away by Xianxia Cultivation. However, the cold energy that these ice flakes contained was heavier he had imagined. After he blew away all of the ice flakes, both of his hands were already thoroughly flushed red from the cold, and only fully recovered after 2 breaths of time. He moved back half a step and said with a slight smile, "I had already heard that Frozen Cloud Asgard's Frozen Cloud art was unparalleled under the heavens, and as expected it deserves its reputation. Next, I'll be more serious. Goddess should be careful now." Xianxia Cultivation's reminder out of goodwill, that was full of arrogance, did not gather any hint of reply from Xia Qinyue. Her clear and cold eyes was like tranquil water without any ripples, while also as beautiful as the bright moon. It made Xianxia Cultivation's heartbeat speed up uncontrollably after he took 2 more glances. He immediately fiercely took in a breath as all of his profound strength surged up. The storm that swirled around him became even faster, and the image of the hawk behind him also became more and more clear, and felt like as if it had substantialized into the real thing near the end. Extreme wind sword? Xianxia Cultivation's eyes flashed. The storm surged on his body as he suddenly rushed toward Xia Qinyue. His speed was really as fast as a storm. Profound practitioners below the Earth Profound realm could only see a wisp of afterimage flashing through like a bolt of lightning. Among the 4 major sects, Xiao's sect's speed was second to none. Haha, looks like third younger brother has gotten serious to actually display his fastest speed right away. Seems like this match will be over before long. Xiao Quanjiu said with a leisure smile. Xiao Juishan also slowly nodded. Seems like Layer did not ignore our advice. He did not underestimate the enemy and did not hold back either. Very good. After this battle is won, he will be facing Ling Yun. Since the battle with Ling Yun is impossible to win, let's heartily display the true power of our Xiao sect in this battle. HMPH! Xiao Zhen, who was beside Xiao Boyan, looked at the match in the arena with cold eyes and snorted in a quiet voice. Under the storm-like high-speed movement, Xiao Cultivation's sword also swiftly swept out. The storm engulfed the sword's body, and as the sword's brilliance danced magnificently, 4 lines of sword gusts that could smash through mountains and rocks shot toward Xia Qinyue at the same time. Clang, 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 clang. 4 ice lotus flowers bloomed in front of Xia Qinyue, and blocked all 4 sword gusts as they shattered. Xia Qinyue had also successfully closed in on Xia Qinyue at this moment, and his chain of sword combos assaulted at Xia Qinyue like a relentless storm of rain. Xia Qinyue retreated with leisure and uniform steps, and with every step retreated, a beautiful ice lotus would bloom below her feet. How astonishing! This Xia Qinyue is only at the 8th level of the spirit profound realm, but not only did her frozen cloud art already reach the 4th stage of the ice lotus realm, she could also handle it with so little effort. Mu Lingsu of the previous tournament was at the 10th level of the spirit profound realm, but could only glimpse at the entrance of the ice lotus realm. Seems like Xia Qinyue must be the disciple with the highest aptitude in these few tens of years, without any doubt. But it seems that Xia Qinyue is clearly at a disadvantage. All of her moves are defending and warding without any spare strength to retaliate. That can't be helped. The disadvantage in age and profound strength exists right there. The hawk's image behind Xia Qinyue's back spread its wings high, and his sword moves came one after another. That one longsword was swung by him into sword mirages that blotted out the sky. Together with his speed, the illusory human mirage and the sword's mirage overlapped, making one dazzled and unable to follow with their eyes. The crossing strikes of the sword, as well as the collisions of storm and ice lotus, brought up a series of explosive sounds that made one's eardrums buzz. The cyan-colored sword gust, along and the ice lotus's broken shards, continually shot out from the profound storm, caging them. Facing the Xia Qinyue's astonishing speed, Xia Qinyue's movements was instead as light as smoke, as if she was a goddess elegantly descending into the mortal world. Yet she was not constrained by Xia Qinyue's speed in the slightest. With every movement of their footsteps, many traces of sword marks as well as pit marks caused by colliding profound energy would emerge on the ground. The entire audience was silent, and only the wave after waves of ear-piercing explosive sounds could be heard. Every single pair of eyes all firmly focused onto the 2 figures on the Sword Discourse Arena. They had thought that this was a match that would quickly end, and perhaps would even be over from the start. No one had expected that it would actually be this intense to such a degree. For the 2 who were 3 years apart in age and 1 rank apart in profound strength, their currently situation was actually, without any doubt, evenly matched. The complexions of the Xia sex people gradually became unsightly. Xia Juishan's brows sunk bit by bit and said with a low voice, "Seems like we have underestimated Xia Qinyue. Her strength may perhaps not be weaker than Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin at all. No problem. What if she could stalemate with third younger brother? If third younger brother uses the earth-shocking sword, the outcome of the match would be decided right away," Xia Qinyue said without worry. Using the earth-shocking sword would definitely be somewhat unethical and inelegant. The 2 right now looks evenly matched, but if it continues like this, the advantage still belongs to Leier's side. After all, the richness of Leier's profound strength would, no matter what, surpasses that of the little girl who's only 17 years of age. Xia Juishan remarked. "Go big sis, go!" Xia Yuanba's hands were gripping with sweat. His eyes stared wide as he shouted non-stop. He could not clearly distinguish the situation on the arena and could only see that Xia Qinyue seemed to be retreating all this time. His heart also became more and more anxious. "Don't worry, your big sis won't lose that easily," Yun Qi casually comforted him. "Won't lose that easily." Within Yun Qi's mind, he heard Jasmine's snorting sound. This woman simply doesn't have any possibility of losing. If she uses her full strength, the person on the other side won't even have the chance to last 5 rounds. The current situation is merely done by her in deliberation for the purpose of hiding her true strength. "Oh!" A burst of surprise emerged within Yun Qi's heart. To not have the chance to even last 5 rounds. That's impossible, right? HMPH. Half of the reason why you can challenge an entire realm above you is because of your aptitude and comprehensive ability. The other half is your divine profound veins, divine bloodline, and divine profound arts. But in the field of aptitude, comprehensive ability, as well as constitutional, I've finally found someone that completely surpassed you, and that is this woman. Not only does she possess the heavenly god's spiritual veins, with all 54 profound entrances open, she also possesses the heart of snow-glazed glass. That's even 10,000 more times rarer than the heavenly god's spiritual veins. Her constitution, even at the realm of the Ji, the place I was born from, could only produce one with the 9 profound exquisite body. Once every 10,000 years, after tomorrow, whether your opponent would be Ling Yun or not, really is still unknown. Yun Qi. Whether the previous life or the current life, it was still the first time that Yun Qi, who was extremely familiar with the medicinal ways and constitution of the world, had heard these two names of heart of snow-glazed glass and nine profound, exquisite body, and thus could not completely comprehend the true meaning behind these two names. However, from Jasmine's words, he heard a hint of extremely clear tint of shock. Something that would shock even Jasmine. How could it possibly be ordinary? And Jasmine's last sentence thoroughly shocked Yun Qi, because that sentence of Jasmine's was clearly hinting that Xia Qinyue may even have the capability to defeat Ling Yun. The battle on the Sword Discourse Arena had already become white-hot. The hawk image behind Xiao Quangle spread its wings again. With a slight whistling sound, his body had already vaulted high into the air. Like boiling water, the profound storm that surrounded his body also started to rampage at this moment. Circles after circles of light cyan-colored profound energy ripples slowly proliferated outwards and forcefully pushed away all of the surrounding atmosphere. Immediately after, Xiao Quangle's longsword pointed downwards with a slope, and all of his profound energy concentrated onto the sword's tip. Instantly, the long sword's tip greatly surged with a green light, and a ball of storm howled and swiftly whirled around the sword's tip with an extremely frightening speed. At this time, a wave of oppressive aura had also shrouded the entire Sword Discourse Arena, and made the audience at the arena's borders feel a strong sense of suffocation just by looking at the sword tip that was currently encircled by green light. After a long battle with no results, Xiao Quangle finally lost his patience, but did not take out the earth-shocking sword. The reason was just as Xiao Juishan had said. Not only would it be inelegant to use the #1 sword of Xiao sect when facing someone that was both younger and lower in profound strength, it may also garner mockery from others. He decisively used his strongest ultimate move. "Fleeting strike!" Xiao Quangle cried out loudly, and his entire body plummeted downwards within the surging storm. His entire being was as if a descended sword god, and the extremely sharp sword force overwhelmingly closed in on Xia Qinyue. "Oh, I didn't expect that third younger brother could actually cultivate the fleeting strike to this degree. It ought to be around 40% attained," Xiao Qinyue said with surprise. "This is a breakthrough he had only recently acquired. Seems like the match is about to be over." A victorious smile has already emerged onto Xiao Juishan's face. Along with the extremely swift downfall of Xiao Quangle's sword force, a line of fissure crazily extended outwards on the ground. Yet when facing this incomparably terrifying strike from the air, Xia Qinyue appeared extremely relaxed. She lifted her white hand and slowly pointed the ice sword above her. On top of the sword tip, a ice lotus flower bloomed in silence. But this ice lotus was no longer crystal clear and instead carried the sky's light blue color. Boom! Xiao Quangle's fleeting strike and Xia Qinyue's ice lotus collided in midair. Then, a thundering noise resounded throughout the entire arena. The cyan-colored profound energy storm completely shrouded the surrounding space, and the ice lotus also completely exploded, raining down ice crystals and mist that covered the sky. All of a sudden, the two's bodies were completely shrouded by cyan-colored and light blue-colored profound energy, making one unable to see even a hint of their figure. They could only hear the two waves of exploded profound energy crazily colliding. It was only after an entire 10 breaths of time did the cyan light and blue light finally disperse completely. The swords of the two had also finished their last collision, and they respectively retreated backwards under collision's impact. There was not the slightest hint of change in Xia Qinyue's expression, and her pair of charming eyes were still as clear and silent as water. Let alone injuries, not even her white-colored long dress was tainted by a single speck of dust. The ice spirits that floated around her body were also not disordered in the slightest. It was also the same for Xiao Quangle, who was on the opposite side. Other than his hair that appeared slightly disordered, there weren't any wounds at all on his entire body. During that intense collision of ultimate skills earlier, miraculously, neither of the two actually received any hint of injuries. But just by judging from the expression, Xiao Quangle clearly wasn't as calm as Xia Qinyue. He totally did not expect that such a result would happen. He used his ultimate move that had just achieved an initial success. But during that collision earlier, all of his sword force and gust were blocked by the opponent one after another, and didn't even touch a single hair on her head. This made him secretly shocked in his heart, and at the same time made him feel greatly ashamed. In this situation, he understood that if he was to win, he would have to take out the earth-shocking sword. As expected of a goddess from frozen cloud Asgard, you really are unable to be underestimated by others. When I was the same age as Goddess, I definitely wasn't a match for Goddess. But this match, I must win no matter what. If I have offended Goddess in any way because of this, I'll be sure to apologize toward Goddess after the match. As he finished speaking, Xiao Quanglei's sword had already been put away. His right hand pressed onto the spatial ring and was just about to take out the earth-shocking sword. But just as his right hand touched his left, his expression suddenly froze and his actions stopped right then. Right after, his complexion became whiter and whiter with an astonishing speed. Then, as if a statue carved from ice, his entire being stiffly fell down onto the ground while facing upwards. As he fell, Xia Qinyue's gaze did not appear to quiver in the slightest, and wasn't surprised at all. It was also at this time that several tens of wounds of varied sizes suddenly bursted open on Xiao Quanglei's body, and waves after waves of blood spurted out. These wounds all came from Xia Qinyue's ice sword, but under the frozen cloud art, which encompassed the energy of extreme cold, these wounds were instantly sealed by ice after they were stabbed open. Not only did they not bleed, not even pain would be felt. Just like this, Xiao Quanglei intensely fought with Xia Qinyue while being unaware, and did not notice at all that under the shrouding cyan light, his body had already been consecutively slashed more than 30 times 10 breaths ago, and if any of these wounds were to be slightly offset, they would be able to damage the life veins, which is to say, if not for Xia Qinyue showing mercy within that 10 breaths of time, he had already died over 30 times. Ling Wugu was startled at first. Then he quickly advanced forward and examined Xiao Quanglei's current condition. After a simple investigation, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a flip of his palm, every wound on Xiao Quanglei's body was completely sealed. Soon afterwards, he immediately declared, Xiao Quanglei has temporarily lost the ability to move. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue wins. She shall advance into tomorrow's semi-finals. All 6 of Xiao sect's members had already stood up. Each and every one of them had expressions of horror. Like an angry eagle, Xiao Juishan quickly flew up towards the Sword Discourse Arena. After examining Xiao Quanglei's injuries with a brush of his profound energy, his expression changed again. There were more than 30 cuts on his body, but none of them were deep. He was very clear on the reason why more than 30 cuts suddenly burst forth from Xiao Quanglei earlier. This type of thing happening in front of a frozen cloud Asgard disciple could not be even more normal. What had shocked him was that from Xiao Quanglei's appearance earlier, it was as if he did not sense at all. To him, what was even more shocking than that were not these cuts, but what was beneath the injuries. Cold energy that had sealed off a large majority of Xiao Quanglei's meridians. It was also unknown as to when this cold energy had entered Xiao Quanglei's meridians before suddenly exploding just a moment ago. If it had been detected under profound energy suppression, it was unlikely for Xiao Quanglei to be in a state in which his blood spurted out like that from his injuries. Xiao Juishan deeply looked at Xia Qinyue and said in a low voice, I had originally thought that in this ranking tournament, Frozen Cloud Asgard would not have another excessively showy performance. It looks like I have erred. To have let this much cold energy into Layer's body and have done so without him knowing or feeling it, your Frozen Cloud arts must be in at least the 5th stage. Good thing that Layer had not taken out the earth-shocking sword, or else he would have lost even more miserably. Xiao Juishan's voice was very low, and was low enough that only Xia Qinyue could hear it. After finished speaking, he carried away the completely immobilized Xiao Quanglei and left the Sword Discourse Arena. Today's competition was one unexpected match after another. The last match of the quarterfinals was another unforeseen conclusion. What the hell happened? Why did Xiao Quanglei suddenly collapse? I was blinded by the profound energy light earlier, so I didn't see anything. Xiao Quanglei probably got hit by Xia Qinyue's ultimate move. The impact of its force must have been too fierce. With the addition of the fact that Frozen Cloud Asgard's Frozen Cloud arts could instantly freeze wounds, this was probably why Xiao Quanglei did not realize that he had received this many injuries. It should be like that. The audience was in much debate. They could still explain Xiao Quanglei's wounds suddenly opening, but him suddenly falling over in a stiff manner made them baffled. On the main seats, Ling Yuefeng slightly knitted his brows and said, Seems like this 17-year-old young girl is far from as simple as she appears on the surface. Yuner, you should be glad that she is only 17 this year. If she were to be the same age as you, she would be a strong opponent that could go shoulder to shoulder with you. Ling Yun was silent. With the conclusion of the quarterfinals, tomorrow's semifinals arrangements quickly appeared on the center of the profound stone. Match number 1, Blue Wind Imperial Family's Xianxia versus Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jai. Match number 2, Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun versus Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue. Both brother-in-law and big sis actually entered the top 4. It's TTT, too wonderful. Seeing the names on the profound stone, Xia Yuanba was excitedly to the point of being somewhat incoherent. Him joyously following Yun Qi to Heavenly Sword Villa this time was only out of yearning toward the ranking tournament like the rest of profound practitioners. He absolutely did not expect that his sister and brother-in-law would actually become 2 of the main characters in this ranking tournament. The 2 people who were closest to him had reached the top 4 in the highest level of Blue Wind Empire's young profound practitioners. That kind of joy, proudness, and glory was so intense that it was indescribable. "Ah, brother-in-law, why do you keep wearing a stiff face? Are you not happy?" Seeing that not only was Yun Qi not excited, but instead had a silent and solemn expression, Xia Yuanba asked in confusion. Yun Qi shook his head and said with a faint smile, "Nothing, I just didn't expect that Xia Qinyue would actually be this strong." I didn't expect it either." Xia Yuanba clenched his fist and said with sparking eyes, "If father hears that big sis has already become so amazing, he would definitely be incredibly happy. If mother hears of it," as he spoke the word mother, Xia Yuanba's voice lagged for a bit. His gaze uncontrollably darkened a little as he muttered with a low voice, "She would definitely also be very pleased." Yun Qi did not notice the abnormality in the last half of the sentence Xia Yuanba spoke. He settled his heart and asked in his mind, "Jasmine, the heart of snow-glazed glass and 9 profound exquisite body you spoke about earlier, what exactly are they? And how could you tell?" I had not noticed it originally, but when she used 20% of her true strength earlier, it no longer escaped my eyes. However, in a place with such low levels of strength, they shouldn't know of the concept of heart of snow-glazed glass and 9 profound exquisite body, including herself. She at most would know that herself is different with others in some places. "Yun Qi, since you wish to know, I will tell you." Jasmine's voice was as tender and ethereal as flowing water from a spring, but she deliberately displayed a kind of high-up and elderly tone with utmost effort. Heart of snow-glazed glass is a special type of mind. One with this kind of mind possesses an extremely pure and clear disposition, as if ice and snow. With growth, one would have incomparable comprehensive ability and a strength of the soul that would grow stronger and stronger. With her current age, the heart of snow-glazed glass abilities are only revealed initially, and will exhibit extremely high comprehensive abilities as well as memory. Everything she have observed would be memorized just with a glance and be firmly engraved in her mind, no matter what level of detail, and will not be forgotten throughout her entire life. As the ability of the heart of snow-glazed glass gradually reveals, she would be able to sense good and evil as well as danger, and easily see through various mysteries, and even see into the heart of all living things. Someone who possesses the heart of snow-glazed glass would all normally be supreme and most sacred existences that transcends the world. Even divine kings and divine sovereigns would certainly not dare to provoke, because the legends say that someone with heart of snow-glazed glass is blessed by the heavens, and whoever harms them would suffer punishment of the heavens' way. Jasmine described lightly. Yun Qi's brows consecutively spasmed for several times, then weakly asked, Are you really sure that there are really this kind of, thing that's blessed by the heavens on her body? HMPH. This kind of thing that surpasses your cognition, you naturally wouldn't believe it. I'm not going to bother explaining it to you. Her heart of snow-glazed glass won't be able to really mature in this kind of plane anyway. However, the 9 profound, exquisite body she possesses. Jasmine's tone suddenly became odd. It's best for it to not be noticed by anyone that knows the concept of 9 profound, exquisite body. Otherwise, she ought to not expect a single peaceful day in her entire life. Why is that? The word exquisite in the 9 profound, exquisite body refers to an exquisite world, which is to say that in her body there exists a small world. Do you understand what kind of notion that means? This means that she could possess an unlimited and endless power power that the body of flesh cannot handle, can all be stored within the exquisite world. Like this, no matter what profound art she cultivates, none of them would be restricted by her profound strength level and the endurance of her body. For example, her sectoral profound art, frozen cloud art. Xia Qinyue is half-step into the Emperor realm, and her cultivation of the frozen cloud art is at the 6th stage and cannot continue further. It is highly likely that it's because the 7th stage needs at least the profound strength of the Emperor profound realm. But to someone who has the 9 profound exquisite body, if she wishes, she could cultivate to the 7th stage even if she was at the elementary profound realm. Together with the extremely high comprehensive ability brought by the heart of snow-glazed glass, I wouldn't even be surprised at all if her current cultivation of frozen cloud art is higher than Xia Qinyue's. From Jasmine, not only did Yun Qi come in contact with type after type of inconceivable profound arts, he had also continually heard some concepts that were completely foreign and even seemed extremely far and illusory. The shock it brought to Yun Qi this time was undoubtedly the greatest, and also the most direct, because these concepts that completely broke common sense precisely appeared on his wife in name. Exquisite world. A human's body can actually have this kind of thing, Yun Qi absently muttered in a low voice. He had heard that when profound strength was great to a certain extremely high realm, one could open a small world that belonged to oneself. But he had never heard that a small world could also exist within one's body. If she really possesses the 9 profound exquisite body that you speak of, then it's a special aptitude that belongs to her and has nothing to do with anyone else. But why do you say that if it's discovered by others, it is possible for her to never be at peace throughout her entire lifetime? Yun Qi questioned. Because someone who possesses the 9 profound exquisite body is the greatest of profound cultivating incubators in this world, especially for someone who obtains her vital virginity. They will generate an exquisite world within their danshan that belongs to himself during the intercourse of yin and yang. The Xia family that Xia Qinyue and Xia Yuanba belonged to were merchants for generations after generations, and their father Xia Hongyi was more so an honest businessman who valued integrity and loyalty. So why would the pair of son and daughter he birthed, Xia Yuanba, have the tyrannical emperor's divine veins, while Xia Qinyue also had the even more mysterious glazed glass heart and exquisite body that Jasmine spoke of? If Jasmine's judgment was not wrong, then this Xia Hongyi really was blessed by the heavens to an extreme. In Jasmine's mouth, no matter tyrannical emperor's divine veins or glazed glass heart and exquisite body were all extremely rare existences, and their mother, Yun Qi, didn't have any notion about Xia Yuanba and Xia Qinyue's mother. It was because he had never met her, and it seemed that she had passed away since they were young. Yun Qi walked along the path in Heavenly Sword Villa and silently thought about things. The curtains of the night had already started to fall. There were not many people outside, and occasionally he would encounter a few sect's disciples. They would all stop in their steps and look at him afar with a gaze of awe. Within these people, most had wantonly mocked him during the profound strength assessment on the first day of the ranking tournament. But now they looked at him with a kind of revering gaze. To reach the top 4 of the ranking tournament, this was a height that they did not even dare dream about. Yun Qi came to the front of frozen cloud Asgard's courtyard. The courtyard's gate was wide open, but it seemed as if the inside and the outside of the courtyard were 2 different worlds. Gentle and warm wind blew on the outside, yet a bone-chilling cold aura floated within the courtyard and rushed at him as it followed the air current. Yun Qi did not step into the courtyard. After taking in a breath of air, he said, "Blue Wind Profound Palace's disciple, Yun Qi, requests to see the Fairy of Frozen Beauty and hopes to personally thank her kind rescue today." Usually, there would be quite a number of people looking around in front of frozen cloud Asgard's courtyard. All of them wished to have a glimpse at the beauty of the frozen cloud fairies, but there was basically not a single one who dared to make conversation with them. No matter how much authority, power, fame, or potential a young practitioner possessed in his territory, when the practitioner arrived before a disciple of the frozen cloud Asgard, he would always turn timid, and a feeling of shame would also grow uncontrollably within. As for those who dared to directly request an audience with Xia Qinyue, there were absolutely none. Ice particles fluttered, and very quickly, a graceful fairy-like figure appeared before him, and she was actually Xia Qinyue. Her beautiful eyes quietly stopped at Yun Qi's face and said, "Sir Yun, If you wish to see Frozen Beauty Senior Master, it's best that you take your leave. Frozen Beauty Senior Master has always liked peace and quiet, and has never been willing to interact with people outside Frozen Cloud Asgard. Your intentions, I believe Frozen Beauty Senior Master has heard it. Xianxia looked at her and said sternly, Qinyue, my wife, I give you two choices. One, call me husband, or two, call me by my name. You're my legally married wife. Where would you find a wife calling her husband, sir? In regards to Xianxia's words, Xia Qinyue was not the least bit angry as she slightly nodded. All right then, Qinyue will refer to you as Xianxia from now on. The left corner of Xianxia's lips twitched for a bit. He let out a light sigh and said helplessly, I rather wish that you were like before. Back then you would always look at me coldly, but when I intentionally offend you with my words, you would still express some anger. But now you're always so dull, it looked as though you have turned into someone else. The light in Xia Qinyue's eyes slightly turned as she softly said, My Asgard's ice heart art allows one's heart to be calm and collected and removes one from her desires. In regards to your words earlier, Qinyue shall take them as compliments. Removes one from her desires, then would that person still be human? Xianxia shook his head and changed the topic. Qinyue, my wife, congratulations on entering the top 4. After this ranking tournament, your name shall spread throughout the world. Words like that, I should be the one saying them to you. Xia Qinyue's expression turned slightly complicated. I completely did not expect that you would reach such a level in just a short span of 2 years. You have given those who have ridiculed you, underestimated you, and even chased you out of your home, the most powerful retaliation. I wish to see the fairy of Frozen Beauty. Qinyue, my wife, please help me convey my request to her. She might possibly be willing to see me. Xianxia said. Xia Qinyue shook her head gently. That's impossible. Frozen Beauty Senior Master will definitely not meet you. Please return the ranking tournament tomorrow. Qinyue, allow him to come in my room. At this moment, a voice that was as vague as mist and as cold as ice resounded from an unknown direction, gradually falling into the ears of the two people. A deep astonishment flashed across Xia Qinyue's beautiful eyes as she immediately said, Yes, Senior Master, Xianxia, follow me. The furnishment of the courtyard was exactly the same as Xianxia's, and coincidentally, the position of the room Chu Yuechen chose was exactly the same as Xianxia's. With Xia Qinyue leading him, Xianxia reached in front of her room's unlatched door. After a slight hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. A chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped him. In front of Xianxia was the beautiful back figure of a fairy. She stood before the window, bathing herself in the bright moonlight spilling in from the window. Her white robe shone under the moonlight. Fluorescent light shimmered along the exposed, snowy flesh on her neck, and was even more beautiful than moonlit snow. Suddenly, Xianxia felt as though he was looking at a deity who had descended onto the mortal realm from the Moon Palace, and could not help but be dazed. For a moment he forgot the things he had wanted to say. Chu Yuechen did not look back at him, and her voice coldly sounded. Do you know why I want to meet you? I know. Xianxia regained his senses and faintly replied. Because you wish to see me, just like how I long to see you again after separating from you back then. Nonsense! Deep anger could be felt within Chu Yuechen's voice. The reason why I'm willing to see you is to tell you this personally. The scores between us have already been settled the moment I left the wasteland of death. We no longer owe each other, and we will never have any form of connection between us again. You'd best forget everything about the interactions between us. After today, we will be complete strangers. However, Chu Yuechen's words caused Xianxia to laugh. If you're really that determined to cut all scores between us, then why did you personally come to the Heavenly Sword Villa? Earlier today, when I was in trouble, why were you the first one to step out and help me? This is something the rumored fairy of Frozen Beauty who has a cold personality would definitely not do. The reason why I came to the Heavenly Sword Villa was to simply come in place of our Asgard mistress. As to why I saved you, it was because I could not stand Fen Juebi's shameless actions. It had nothing to do with you. Chu Yuechen coldly said. You can fool me, but can you fool yourself? Xianxia smiled. If your heart is really that determined, why would there be a need to explain all that to me? Ask yourself, within this period of time, do you not always have the uncontrollable urge to think about me? The urge to think about the half a year we spent together. The true reason why you came to Heavenly Sword Villa this time is it really not to see me. As for the other reasons, they are simply excuses that you came up for yourself. While Xianxia was saying this, he walked towards Chu Yuechen. I initially thought that, before I have become strong enough, I would not have the chance to see you. But when I found out that you have actually came to the Heavenly Sword Villa as well, do you know how happy I was? Because I was absolutely confident that you came here because of me. Because you knew that I will represent the Blue Wind Imperial family and participate in this ranking tournament. Shut your mouth! Don't come over! Yun Qi's words utterly confused Chu Yuechen's heart, and when she felt Yun Qi approach her, a hint of panic actually flashed across the face of this grand expert who had stepped into the Emperor Profound realm. When she was about to turn her body, a pair of arms had already gently and firmly embraced her waist, hugging her from behind. Chu Yuechen's mind momentarily blanked out, and her entire body instantly stiffened. Beside her ear, Yun Qi's gentle voice sounded. I know, it's impossible for you to abandon frozen Cloud Asgard, and it's even more impossible for you to accept yourself. I don't have the rights to force you, but I just wish that, before I gain the power to bring you out and break through all that obstructs us, you will not forget that, not only are you Chu Yuechen of frozen Cloud Asgard, you have the identity called Little Fairy. You're the little fairy who only belongs to me. Even if you wish to forget your identity as Little Fairy, then, you were the one who took my virginity. You can't be thinking of not taking responsibility for it and prepare to completely forget about it after finishing your meal, right? Chu Yuechen's recent actions were honestly bizarre. Meeting a disciple that did not belong to her sect in the night, if it was in the past, it was something that basically would not happen. Xia Qinyue, who had brought Yun Qi to Chi Yuechen's room, looked at the swaying candlelight in the room with a heart was filled with suspicion. At this moment, the unlatched door suddenly opened. To be exact, it was forced open. Yun Qi's body was sent flying out upside down by a cold pressure. Although he barely managed to stabilize his footing after landing, he still looked rather fatigued, and the door that was forced open shut tight with a bang sound the moment he landed. You angered Senior Master? Xia Qinyue's beautiful eyes turned, looking amusingly at his fatigued expression. How can that be possible? Even if I were to possess 10,000 times more guts, I would not dare to anger her. Yun Qi said seriously. The Fairy of Frozen Beauty simply sent me off kindly after accepting my thanks. Amen, that's how it was. Is that so? Xia Qinyue's eyes momentarily stopped at his face. Evidently, she did not believe his words. She then said gently, You have achieved your objective. If you have nothing else to do here, please return. In tomorrow's ranking tournament, you will be facing Ling Jai. Master has told me that, although Ling Jai is young, does not look to be the least bit shrewd, and expresses his feelings freely, he's actually an absolute genius whose talent even surpasses Ling Yun. In tomorrow's duel, you have to be careful. All right, thank you for the reminder. In contrast, your opponent tomorrow is more troublesome than mine. Yun Qi's voice paused, and then he suddenly continued. Qinyue, my wife, have you ever heard of the Heart of Snow-Glazed Glass and 9 Profound Exquisite Body? Heart of Snow-Glazed Glass, 9 Profound Exquisite Body. Xia Qinyue's brows slightly curled out of suspicion, and then she shook her head. Qinyue has never heard of it. Seeing Xia Qinyue's reaction, it was evident that she was clueless about the Heart of Snow-Glazed Glass and 9 Profound Exquisite Body. Yun Qi immediately said, Oh, it's nothing much. I will take my leave then. Just when he turned and was preparing to leave, Yun Qi's steps suddenly stopped again. He turned back and said, In your duel tomorrow with Ling Yun, I hope that the one who turns out victorious is not Ling Yun, but you. In that case, in the final match, your opponent will be me. Even though he left just those few words, they were filled with arrogance and doubtless confidence, as though in his eyes, the outcome of his duel with Ling Jai tomorrow had already been determined. Looking at Yun Qi's leaving figure, Xia Qinyue sank into a moment of silence, and then she softly muttered to herself. In a span of less than 2 years, just what in the world did he experience? At the same time, at another place in the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Kun, as one of the executives of the mighty Heavenly Sword region, his status could only be considered as the low-middle class in the mighty Heavenly Sword region. However, in the Blue Wind Empire, his status and his strength was enough to frighten and be revered by all the large sects. None of them would dare to offend or disobey him in the slightest. In the eyes of the 4 great sacred lands, these small empires were simply nothing but third-rate places that they would not even bother to step into. The courtyard Heavenly Sword Villa had prepared for Ling Kun was also extremely extravagant. Just by the number of servants attending to him alone were more than a dozen, and currently, all of these people who attended to him were sent away by him. In the room lighted up by the pale candlelight, he took out a treasure jade that was entirely bluish-purple in color. This was a piece of an extremely rare and unique sound transmission jade. With the insertion of profound energy, the bluish-purple sound transmission jade emitted out a pale glow, and the sound transmission formation hidden within began to quickly spin. "Young Hall Master, how have you been? Do you still remember this trivial old man?" Ling Yun narrowed his eyelids and softly spoke to the sound transmission jade. "Senior Ling Yun of mighty heavenly sword region, now this sure is rare. It seems like you should have something interesting to discuss with this young master." "That's right," Ling Yun slowly said. "This old man wished to make a trade with young Hall Master. I believe young Hall Master will definitely be interested in this trade." "Oh, go on." "Ho, I heard that young Hall Master have been looking for a girl who possesses the 9 profound, exquisite body in these recent years. And a mystical girl like that, this old man has actually encountered one. I wonder if young Hall Master is interested." "What?" The voice, which was initially calm, instantly became hurried, and then his voice once again sank. "This young master naturally will not suspect Senior Ling's eyes. But since it's the 9 profound, exquisite body that would rarely appear in 10,000 years, why isn't Senior Ling using for himself, or presenting it to your holy master of mighty heavenly sword region? This old man knows of his own status. I really do not have the sufficient guts to enjoy this 9 profound, exquisite body. If I were to offer it to the holy master, I will only be able to exchange it for the so-called merits. But if I were to offer it to young Hall Master, I believe with young Hall Master's boldness and wit, this old man will definitely receive even more benefits." Ha. Senior Ling sure is a smart man. This young master likes to talk with smart people. Looks like back then, when this young master left the sound transmission jade to Senior Ling, it was really the most wise decision on my part. Whatever benefits Senior Ling wish to have, please feel free to express them. If it's the real 9 profound, exquisite body, no matter what Senior Ling wishes to have, it would never be too much. "As I thought, young Hall Master is straightforward," Ling Yun laughed. "This old man only wants one thing, 1,500 grams of purple vein divine crystals." 1,500 grams. This request of Senior Ling's sure is big. Ha, to others, forget about 1,500 grams of purple vein divine crystals. It would be difficult for them to even obtain 1,500 grams of purple-veined heaven crystals. But to young Hall Master, I believe obtaining 1,500 grams of purple-veined divine crystals isn't really a hard task. And when comparing the 9 profound, exquisite body to 1,500 grams of purple-veined divine crystals, it basically isn't worth mentioning. Fine. Within 2 years, this young master will personally prepare 1,500 grams of purple-veined divine crystals. I hope when that time comes, Senior Ling will definitely not disappoint me. Young Hall Master, please be at ease. Unless this old man is tired of living, otherwise, I definitely would not dare to fool young Hall Master in the slightest. Then this old man shall quietly wait for young Hall Master's good news. The light in the sound transmission jade disappeared. Ling Yun raised his head, quietly smiled, and muttered softly to himself. The characteristic of that girl's profound aura is exactly the same as the records of the 9 profound, exquisite body in the secret tome. I did not expect that such a divine body would be born in this trivial land. Heaven is basically on my side. Today was the 10th day of the ranking tournament. It was early morning, and the sky had not yet completely brightened. The 5th to 8th place ranking matches were already underway on the Sword Discourse Arena, although the ones participating in those matches were the losers of yesterday's quarterfinals. Ling Feiyu, Shui Wuxuang, Xiao Qinyue, and Fen Juebi. Entering the quarterfinals had already made them completely worthy of being the younger generation's peak talents. Even though Xiao Qinyue had been cut 33 times by Xia Qinyue, they were all shallow injuries. At that time, his meridians had merely been frozen over, so he was completely fine today. As for Fen Juebi, because of his self-destruction blood essence and the heavy injuries he suffered after mounting a sneak attack on Yun Qi, he did not participate in today's fight over 5th to 8th place. Also, even if he were to be unscathed, he was basically not the other three's match. Whether or not he participated did not have the slightest influence towards the end result, but it did at least preserve the last traces of face he possessed. Due to Fen Juebi's absence, the original 4 matches became 3. In the first match, Shui Wuxuang defeated Xiao Qinyue. In the second match, Shui Wuxuang defeated Ling Feiyu with difficulty. In the third match, Ling Feiyu defeated Xiao Quanglei, and thus, Shui Wushuang's individual ranking was 5th place, Ling Feiyu's individual ranking was 6th, Xiao Quanglei's individual ranking was 7th, and Fen Juebi's individual ranking was 8th. It was the first time that Xiao sect and the Burning Heaven clan's power rankings had been decided this early. Xiao sect placed 4th, and Burning Heaven clan placed 5th, making it the first time they fell out of the top 4 in several hundred years. The primary cause was Yun Qi, the ultimate dark horse's birth into the world. The white clouds in the sky lightly floated. The matches deciding 5th to 8th place had finally come to a close, and it was only 9 in the morning. The morning sunlight was somewhat lacking in power, but the mood of the audience around the Sword Discourse Arena was at an even greater high because the ranking tournament semi-finals was finally getting closer. Before the ranking tournament had gone underway, there were already many who had long predicted the final placings. The name Ling Yun had long since shook the country, and it was universally accepted that first place was his. There were numerous different versions of guesses taking place, but they all still simply fastened around a few individuals. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Shui Wushuang and Wu Zuxin, Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Feiyu, Burning Heaven clan's Fen Jin, Xiao sect's Xiao Quanglei, but out of the 4 who had entered the top 4, aside from Ling Yun, the other 3 had not been anticipated, nor were any of them core disciples of sects that they had heard of, so much that there weren't even a few who knew their names. Even Ling Jai only had the title of Heavenly Sword Villa Master's son. No one expected that he possessed enough strength to make Ling Feiyu surrender and not fight. After all, he was way too young. Everyone thought that the reason why he came to participate was merely to gain experience. What was even more shocking was that, excluding Ling Yun, the oldest of the other 3 was only 17 years old. In all of ranking tournament history, this was the unprecedented of firsts. In the second match of the semi-finals, the conclusion of the match between Ling Yun and Xia Qinyue had already been decided in everyone's eyes. Even if Xia Qinyue was even more talented of a genius, it was still impossible for her to bring about a second conclusion. As a result, what the crowd paid close attention to was the first match of exchanges between Yun Qi and Ling Jai. One had shot into the top 4 with profound strength at the true profound realm, and the other was a 16-year-old who had shot into the top 4. No matter which one became the victory, any one of them would bring about an incomparably shocking precedent. It was not exaggerated in the least if one were to say that the 2 were super geniuses that were rarely seen even once in several hundred years. After seeing Yun Qi's battle with Fen Juebi yesterday, no one dared to easily decide that he would lose to Ling Jai. In his match with Fen Juebi, even though it was the first time he had revealed his terrifying true strength, it appeared as if it was still not his full strength. As for Ling Jai, to have made Ling Feiyu immediately surrender was proof that he had never even exhibited his true strength at all. This historical showdown was undoubtedly going to be a match brimming with suspense. A duel between the lowest profound strength in all of ranking tournament history and the youngest participant of all time. Yun Qi had long since stood on top of the Sword Discourse Arena. Soon after, Ling Jai slowly made his way up as well. Standing 60 meters away from Yun Qi, he greeted him with a cheeky smile. He. Boss, good morning. Ling Jai's voice was not at all loud, but it was loud enough to be heard by Ling Wugu. Just as he was about to announce the names of the 2 parties and their affiliation, he suddenly heard the way Ling Jai addressed Yun Qi. Both his legs went limp and he nearly kneeled on the floor. Oh, you actually knew that you ought to call me boss. I thought that you wouldn't acknowledge your debt. Yun Qi put both his hands on his chest as he smiled with glee. Ling Jai stuck his nose up and said with great enthusiasm, I, Ling Jai, am a true man. Every word I say carries an enormous amount of weight, so there's no way I would go back on a deal. Only cowards would go back on their word. Really? Yun Qi looked at him with great contempt. I've lived in the villa for more than 10 days, but you, the little brother, actually had never come to visit me once. You're not really good at being a little brother, are you? Ling Jai opened his eyes wide as his voice also became lower. He whispered in a low voice, I actually wanted to go, but Big Bro said that it wouldn't look good. It's really not my fault. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he quickly changed topics as he lifted his head. But boss, you indeed did not disappoint me. When those people were all jeering at you before, I knew that you would definitely make them regret it. As expected, it was not outside of my expectations. How could someone who would make me have no choice but to surrender and become a little brother be any ordinary person. But I never expected that boss would actually storm into the semifinals and even be up against me. Ho 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 ho, this is a super great opportunity. Opportunity? Yeah. Ling Jai drew back the corners of his mouth as he laughed. Even though I wouldn't renege on a debt and call you boss, I am still a little unsatisfied. After all, you only received 3 of my strikes that time and didn't even defeat me. To be boss, you ought to be stronger than the little brother, right? And so? Yun-Chi fingered his chin and began to faintly smile. Ling Jai held out his hand and swiped his spatial ring, bringing out a sword case sculpted entirely in white jade. That's right. It was a white jade sword case, and was the earth-profound weapon he had always been using in every one of his previous matches. As his hand stroked the bright and clean sword case, Ling Jai's smiling expression began to have a difficult-to-look-at sharp edge. Even if I enter tomorrow's match, there's absolutely no way that I would beat Big Bro, so I'll use all my power this match, and let everyone in the world remember my, Ling Jai's charm. To make me, Ling Jai, perfectly willing to be your little brother, you must completely defeat me while I'm using my full strength on this Sword Discourse Arena. If you defeat me, you'll be my boss. If you lose, I'll consider letting you be my little brother. Okay. Yun-Chi immediately nodded. His expression also became focused and serious. If I can't even defeat you, I obviously do not have the qualifications to be your boss. Since that is the case, bring out your sword. I'll let you see true strength. Ling Jai's hands softly stroked once, and the white jade sword case opened. Along with a flickering orange-colored radiance, an entirely golden-orange thin sword that was approximately 5 foot and 5 inches flew into Ling Jai's hands. Duong. Once the orange sword met the ground, it suddenly released a lingering sword cry, and its sword force also quietly filled the air. The sword force was not fierce, nor was it aggressive, but it brought along an incomparably piercing strength. It completely covered the entire Sword Discourse Arena within 2 breaths of time. Even those who sat on the very edges of the Sword Discourse Arena all sensed a calm sword force quietly envelop them. It mysteriously drew the attentions of their hearts and gazes, and they could not help but centralize their focus onto the body of the orange-colored sword. If one were to carefully examine the sword, they would discover that a small width of space around the orange sword was slowly distorting. What kind of sword force is this? I've never heard of this before. Wait. Orange-colored sword, could it be? Celestial Yang Sword. Right, it really is indeed the Celestial Yang Sword, one of Heavenly Sword Villa's sky-profound divine swords. It's been said that Ling Yun subdued the Celestial Yuan Sword at the age of 17. He is only 16, yet had actually subdued the Celestial Yang Sword. Heavenly Sword Villa does indeed produce geniuses after geniuses. Ling Yun is already an absolutely stunning genius, but I didn't expect that Ling Jai was an even better one. For Ling Yuefeng to have 2 sons like that is enough for him to live a comfortable life. In this battle, it looks like it is simply impossible for Yun-Chi to be victorious against Ling Jai, who has mastered the Celestial Yang Sword. Yun-Chi had never heard of the Celestial Yang Sword. However, once the Celestial Yang Sword was revealed, Yun-Chi sensed its abnormal, shocking sword force. The surroundings that filled with the sounds of numerous discussions, which contained deep surprise, also allowed him to clearly understand that this sword was by no means ordinary. This sword was undoubtedly a world-shaking sky-profound sword. For the first time in this year's ranking tournament, a sky-profound weapon had finally appeared. With the Celestial Yang Sword in hand, the atmosphere around Ling Jai's entire person had suddenly changed. His entire person had become a sword as a dignified sword aura moved along his entire body. His eyes were no longer filled with any speck of laughter and carelessness. Instead, it emitted a sharp sword's piercing cold light. Yun-Chi took half a step back. As he waved his hand, a thick overlord's colossal sword without a sharp tip suddenly fell from the sky. It landed in front of him with a boom as half of its body deeply submerged into the ground. Yun-Chi grabbed the sword hilt with both hands. With a slight force, the overlord's colossal sword whistled amidst the crushed stone that swirled in the air as its sword force directly lunged at Ling Jai with a mountain's massively overbearing momentum. However, the overlord's colossal sword was still merely an earth-profound weapon, and was an entire realm's level inferior to that of the Celestial Yang Sword. Its absolutely overbearing aura did not really stifle much of the Celestial Yang Sword's grandeur. Instead, it was split apart by the Celestial Yang Sword's calm sword energy. The difference between a sky-profound weapon and an earth-profound weapon was like the difference between fine steel and straw. In terms of weapons, Xianxia was at an absolute disadvantage. However, his imposing manner did not weaken in the slightest. With a wave of his heavy sword, the wind screeched with a deafening howl. Come! First match of the semi-finals. Blue Wind Imperial Families Xianxia versus Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun. Match start. Not only did Xia immediately reveal the Celestial Yang sword, his aura also does not have the least bit of complacence. It looks like he really values this battle with Xianxia. Ling Yun slowly said as he looked at the two people on the Sword Discourse Arena. "Amen," Ling Yun nodded. After all, Xianxia is the only person little Xia truly submitted to in this world aside from me. Half a year ago, Xianxia had forcibly blocked 3 of little Xia's strikes with a profound strength at the 3rd level of the true profound realm. He impressed him so much that he continuously talked about it for a long time. At that time, Xianxia's overall strength was several miles away from little Xia. In this half a year, little Xia's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, so if he were to be defeated by Xianxia this time, he probably would sincerely and completely submit to him, perhaps to an even greater extent than his submissiveness towards me. Ling Yun's words caused Ling Yun's brows to twitch. After he pondered in silence for a while, he suddenly said, "If it's like that, then we definitely cannot let Xianxia win. Yuner, if Xia is by any chance at a disadvantage, help him with the Celestial Yuan sword." Ling Yun's words startled Ling Yun for a bit. Then, as if he understood something, he nodded his head lightly. "I understand." RIIIPP, space was split apart by the incomparably deafening sound. As the sword energy of the Celestial Yang sword in Ling Yun's hands swept across the air, it cleaved the air, and even the hard surface of the Sword Discourse Arena was directly cut open like tofu. 300 meters away, a sharp, imposing force came at the entire audience, infiltrated to the bottom of their hearts, and sent a chill down almost everyone's back. It was as if that extremely cold orange sword light and sword intent was pressed against their backs. Once Ling Yun took action, it was indeed with full strength. Facing the sword energy that was sweeping towards him, Xianxia used both hands to sweep his sword. When he activated the fundamental stage of Prison God Sirius Tome, the profound energy in his entire body exploded. Along with a low and deep exploding sound, Overlord's colossal sword welcomed the Celestial Yang sword's sword energy with a strike of its own. Boom! The sharp and tyrannical forces loudly came together with a loud bang. A frightening windstorm of profound energy disclosed without restraint. The profound energy barrier suddenly trembled. Like spiderwebs, cracks instantly rushed out on the arena's stone floor below feet of the two opposing members. The faint orange-colored sword energy was unceasingly destroying, creating cracks, as the heavy sword's powerful windstorm also quickly tore the ground. Throughout the frenzied intermingling of the forces, the two people's gazes struck the other. One was as peerlessly sharp as the edge of a sword, while the other had a mountain's majesty and tranquility. Once their strikes collided, both their hearts were simultaneously shocked. The audience at edges of the Sword Discourse Arena were even more inexplicably horrified as they widened their eyes one after the other. So strong. Even from this far away, I could feel that terrifying sword energy, a sect disciple who placed in the top 100 exclaimed with a trembling voice. I also felt it. Ling Yun's actually this strong. In the previous matches, he basically had never gone all out. No, he didn't even use half his strength. If this strike was aimed at me, I simply would not be capable of resisting in the slightest. Is he really only at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm? As expected, people from Heavenly Sword Villa are all monsters. But this kind of strike, Xianxia actually received it. With the sword force and sword intent released by Ling Yun with all his strength, as well as the Celestial Yang sword's sky profound might, the magnificence of this one strike transcended everything that happened in yesterday's quarterfinals. Not only was it those young, profound practitioners, even the elders watching this scene were dramatically moved. Not only has he subdued the Celestial Yang sword, he even released at least 60% of the Celestial Yang sword's power. A deep tremor was visibly heard in Xiao Juishan's voice. This one's future accomplishments would definitely far surpass Ling Yun's. Xiao Juishan's gaze spun towards Xianxia. Ling Yun's strike completely stunned him, and the Xianxia, who had completely received Ling Yun's strike made by the Celestial Yang sword with only an earth-profound sword, left him at a complete loss. He did not know what words he could possibly use to evaluate him. Bang, the two forces simultaneously exploded, and the two people were also sent backwards from the impact. Ling Jai stepped off the ground with his back foot. As fast as a flitting phantom, his entire person suddenly dashed forward, and the celestial Yang sword in his hands had lost its presence, as if it had vanished into thin air. So fast? Yun-Chi was slightly shocked. Whether it was Ling Jai's movement speed or sword speed, they both far exceeded his expectations, to such an extent that even his eyes could not catch up. Yun-Chi did not attempt to catch Ling Jai's sword Mirage anymore. With a surge of profound strength, the Overlord's colossal sword was wildly swung outwards. Following the heavy sword's swinging arc, lines and lines of sword rays exploded and broke in succession. The heavy sword swept towards Ling Jai's figure, yet it could only touch a faded afterimage. At the same time, an ice-cold chill was felt from the nape of his neck. RIIIP. The orange-yellow sword energy pierced down like lightning, drawing a black scar through the air as it also sliced the remains of Yun-Chi's afterimage into two. Yun-Chi's real body reappeared 10 meters away, and he came smashing back with a counterattack. The heavy sword's berserk windstorm and Ling Jai's sword energy tightly concentrated and crashed. There were many disadvantages in choosing the heavy sword as one's main weapon of choice. The most notable disadvantage was the difficulty level in mastering it, as well as the fact that the heavy sword's excessive weight would implicate one's movement speed by a substantial amount. But Prison God's serious tome allowed Yun-Chi's mastery of the heavy sword to a close to perfect level. Even if for Dragon Fault, a sky-profound heavy sword, Yun-Chi only used a few days to completely master it. As for the heavy sword's burden on one's movement speed, the unpredictable profound movement skill, Star God's Broken Shadow, made up for that deficiency. The existence of both Prison God's Serious Tome and Star God's Broken Shadow perfectly offsetted the two major flaws of the heavy sword, and also made Yun-Chi the person most suitable to use the heavy sword. In comparison, the powerful arm strength bestowed by the Great Way of the Buddha was actually secondary, because as long as one's profound strength level was high enough, no matter how heavy it was, they could still pick up a heavy sword. However, the heavy sword mastery's difficulty level, as well as the burden of the weight itself, was not something that profound strength could interfere with by any means. And since these two major flaws were no longer there, then the power that the heavy sword released was one in which other weapons would never be able to reach. Its power was violent enough to make both ghosts and gods shiver. The heavy sword did not have a sharp tip. With its great swings and body, each strike shattered a few or even a dozen different lines of frenzied yet dazzling sword light. The profound energy barrier shook violently. The windstorm conjured by the heavy sword brought about an unceasingly long tornado in the center of the Sword Discourse Arena. The gullies and cracks beneath their feet grew aplenty. The smashed pieces of the broken arena were lifted up by the windstorm, shooting out in all directions like arrows and darts. It was not known how many times the heavy sword had been swung, and it was also not known how many orange-yellow sword lights had been smashed apart. But under Ling Jai's shocking speed, not a single corner of his clothes had been touched. It appeared as if the two were in deadlock. Even though Ling Jai appeared to be on the offense, he was actually constantly complaining in his head. In his eyes, the speed at which Yun-Chi swung his heavy sword was not that quick. The time he took to swing once was enough for him to swing a dozen or so times. But even these dozen strikes could be completely thwarted by one strike from Yun-Chi. The power from Yun-Chi's one offensive strike could only be cancelled by a dozen of his, which he could only do after rapidly retreating back a certain distance. If he had not moved away from his original spot during his counterattack, he wasn't completely certain that he could block it, even when he was wielding the celestial Yang sword. Every time he thought that he had at last seized an opening, what pierced was always Yun-Chi's afterimage, and Yun-Chi's subsequent counterattack would always make him feel that he was surrounded by danger. He definitely did not dare to directly attack Yun-Chi. If it was a head-on collision, even though he was confident that he would poke a hole through Yun-Chi if he was touched by Yun-Chi's strike, losing half his life would be considered as getting off lightly. In the past, whenever he could get close to an opponent, Ling Jai's sword was usually able to easily force his opponent into checkmate. But right now, Yun-Chi was like a demon god that could not be neared. It made Ling Jai's attacks appear uninhibited and dazzling on the surface. But the truth was that he felt extremely bound up and was startled with every single attack he made. This never-before-felt feeling made Ling Yun extremely uncomfortable, because before Yun Qi, he had never met an opponent who used the heavy sword. Clang! In the brief moment the Celestial Yang sword and the Overlord's colossal sword touched, following the Overlord's colossal sword's impact, Ling Yun leapt very far away. When he landed, the Celestial Yang sword pointed upwards in the air as a loud shout came out from Ling Yun's mouth. Heaven's Might Sword Formation! Heavenly Star Frenzy! The Celestial Yang sword flew up. During its flight, it glowed even more radiantly. Then, as if an illusion, its light quickly dispersed, scattering to make more than a dozen Celestial Yang swords that looked exactly the same. Soon after, it became several tens of copies, until it became more than 100 copies. The 100 or more Celestial Yang swords were like chaotic meteorites with different trajectories, as they flew at Yun Qi from every direction. These Celestial Yang swords were no mere illusions, because each and every sword carried an incomparably sharp sword aura. This kind of outrageously bizarre sword formation made many young, profound practitioners pale on the spot. Yun Qi's brows slightly creased, yet he did not show any signs of fear. His heavy sword swept upwards as the profound energy in his entire body wildly erupted above, falling moon-sinking star. The pitch-black heavy sword conjured a giant black moon. Just like a bottomless black hole, the frenzied meteor engulfed everything in its path. Bang, 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 bang. Under the violent storm's force, the lines and lines of sword silhouette containing a sky-profound sword's power were like fragile icicles as they easily shattered one after the other. After their diffusion, they were smashed once again by the storm's force, and then turned into powdery particles. But in the blink of an eye, before the mighty and terrifying frenzied sword formation had even touched a single hair on Yun Qi's head, they had all been torn to shreds. In less than 2 breaths of time, every sword silhouette had completely disappeared, only leaving the Celestial Yang sword that blasted off back into Ling Yun's hands. At Ling Yun's brow suddenly sank as his face filled with surprise. Heavenly Star Frenzy had actually been broken that easily, because that is a heavy sword. Ling Kun, who had practically never spoken during these past 10 or so days, suddenly started to talk. His hawk-like eyes silently fixated at Yun Qi as he indifferently said, "He has completely brought out the heavy sword's might. As for the heavy sword's disadvantages on his body, they have been suppressed to their limits. This one's master is definitely an incomparably extraordinary being. Heaven's Might Sword Formation possesses a power that can smite the heavens, and there is no man who does not fear it. In this world, the only thing that can restrain Heaven's Might Sword Formation to such an extent is the heavy sword." The surrounding audience had already become stupefied, after seeing such a frightening sword formation get completely broken like that. Atop the Sword Discourse Arena, Ling Yun had already leapt high in the air and caught the falling Celestial Yang sword. In midair, he turned around as his sword flickered with light. His entire body seemed as if it had completely merged with the sword light as he flashed in front of Yun Qi. Heavenly Sword Villa's ultimate instantaneous sword technique, sword brilliance of extreme lightning. The Heavenly Star Frenzy that was executed just a moment ago was only half a pretense. This was Ling Yun's genuine finishing move that he had been accumulating power for. Ling Yun's instantaneous movement exceeded the scope of Yun Qi's reaction time. Sword light flashed, and the Celestial Yang sword had already arrived in front of Yun Qi in its thrust, making him completely incapable of swinging his sword in time to block it, and also did not give him enough time to activate Star God's broken shadow. In a split second, Yun Qi immediately threw away all thoughts of retreat and defense. The heavy sword in his hands did not have the slightest retracting intent that it should have. Instead, it struck forward without hesitation. RIIP. Along with a light echo, the Celestial Yang sword easily split apart Yun Qi's protective profound energy defense and pierced his left shoulder as a bloody arrow spurted outwards. Ling Yun's finishing blow was a success, so he ought to have been happy, yet his complexion suddenly changed right at this moment, because his Celestial Yang sword pierced through the protective profound energy defense, passed through flesh, penetrated into the bone, then stabbed onto an incomparable hard 10,000-year-old profound iron, and then was incapable of even advancing an inch forward. Forget about stabbing a hole through Yun Qi's body. He could not even pierce through a tiny half an inch. This was not a strike that any average Joe could randomly execute. Instead, it came from Ling Yun after completely pouring in his surging sword intent, and was a strike dealt by the Celestial Yang sword, a sky-profound weapon. Even if it was a monolith or profound metal, they could both be pierced through as easily as tofu. The shock that Ling Jai was in was no small matter. At this time, Yun Qi's heavy sword also swung towards him. Wherever the heavy sword went, a berserk air current blasted open. Ling Jai quickly used all his strength to receive the sword explosions while retreating. At the same time, he continually swung out numerous waves of sword energy and resistance. But even though he did that, he was still swept by the heavy sword's wind force. The wild force suffocated his heart as his inner organs violently quaked. Ling Jai staggered backwards as he landed and had to take several steps back before barely managing to stabilize his balance. A line of blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. At the Heavenly Sword Villa's seating area, Ling Yun creased his eyebrows greatly. Then he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Little Jai, take this?" In the midst of Ling Yun's roar, a thin sword completely suffused with a bizarre cyan light flew out from his hands. Like a shooting star, it crossed a distance of over 300 meters in a flash, without even being slightly obstructed when it passed through the profound energy barrier. It was then caught in the hands of a somewhat stupefied Ling Jai. Once the cyan sword was in hand, as if they had suddenly developed intelligence, the two swords simultaneously emitted an excited sword cry. As the orange and cyan-colored glows added to each other's beauty and radiance, they became more and more intense. What intensified along with it were two waves of sword energy that stirred and surged out, while also merging into one amidst the stirring. "This is Big Brother's Celestial Yuan sword." Ling Jai clenched the cyan sword with one hand and the orange sword with the other. The two swords at this time seemed to have let go of all their proud air, and even gave him a feeling that they were connected through blood. As he wielded both swords in his hands, Ling Jai slowly lifted his head. There wasn't the slightest hint of childness that belonged to a 16-year-old in his eyes. There was not any color of excitement, and even the sharpness from earlier had all died down. Ahem. Yun Qi's brows slightly knitted as vigilance suddenly birthed in his heart, because the Ling Jai in front of his eyes had suddenly went through a great transformation in his aura. This kind of transformation did not come from himself, but instead came from the two swords in his hands. For Heavenly Sword Villa, swords were not merely weapons, but a way of life. Three sky-profound swords that were renowned throughout the Blue Wind Empire: the Limitless Sword, the Celestial Yuan Sword, and the Celestial Yang Sword were treated by Heavenly Sword Villa as if they were existences equivalent to sacred treasures. Even though the Celestial Yuan Sword and Celestial Yang Sword were both weaker than the Limitless Sword, but these two swords were from the very beginning both meant for the same master. The strengths of the two swords complemented each other, and could display a strength rivaling that of the Limitless Sword when wielded together. It was just that in these few hundred years, nobody had been able to simultaneously subdue both the Celestial Yang Sword and the Celestial Yuan Sword. The Limitless Sword was held by Ling Yuefeng. The Celestial Yuan Sword was subdued by Ling Yun 3 years ago. The Celestial Yang Sword was subdued by Ling Jai. But now the Celestial Yuan Sword, mainly under Ling Yun's spiritual prompting, was temporarily under Ling Jai's control, allowing Ling Jai to use both the Celestial Yuan Sword and Celestial Yang Sword in his hands in the Yuan-Yang combination. With the Celestial Yuan Sword in his left hand and the Celestial Yang Sword in his right, the two swords, one cyan and one orange, were joined together in a cross in front of Ling Jai's body. The surrounding space rippled like water with waves of sword force. A cold stare filled Ling Jai's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Boss, you are even more powerful than I imagined. I finally understand why your previous foes were in such a wretched state after being defeated by a few simple sword strokes. It turns out that the heavy sword, which most people regard as trash, is actually quite fearsome. I am holding two sky-profound swords. In terms of weapons, I am holding a huge advantage. Even if I win against you, there will be no glory. However, if I do not borrow the strength of my big brother's Celestial Yuan Sword, there is no way for me to win against you." Earlier, when he pierced Yun Qi with a single sword strike, any third party viewing would have thought that he was forced to withdraw his sword quickly to avoid Yun Qi's heavy sword blow, and thus left only a small scratch that was not even painful or itchy. Only Ling Jai himself knew in his heart that it was not that he was forced to withdraw his sword, but that his Celestial Yang Sword could not even find a way to penetrate the opponent's body. He could simply not imagine how Yun Qi's body was forged to become so strong to this extent. The power of his heavy sword was incomparably shocking. However, his defensive ability was in no way inferior to his offensive ability. Weapons are a part of your overall strength. Being able to subdue a strong weapon is in itself a form of strength. You are not taking advantage of me. Even being able to dual-wield swords is harder by far than only wielding a single sword. If not performed properly, then dual-wielding might end up weaker than simply using a single sword. If you can let the full strength of both swords shine at the same time, then that is also your ability. Come, let me see the full extent of your real strength. Qinyue's words gave off a relaxed attitude from his words, but the light in his eyes were grave, because the strength currently emanating from Ling Yun was much stronger than what it was before by several folds. After combining the two sky-profound swords which had complementary strengths, the sword force emanating out was stronger by multiple times. Ling Yun slightly flicked his wrists. Just such a slight movement brought out two sharp sword forces, causing a slight tremble in the surrounding air. The Ling Yun who had released the full extent of his profound strength and sword intent was as if he was standing on the peak of a mountain that reached into the clouds, and the tip of the sword force was extraordinary enough to sweep the world. RIIP? The celestial yang sword flew from Ling Yun's hand and flowed like liquid light towards Qinyue. At the same time, Ling Yun's body became a mirage. The sword light in his hands became a fine line and then disappeared as if it was hidden in the gaps of the surrounding air. Two swords, one in the front and one behind, one left and right, pierced towards Qinyue. When they were still 30 meters away, Qinyue already felt like the tip was at his throat, and within his range of vision, he simply could not see even the shadow of the sky-profound swords. He could only feel two formless, cold sword tips that were frightening beyond compare. This time, he did not use the heavy sword's strength to repel them, because the two swords were so sharp that they had a great possibility to easily slice open the sword wave produced by his heavy sword. The Yuan-Yang combination could not be underestimated. In terms of power, it was stronger than simply the celestial Yang sword by far too much. Star God's broken shadow activated. Qinyue instantly sent out 3 clones, causing the celestial Yuan sword and celestial Yang sword to simultaneously pierce empty air. Ling Yun gave a low roar and swiftly turned his body. The celestial Yang sword instantaneously shot out 30 sword lights. It was like a falling star. The celestial Yang swords fell towards Qinyue's back. 2 sky-profound swords, one wielded by hand, another wielded by spiritual sword intent, seamlessly weaved together. Kaishishi? With only the celestial Yang sword in hand, Ling Yun's attack was completely repelled by the heavy sword. It could not even touch Qinyue's body. However, at that time, Qinyue could clearly hear the storm caused by his heavy sword being torn as if it was fine silk. The Overlord heavy sword was quickly withdrawn and shifted to defense. The tens of sword beams from the 2 swords penetrated the heavy sword's force field and then chopped down on the Overlord's colossal sword like a raging storm. Ding 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 ding. Ha! Qinyue sliced the heavy sword, and once again the strength exploding from the heavy sword caused all of the sword beams to be deflected. At the same time, he quickly retreated. His gaze turned downwards and fell upon the Overlord colossal sword. At the moment, its inky black body was densely riddled with several tens of cuts and wounds of different sizes. The small ones were merely the size of a grain, whereas the large ones were 2 inches. The power of the combination of 2 sky-profound swords was simply something an earth-profound weapon could not resist. With the combination of the 2 swords, Ling Yun had a huge advantage in the previous few exchanges. He did not give Qinyue any time to breathe. The celestial Yuan sword in his left hand, both swords crossed in front of his chest. The orange color and green color light covering the swords became extremely strong, almost dazzling. Heaven's might absolute sword, moon break. Ha! Following a loud roar from Ling Yun, 2 different colored sword beams suddenly shot out from the combination of the Yuan and Yang twin swords, transforming into a cross-shaped sword tip formed by 2 intersecting orange and cyan beams. In the majority of sects that used swords, the main principle for swords was not about how sharp the sword strike was, but how fast it was. It was the same for Heavenly Sword Villa. A fast body coupled with a fast sword beam could easily control the situation and instantaneously kill the opponent. Heaven's Might Absolute Sword comprised 7 forms. Half a year ago, Ling Yun had already mastered the Sun Pierce form. Heaven's Might Absolute Sword. Sun Pierce was Heavenly Sword Villa's most powerful sword attack, and Ling Yun's Moon Break was the fastest. Also, it was a moon break, performed with the Yuan-Yang combination. Ling Jai had already been very close to Yun Qi. Yun Qi only saw the flash of a cyan-orange beam tip, and then there were two sky-strength sword forces within 2 feet of him. Bang! The tip of moon break struck against the Overlord's colossal sword that Yun Qi swiftly put in front of himself. With a loud sound, the storm of sword force violently exploded. Following the simultaneous explosions from both the cyan sword tip and orange sword tip, in a single instant, there were countless sword beams flying out like a storm towards Yun Qi. The Overlord's colossal sword violently vibrated, and Yun Qi used his quickest speed to retreat. Raising his profound force, he activated Star God's broken shadow and then instantaneously flashed to several tens of meters in the air above, before finally breaking free of the twisting attack of Moon Break's sword beam. However, his clothes had several tens of holes, and there were many small wounds on his body. There was a horizontal slash across his forehead, and a thread of fresh blood slowly dripped out, then immediately stopped flowing. As expected of Heavenly Sword Villa, there was an alarmed cry in Yun Qi's heart. He slowly dropped down to the ground. When both his feet had touched the ground, his hands suddenly moved. Half of the Overlord colossal sword had broken off. It fell with a huge bang sound upon the ground, forming a huge pit which radiated fractures in the floor. There was absolute silence throughout the Sword Discourse Arena. Everyone's eyes were opened wide, and their throats could not force out a sound for a long time. Especially for the young, profound practitioners, they could feel a cold wind hissing through their spines, their 4 limbs, and even the gaps between their teeth. This battle had let them, with their 2 eyes, begin to truly understand what it meant to be Heavenly Sword Villa, what it meant to be Blue Wind Empire's #1 sect. That formless sword beam, the sword forms that had left the audience that were 300 meters away, cold and breathless. The boundless sword intent that should have been from an expert above the spirit profound realm, and the unimaginable fearsome sword techniques, which surpassed any expected power. Not one of these things failed to deeply destroy their previous conception of swords. Their greatness swept aside all other swords. In front of this kind of sword display, other sword forms were as dim as fireflies when compared to the light of the brightest moon. This is Heavenly Sword Villa. An elderly person sighed deeply. The sword intent in his hands is already at such a fearsome level at only the 6th level of the spirit profound realm. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it. Too frightening that Yun Qi is also frighteningly strong. To think that he could endure for so long under Ling Jai's sword assault. If I were in his place, I probably could not even last for 2 exchanges. However, his heavy sword has already been broken. Victory or defeat should already have been decided. Amen, not bad. To be able to use Moon Break with such power, this level is enough to make me pleasantly surprised. Ling Yuefeng nodded as his face relaxed by just a few degrees. To be honest, if he did not use the Yuan-Yang combination, little Jai might not be his match. Ling Yun spoke out. Ling Yuefeng assented in silence. There was no way for him to deny that. Junior brother Yun. The moment that the Overlord's colossal sword broke, Kang Yue's heart, which had been suspended with worry, just sank in seemingly one shot. The Overlord's colossal sword had been Yun Qi's weapon in what seemed like an eternity, almost like one of Yun Qi's arms. Now that the Overlord's colossal sword had broken, there would be no possibility for Yun Qi to oppose Ling Jai. She put her hand on her chest and softly said, "It's all right, junior brother Yun. You are already very outstanding. I will give you the glory. The Blue Wind Imperial family will also give you the glory. To be able to enter the top 4, he has already exceeded my expectations by countless times. For the Blue Wind Profound Palace to have such a disciple is a fortune that only comes once every 100 years. Princess Kang Yue, this person that you brought back from New Moon City will certainly become a throne that will impact the whole world." Qin Wusheng nevertheless laughed in an exceptionally calm manner. For Yun Qi to have made it this far, he was already just too satisfied. "Yeah, brother-in-law is already very outstanding. The opponent is from Heavenly Sword Villa. A loss is a loss. Brother-in-law entered the top 4, that's enough to be proud for a long time." Xia Yuanba gripped his fists and said with a bit of effort as his voice still tinged with regret. He naturally did not hope to see Yun Qi lose, but wished that he could yet take another step and reach an even higher level. To let all those who ridiculed him and chased him away, to let all of them only be able to look up to him. As the Overlord's colossal sword broke, Ling Jai was also stunned. He did not immediately follow up on an attack, but put down the twin swords and said in a voice full of regret, I'm sorry, it was not on purpose. How about, after the competition I will pay you back a sword. The sword management terrace also has many good heavy swords. Looking at the broken overlord's colossal sword, Yun-Chi was momentarily dispirited. Upon hearing Ling Jai's words, he shook his head and said, "There is no need. You also have no need to apologize to me. It was my momentary carelessness that could not protect it." Yun-Chi went forward and retrieved the broken half of the sword body and softly said, "My old friend, you have accompanied me throughout my growing phase, accompanied me through a long period of hard-fought battles. It is indeed time for you to have your well-deserved rest. Be assured that I will not let your fracture be in vain. This battle, I will smoothly win it for you to see." As he said this, the broken half of the sword body was already kept by Yun-Chi within the sky poison pearl. As he was preparing to also store the other broken half that was in his hands, there was suddenly a strong reaction from his hand. From the broken half of the sword glowed a faint and thin layer of serene black light. Yun-Chi was momentarily stunned. A majority of sky-profound swords had a low-level spiritual conscious, but earth-profound swords fundamentally could not have any spiritual conscious. And yet the current appearance of the Overlord Colossal Sword clearly showed the reaction of the sword's spiritual conscious. Even though the Overlord's Colossal Sword was an earth-profound sword, it was different from other earth-profound swords because it was a sword used by an Overlord. In years past, the Overlord held it and battled over 5,000 kilometers, sweeping through thousands of troops countless times. Who knows how many enemies it had destroyed, how much fresh blood it had drunk. Under the countless times of being tainted by killing intent, maliciousness, domineering aura, heroism, and the scent of blood within the battlefield, it gradually gained a spiritual consciousness bit by bit. It was the sword of an overlord, a king who swept 10,000 troops on the battlefield. How could it accept defeat and destruction? Feeling the vibration coming from the overlord's colossal sword, Yun-Chi's expression changed from alarm to calmness and began to grin accordingly. "Good, I understand now. You are a protecting sword, but even more so, you are an overlord's sword. There is only death and never escape. Even if the sword breaks, it is not willing to retreat." Yun-Chi hoisted the half of the overlord's colossal sword in his hands and pointed the broken sword blade towards Ling Jai. "This battle, I will finish it together with you. The revenge of being broken, you will obtain it yourself." Ling Jai stared at Yun-Chi's stance, and the Yuan-Yang dual swords which he had initially placed down was once again held horizontally in front of his chest. "As expected of the person who subdued me. That's the spirit you're supposed to have. Even if you lose, you will have to fight until the very end. All right, I will give you, my future little brother, the most respectable defeat." "Heh!" The corner of Yun-Chi's lips slightly curved up, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. "Little friend, you seem to have completely misunderstood something. The reason why I raise this half-destroyed heavy sword is not to receive a respectable defeat, but to defeat you." "Defeat me? Are you sure?" Ling Jai's staring eyes widened even more. Yun-Chi calmly said, "To be honest, during our exchanges earlier, I did not use all of my strength. As a habit, when there isn't a need, I will always keep some of my strength in reserve, especially when I'm under everyone's attention. Because my countless experiences have told me that every bit of power you reveal in front of people, it's equal to exposing another trump card and exposing oneself to another bit of danger. But not only were you able to slightly injure me, you even slashed apart my heavy sword. This was seriously out of my expectations, and you indeed possess the qualifications for me to treat you seriously. With this half-destroyed heavy sword in my hand, I will allow you to personally witness what a heavy sword really is." Yun-Chi said those words calmly and lightly, however. Those words greatly stimulated Ling Jai's self-esteem, causing him to be extremely unsatisfied, and at the same time, furious to a certain extent. He growled, "Fine, then let me witness your full strength. If you're able to use that half-destroyed heavy sword to beat me, forget about calling you boss. I'm fine if you want me to call you father." Although they were separated by about 300 meters with Ling Yuefeng's hearing ability, when Ling Jai uttered those rash and wrong words, Ling Yuefeng's face cramped. "Forget about calling me father. If people were to find out that I have such a big son, how am I going to pick up girls in the future? Prepare yourself to take this blow of mine." Ling Jai was about to speak, however. Before he could voice anything out, he immediately swallowed them back. His eyebrows tightened out of deep surprise. Wielding the half-destroyed heavy sword in his hand, Yun Qi's prison god Sirius tome began to channel without restraints. In an instant, his connection with the heavy sword had already reached the realm of perfection. His aura and the broken Overlord's colossal sword were completely fused together. The Overlord colossal sword was no longer just a piece of weapon in his hands, but turned into a part of his body. The feeling of the complete fusion of their auras was extremely mysterious, and to be able to reach this step was definitely harder than stepping into heavens itself. After Ling Jai subdued Celestial Yang Sword, his final wish was to completely subdue Celestial Yang Sword and fuse with its aura. Although his talent was extremely good, he knew that it would take him at least years, or even dozens of years to reach his ideal. And if it was someone else, it would be impossible for an extremely large number of them to succeed. When Yun Qi was wielding the heavy sword earlier, it felt extremely imposing and majestic, as though it was an unmovable mountain. But currently, Ling Jai could no longer feel the aura of the heavy sword. In his eyes, even though the half-destroyed sword was evidently in Yun Qi's hands, his senses told him that the heavy sword no longer existed, and had already completely assimilated into Yun Qi's power and soul seamlessly and flawlessly. This was Yun Qi's biggest gain from hunting countless thousands of strong, profound beasts within the endless plains in the Dragon God's trial. This sort of feeling was exactly the perfect realm Ling Jai was prepared to chase after his entire life. Yet currently it was completely and flawlessly revealed before his eyes, causing his soul to violently stir. "Take this!" This time, Yun Qi took the initiative to attack. He made a low jump, waved the half-destroyed heavy sword in his two hands, and directed an extremely normal leap-slash towards Ling Jai. Ling Jai had faced Yun Qi's heavy sword smash several times. However, this time, the moment the heavy sword was raised, he felt he was completely suffocated, and the moment Yun Qi leaped upwards, it was as though he was looking at an unsurmountable mountain crashing down onto him from the skies. Even though it was a heavy sword with only half of its blade left, the strength and might of this strike had surpassed every previous single strike. Boom! Although the heavy sword was broken, due to its complete form being overly gigantic, its half-broken state was still 150 centimeters in length, which was basically the same length as the Yuan-Yang dual swords in Ling Jai's hands. Ling Jai's figure blurred, avoiding the strike far away like the breeze. Yun Qi's strike fell through the empty air, and the half-destroyed heavy sword fiercely smashed onto the ground, bringing about an earth-shattering boom. In an instant, shattered rocks wildly flew, sand and dust filled the air, and a large crater numerous meters deep appeared beneath Yun Qi's feet. The might of this one strike caused Ling Jai and everyone around the Sword Discourse Arena to forcefully take in a cold breath. Flowing light slash! Ling Jai took a deep breath. The Yuan-Yang dual swords circling his body danced quickly in the air, bringing about numbers of sword silhouettes filled with sword intent capable of willfully tearing apart air and space. Facing the attack of two powerful sky-profound swords, Yun Qi's expression was mysteriously calm. Without even looking at the two sky-profound swords, he locked onto Ling Jai's position, and waves after waves of the half-destroyed Overlord's colossal sword were sent towards him. Boom, 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 boom. With every swing of Yun Qi's sword, a deep crater would always form on the ground, accompanied by the ear-trembling booms and the shattered rocks and dust filling the air. It could be imagined how much near-catastrophic strength was hidden in every single strike. The ear-trembling and heart-shaking booms were as though a giant was currently walking towards them from afar. Even the incomparably firm, profound barrier trembled severely with every single swing of Yun Qi's heavy sword. When Yun Qi dealt his first strike, everyone was already shocked. With his every single strike, it was as though a sound of thunder was roaring in their ear and hearts. When his Overlord's colossal sword was slashed apart, nearly everyone believed the competition was over. However, with a half-destroyed heavy sword, he swung strikes after strikes which contained shocking strength. The might of these strikes had even surpassed the strikes he dealt when was wielding the complete heavy sword earlier. Earlier, Ling Jai was still able to slice apart the blasts of wind caused by the heavy sword with his Yuan-Yang dual swords. However, the heavy sword's strength, which had suddenly increased by several times, easily blew away the Yuan-Yang dual swords, which were filled with sword intent time and time again. Forget about slicing them, the two swords could not even approach them. Even when he captured a weak point with his extremely high-level profound movement skill and fast sword speed, Yun Qi basically would not care about the Yuan-Yang dual swords which had already approached close to his body. He would simply produce a single smash, which would cause a terrifying blast of wind that completely covered a radius of several meters, forcing Ling Jai to have no choice but to retract his swords and dodge far away. RIIIP boom. RIIIP boom. The mix of ear-piercing, tearing sounds and ear-shattering booms fiercely smashed into everyone's eardrums and souls. In their exchanges, the two of them had moved a distance of numerous tens of steps, but beneath them, more than 100 overlapping craters were created. The rows of cracks were even more packed, and there were so many of them that it was basically impossible to count their numbers. The entire center of the Sword Discourse Arena was destroyed, with no resemblance of its original state. Sand, dust, and shattered rocks rose high in the air. Reaching a height of dozens of meters, it completely submerged the two figures within. Only their moving shadows and their speeding cyan and orange sword beams, which looked as though they were the blazing light of shooting stars, could be faintly seen. Is this real? Yun Qi's heavy sword was evidently broken by those two sky-profound swords. But why did its might suddenly increase by so much when it's only at a half-broken state? Unless, could it be that Yun Qi did not use his full strength at all earlier, or maybe he did not even bring out half of his true abilities? 10th level of the true profound realm, oh my god, is this a genius or a monster? Boom. Yun Qi smashed his sword onto the ground. Even though Ling Jai dodged it with an incomparable speed, he was still sent flying backwards by the wave created. Before landing onto the ground, a cold light flashed in Ling Jai's eyes. The Yuan-Yang dual swords intersected before his chest as the cyan and orange glows became incomparably dense. Heaven's might absolute sword moon break. This was the attack Ling Jai used to slash apart the Overlord's colossal sword earlier. No matter its speed or might, they were both extremely terrifying. However, Yun Qi had suffered a big loss due to this strike of his, so how could he fall in the exact same place twice? When the sword silhouettes of the Yuan-Yang dual swords flashed, Yun Qi's vision had already condensed onto them. With his heightened mental concentration, the speed of the two lightning-fast sword beams were no longer that terrifying, as a clear trajectory of their slashes were perceived. Don't think that only light swords can create sword beams. A heavy sword can do the same as well. Facing this terrifying attack, which was even able to slash apart the Overlord's colossal sword, with sufficient time to prepare this time, Yun Qi, who could completely dodge the attack with his star god's broken shadow, did not choose to avoid it. Rather, he lifted his half-broken Overlord's colossal sword as a layer of dim black profound glow suddenly enveloped the heavy sword's blade. Who? Yun Qi roared loudly, and he slashed down his heavy sword ruthlessly at the moon-break sword beams flying towards him. Immediately after, a whistling that was close to tearing a person's eardrums sounded, and a gigantic deep black sword beam was explosively shot out under everyone's contracted pupils, crashing against the cyan and orange sword beams. What? Ling Yuefeng immediately stood up, exclaiming uncontrollably. If we were to describe Ling Jai's cyan and orange sword beams as two crescent moons, then the sword beam that came from Yun Qi was a gigantic deep black full moon. Boom, the three sword beams clashed in mid-air. The might of the three swords exploded at the same time, and they crashed against, interweaved, and engulfed one another, producing a fantasy like a colorful mix of light. Within the light, countless of sword intent wildly poured out. But when these sword intents clashed against the deep black full moon, they would shatter completely and disappear without a trace in a blink of an eye. Gradually, the cyan and orange colors decreased within the light, and in the end they completely disappeared, leaving a deep black full moon, which was not even depleted by a half, that fiercely flew straight towards Ling Jai. Ling Jai moved a large distance away, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth while being incomparably fatigued. Before he could even steady himself, an earth-shaking boom sounded behind him. With a twisted expression, he looked at Yun Qi and simply dazed there for a moment. Heaven's might absolute sword, Moonbreak, was actually destroyed by Yun Qi in a direct confrontation, and the weapon he used to do it was a destroyed heavy sword with half of its blade slashed apart. So strong, Ling Jai unconsciously chanted softly. Only then did he completely understand that the words did not use my entire strength. Yun Qi said earlier were not a tough act on his part. Facing the current Yun Qi, he felt as though he was unable to breathe. In that short of moment of silence, other than the whistle of the gentle wind, only Ling Jai's heavy panting could be heard. After a good while, his breath and emotions had finally calmed down. After standing straight up and looking straight at Xianxia in the eye, suddenly, with a tap of his feet, his entire body shot upwards, jumping straight up to the height of 30-odd meters. Xianxia's sudden outburst of strength shocked every single person, including Ling Yun. His evaluation on Xianxia rose time and time again, however. Xianxia would time and time again prove to Ling Yun that he had still been underestimating him by far too much. When Xianxia unleashed that unbelievable heavy sword beam, which completely extinguished the moon-break sword beams, he understood that it was already impossible for Ling Jai to win in this battle. He's going to use that move now. Ling Yun raised his head. Looking at little Jai, who leaped high into the skies, he softly said, "This might be his last hope." Ling Yun lightly sighed. "I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that Xianxia could actually unleash the might of a heavy sword to such an extent. I'm completely unable to see through the depths of this young man. Just who was the person who actually brought up such a peerless monster?" Xianxia raised his head and looked towards Ling Jai in the high skies, as Ling Jai's cautious voice sounded in his ears. "Boss, this move, you have to definitely block it. Because if you're unable to do so, you might really die from it. I believe you have the ability to block it. If you succeed in blocking this strike of mine, I will become your little brother willingly, and I will definitely not regret it." As he said that, the Celestial Yuan and Celestial Yang swords had already flew out of Ling Jai's hands, with each sword floating on his left and right. On the sword's blades, an incomparably strong glowing light beam was being emitted. This was a form of sword beam that broke through limits and common sense. As the sword beam expanded, the glows became even more piercing to the eye. From afar, it looked as though there were two more suns, one cyan and one orange, in the sky. An extremely sharp sword intent covered the sky and the earth, faintly painting a gigantic sword formation, and Xianxia's current position was the center of this particular formation. Xianxia's raised head lowered. His two hands slowly gripped onto the broken Overlord's colossal sword as prepared himself to unleash Fallen Moon Sinking Star. But at this moment, the Overlord's colossal sword suddenly shook, and a black glow faintly flashed. And at the same time, from an unknown origin, a few segments of a soul were suddenly added into Xianxia's mind. These segments recorded the majesty of a war hero, an overlord who shook the era he lived in. Within thousands and thousands of troops and horses, with just a swing of his sword, it brought about a catastrophical airwave, and countless hundreds of ferocious enemies were blown apart by that one strike, turning into the many corpses on the battlefield. His every swing were as though they were capable of shaking the sky and earth. The enemy troops were vast and mighty, and their numbers looked endless from one's eyes, yet not a single person was able to get within 30 meters from him. Within the large army of enemy troops, his tyrannical brandishes with his heavy sword were unstoppable, and the weapon he wielded was exactly the Overlord's colossal sword in Xianxia's hands. These segments of the soul were the sparse images that the tiny spiritual conscience of Overlord's colossal sword had recorded. It was also the glory it would never forget as an Overlord's sword. The power of Fallen Moon Sinking Star dispersed. Xianxia closed his eyes. Following the Overlord's stance within the soul fragment, he raised the half-destroyed Overlord's colossal sword, and an incomparably tyrannical sword force slowly gathered onto the heavy sword. "Old partner, thank you for bestowing me such a treasured gift at the end. This strike shall be named Overlord's Fury." "Heaven's might absolute sword, final form, radiant sky," Ling Jai shouted out loud. The cyan and orange light beams suddenly exploded at the same time in midair, emitting sword beams that covered the skies and shielded the day. The brightness and power of the sword beams nearly outshone the shine of the sun in the sky. Within the terrifying sword beams, the two sky-profound swords released countless spiraling sword intent, which finally formed a gigantic cyan and orange sword of about 30 meters in length, and it began to descend from the skies. Bang! The entire profound barrier broke under the pressure of the sword force that was as majestic as a tsunami. Several cracks formed and spread wildly atop the Sword Discourse Arena, and the longest crack that formed spread all the way to the borders of the stage. Xianxia stood at center of the Sword Discourse Arena, where the ground was starting to sink quickly. Such a formation had made several disciples gather their profound strength for defense out of fear. Just the sword stance of Ling Jai's one move was already so frightening. Its power was simply unimaginable. However, Yun Qi, who was standing at the center, had stood through all of this as he showed no signs of wanting to tear apart his stance. His expression was also indifferent, showing no signs of fear or solemnity. Obviously, he wanted to face this attack head-on. Ling Yuefeng stood up and looked at Yun Qi's stance while muttering to himself. If you are able to receive this attack, forget about Jir. Even I would admire you. Looking at Yun Qi, who showed no intention to avoid his attack, Ling Jai's eyes also gave off a strong glint. He gathered all his profound strength, sword intent, and even all of his determination for this attack. This resulted in the biggest radiant sky sword he had ever created in his life, even though he had always wanted to defeat his big brother Ling Yun. He had never gone as all out as today before. If you can't receive it, I win. If you do receive it, you acquire the right to have me, Ling Jai, as your little brother. The radiant sky sword struck down like a flaming star falling. Under the strong pressure, Yun Qi's hair and clothes were stuck down onto his skin, but his body had not moved at all. Although his feet sunk deep into the ground, it was as if he was nailed to the ground and did not shift at all. The half a segment of colossal sword in his hands gave of an overbearing aura. The aura not only did not shrink under the pressure, but instead grew even more intensively. As the radiant sky sword approached, from the time it fell for less than a breath of time, the center of the Sword Discourse Arena had already sunk by at least 1 foot. On the surface of the stage, countless new cracks had appeared. Half of Yun Qi's body had already been forced below the ground, and his clothes had been cut into countless strips by the blinding sword aura. 30 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Overlord's fury! Just when the gigantic radiant sky sword's point was no less than a meter from the top of his head, the previously silent Yun Qi seemed like an angry dragon that had suddenly awakened, as all of his profound strength exploded in an instant. In his cry, the half a segment of Overlord's colossal sword that was surrounded with hostility swung to match the falling radiant sky sword without any fear. The overbearing howl of the sword was like the roar of an arrogant dark devil. Less than a meter above Yun Qi's head, the Overlord's colossal sword violently crashed into the sharp end of the radiant sky sword above it. Boom! A loud noise that seemed as though a thunderbolt had struck earth rang throughout the Sword Discourse Arena. It even rang through half the Heavenly Sword Villa. At that time, it caused everyone's heart to tremor. During the noise, 2 energies that seemed like volcanoes erupting exploded at the same time. The energy seemed to be dispelled frantically during the impact, and a scary storm brew within the Sword Discourse Arena. The storm blew from the center of the stage to where the corners where the audience sat. An extremely strong, profound radiance shone on the bodies of Yun Qi and Ling Jai, which even completely overshadowed the radiant sky sword. Looking from afar, it was as though a ball of fire had exploded on the ground. Within this fire, there were numerous cyan and orange lights which looked like dragons that flew about. The entire Sword Discourse Arena started to tremble, and the wide cracks started to spread. The longest one had split the entire Sword Discourse Arena into 2 halves. Other than Yun Qi, Ling Wugu was the nearest to the falling point of the radiant sky sword. With his strength in the late stages if the sky profound realm, such an energy would definitely not injure him. However, he was not careless and did not bother to fix the profound barrier. Instead, he jumped far away and with a slight roar, and released his profound energy to block of all the sword aura coming his way. At the same time, several other places in the Sword Discourse Arena also had a relatively strong Heavenly Sword Villa disciple to seal up the sword aura, and prevented those around with lower profound strengths to get hurt. The power of the Radiant Sky Sword far exceeded what Yun Qi had expected. However, the prowess of the attack Yun Qi executed swinging out his half a segment of colossal sword shocked Ling Jai. The Radiant Sky Sword that was filled with Ling Jai's strength and sword intent was stopped in midair when it collided with the Overlord's colossal sword. The 2 energies exploded, and the gigantic Radiant Sky Sword could fall no further. More than 10 breaths later, a tiny crack appeared on the tip of the Radiant Sky Sword, and it soon spread throughout the sword until it reached the hilt BOOM. Another loud sound came, which scattered a few clouds in the sky. This time, it was the sound of the Radiant Sky Sword shattering from its center. The Yuan-Yang dual swords broke the Overlord's colossal sword. However, the broken Overlord's colossal sword, in a more ruthless fashion, shattered the Radiant Sky Sword that was formed by the Yuan-Yang dual swords. There was the rage of the Overlord and his revenge. It was the pride and arrogance of an Overlord. The breaking of the radiant sky sword was not horizontally, but vertically from the tip to the hilt. The wild sword aura that were like storms had also been dispelled quickly, as its main body had been shattered. The tremor on the Sword Discourse Arena gradually subsided, and the violent storm in the sky stopped roaring as well. Within the disappearing energy light, Ling Jai's figure fell from the sky. Following the torrents of the wind, he drifted countless of meters away and landed powerlessly on the ground. When his 2 feet made contact with the ground, his body violently swayed, as he seemed to have a hard time trying to stand steadily. The Celestial Yang sword and the Celestial Yuan sword were still held firmly in his hands, but the current Yuan-Yang dual swords had already lost their glows of energy, lacking their former luster. His expression, though, was so pale that there was not even a hint of red on his face. The storm of sand and profound energy enveloping Yun Qi dispersed with the wind, and Yun Qi's figure was finally revealed. In his immediate surroundings was a giant crater of about 150 meters in length and 6 meters in depth. He was standing right at the center of the crater. It was such gigantic crater, yet it looked as smooth as a mirror with not single pothole in sight. It could be imagined how terrifyingly sharp the sword intent was earlier. Currently, the entire Sword Discourse Arena could only be described as too tragic to look at. If one did not personally witness it, no matter who it was, that person would probably not believe that such a scene was actually caused by a fierce fight between a spirit profound realm and a true profound realm practitioner. Yun Qi's hair was currently extremely disheveled. His entire face was covered in dust, and his clothes was even torn to the extreme. Basically, they could no longer be termed as clothes, but a messy continuous strand of cloth. The good thing was that his key parts were still covered. No doubt barely, otherwise, even if he had skin as thick as a city wall, he would not be able to maintain his demeanor. On his much exposed body, countless small wounds could be seen. But they were simply extremely thin wounds, and to a practitioner, they were basically not a problem. Forget about heavy injuries, there was not even a single proper wound on his body. Ling Jai, who was closest to him, looked at Yun Qi's condition, and his eyeballs had almost popped out from their sockets. Earlier, Ling Jai had even warned Yun Qi that if he was unable to block it, he might possibly die. However, he was confident that Yun Qi would be capable of blocking it, though it would be inevitable for him to be extremely fatigued after that. However, even if he were to die, he would not have thought that the strike which he had poured his entire sword intent and profound energy into would actually only tear his clothes into pieces and cause a few small wounds that were no different than itches to him. Clang, the cherished sword which he would usually treat as though it was his life, was directly thrown onto the ground. He fell flat on his butt and shouted out as though he had been broken. "I'm not fighting anymore, I quit, I quit, I quit. I surrender. I, Ling Jai, will never, ever fight with a monster like you ever again." After saying the 2 words, "I surrender," Ling Jai momentarily felt his body relaxing, as though the heavy boulder that had been pressing on his body had been removed. In this battle, he had used his full strength, and yet he still lost. He should have felt a great sense of gratification and satisfaction, but to that earlier battle, Ling Jai's strongest feeling was nothing but unbearable. He had never felt this unbearable in all the fights he had fought. Usually, when he sparred with the senior brother's heavenly sword Villa, even if his opponents were to overpower him by a large margin, he would not be undaunted and would clash against them fiercely like a young tiger. Even if he were to be injured in those battles, he would not feel any hint of fear or have the thought of retreating. But when he exchanged blows with Yun Qi, he was constantly nervous and cautious. When slashed or pierced by a light sword, as long as he could prevent it from hitting his fatal points, it would at most give him a scar. But if he were to make contact with a heavy sword, it would not be exaggerated for his entire body to get smashed. His strikes were nimble and ever-changing. His speed was as fast as the wind, and he kept his intentions unpredictable. Yet, in front of Yun Qi's heavy sword, all of those had basically turned into mere ornaments. No matter how fast the speed of your sword, no matter how many sword beams you make, no matter how tricky the angles are, I will simply smash my sword towards it. Either I blow away all of your sword beams, or I force you to retract your sword and retreat far, far away. During the exchange, most of the time it could be said that no matter how close or how far away Ling Jai was, he was always on guard against every single one of Yun Qi's strikes. He was overcautious, his mind strained throughout the entire battle, and he did not dare to slack off even a single bit. No matter if it was his heart or body, it was as though a gigantic boulder was pressing on them, and he could hardly breathe. This feeling of being tightly suppressed was basically unbearable to the point that he wanted to puke blood. With that one sentence, "I surrender," that feeling of relaxation allowed Ling Jai to heave a long sigh of relief, and then he took a big breath. The words he spoke of about not wanting to fight with Yun Qi ever again was completely from the bottom of his heart. It was definitely not something he said out of impulse. A long, long time ago, Heavenly Sword Villa once had a heavy sword style. But this style declined at an extremely quick speed. Many years ago, the last elder of the heavy sword style went to test himself in the wasteland of death, and then he never returned. Hence, the heavy sword style was completely severed in the Heavenly Sword Villa, and the few heavy swords that were stored in the Sword Management Terrace became the final remnants of the heavy sword style in Heavenly Sword Villa. Ling Yuefeng had once told him that heavy swords were only suitable on the battlefield, and they did not suit practitioners. Even mighty Heavenly Sword Region, which prided themselves for their swords and possessed every single type of sword styles, had long lost their heavy sword style. He had even said that practitioners who trained in the way of the heavy sword were all total retards. But now, when he personally experienced the terror of heavy swords, Ling Jai really wished to personally shout a single sentence at his father, Ling Yuefeng. "Your sister, MN, in the meantime, I shall list out all of the profound skills Yun Qi currently possesses. Profound arts. Evil God arts came from Jasmine, Great Way of the Buddha, came from Jasmine, World Ode of the Phoenix, Forced Comprehension, Incomplete, Prison God, Serious Tome, came from Jasmine, Frozen Cloud arts, came from Chu Yuechen, Profound skills. Evil God series, First Realm, Evil Soul. Falling Moon, Sinking Star, Second Realm, Burning Heart. Sealing Cloud, Locking Sun, Third Realm, Rumbling Heaven. Destroying Sky, Decimating Earth Phoenix series, Empyrean Dance of the Phoenix, Wing Star, Scorching Demon Lotus, Heavy Sword series, Overlords, Fury Sky Wolf Slash, Heavy Sword plus Sirius. Phoenix Break, Heavy Sword plus Sirius plus Phoenix, Profound Movement Skill. Star God's Broken Shadow, came from Jasmine. Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Jai surrenders. Blue Wind Imperial Family's Yun Qi wins. He will advance to tomorrow's grand finals. Ling Wugu was stunned for an entire 3 breaths before he glimpsed at Ling Yuefeng and announced the results in an extremely awkward tone. Clap, 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 clap. Applause rang out from the edges of the Sword Discourse Arena. It initially started out with a few, before spreading to a small area, to a larger area. Eventually, nearly everyone, including a few sect elders, stood up and praised with loud applause. In the history of the ranking tournament, applause following an exciting battle was common. However, such passionate applause that rang throughout the whole arena was rare. This was indeed a match worthy of such an applause. Many of the sects did not achieve results that were too satisfactory, but after witnessing this battle, they all felt lucky and relieved to be here. This was because they were able to witness with their own eyes the elegance of a celestial sword and the prowess of a heavy sword. They also witnessed the first battle between 2 youths who would no doubt become Blue Wind Empire's future elites. Thinking back, they were only 16 and 17. Their profound strengths were also only in the 6th level of the Spirit Profound Realm and the 10th level of the True Profound Realm. This caused the hearts of the people there to uncontrollably tremor. After Ling Wugu announced the results of the match, and cheers rang throughout the arena, Yun Qi's face did not reveal any excitement. Instead, he silently stared at the half of his overlord's colossal sword in his hands. The half that was in his hands was already filled with cracks. A cool breeze gently blew, blowing his hair up, along with the broken pieces of the overlord's colossal sword. Pieces of black shards fell from the sword and dropped near Yun Qi's feet. In the end, only the hilt of the colossal sword was left in his hands. The great sword that had shown its might throughout the battles, showcasing why it was called Overlord's colossal sword, had finally reached its demise today in Yun Qi's hands. Yun Qi knelt down and carefully collected all the broken pieces, not allowing any to be left behind. In the end, he kept everything in the Sky Poison Pearl. Seeing Yun Qi's empty hand and the unexplainable expression on his face, Ling Jai, who was slowly approaching him, had a face full of distress. As a sword user himself, he was the clearest what it meant to love a sword. The existence of a sword was like family. After controlling himself for some time, he weakly said, Boss, there are several heavy swords over at the Sword Management Terrace. There are 3 to 4 of them that are of Earth Profound grade. Let me compensate you. It's all right even if you want to take all of them." Once he had finished saying that, Ling Jai was determined. Even if Yun Qi wanted to take away all the earth-profound heavy swords and his father was against it, he would do all that he could to let Yun Qi have his way. "No need," Yun Qi smiled casually. "I had already said being able to destroy it is your capability. There's no need to feel guilty. So, are you satisfied now?" Seeing that he laughed without any hard feelings, Ling Jai finally relaxed. The unease in his heart turned into a warm feeling. I'm satisfied, completely satisfied. Every part of me is satisfied. In the future, you are Ling Jai's boss? Boss. How exactly did you do it? You are only in the 10th level of the true profound realm, but are already so powerful. Half a year ago, your strength was still far below me. Yet now, you are able to defeat me. And your body, how did you train it? It seems to be harder than rock. Also, boss, my father said that the heavy sword is a weapon without a future. How can you be so strong with it? After that fight with you, even I feel like training with a heavy sword. The few calls of boss by Ling Jai were completely willing and smooth. When he looked at Yun Qi, his eyes glowed and his questions came out one after another. He was extremely anticipative of the answers to his questions. However, Yun Qi only answered his last question. "The heavy sword is the weapon that suits me most, but they do not suit most people. Don't get any weird ideas about going to practice the heavy sword." He. Ling Jai laughed sillily. He was, of course, just casually speaking. Ling Jai had overused his profound strength and had to be supported by Yun Qi down the Sword Discourse Arena. At that point, Ling Kun, who usually was very silent, stood up from his seat and looked at Yun Qi. Although his actions could be considered inconspicuous on the gigantic Sword Discourse Arena, everyone present turned to him as if attracted by an unknown aura and subconsciously watched him. His sudden action seemed to make everyone's hearts thump. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, a place that was sacred and distant, and perhaps even legendary to them. The applause stopped immediately, and the entire Sword Discourse Arena turned so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breaths as they waited to see what this mighty elder that came from the Mighty Heavenly Sword Region wanted to do. "Young man, you are called Yun Qi?" Ling Kun looked at Yun Qi as he asked cheerfully. His voice was very peaceful. Yun Qi's footsteps stopped for a moment as he was visibly shocked by the question. He nodded and replied humbly, "Yes, I am Yun Qi. I wonder if Senior Ling wishes to say anything to me." "You are currently a disciple of the profound palace set up by the Blue Wind Empire's imperial family, right?" Ling Kun asked. "Yes," Ling Kun nodded slowly before saying something earth-shattering. "Well, are you interested to join our Mighty Heavenly Sword Region?" This one question of Ling Kun's echoed through the ears of everyone, causing great shock. Qin Wusheng was stunned, and so was Kang Yue. Even Ling Yuefeng was shocked, motionless. Every person in the audience revealed an expression of deep astonishment. Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, one of the 4 great sacred grounds, an almighty existence in the profound sky continent. If one was able to enter the Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, he must be one of the top profound practitioners currently in existence. Without exaggeration, if a servant in the Mighty Heavenly Sword Region came to Blue Wind Empire, he could become a renowned master of a faction. In terms of status, he would easily be more respectable than a country's emperor. Many of the young, profound practitioners could be considered to be of a genius level, but not one of them dared to dream of entering one of the 4 great sacred grounds. Not even Ling Yun had dared think of it before. Among the 7 countries in profound sky continent, Blue Wind Empire was the smallest and weakest one. It was also the one that was the furthest from the 4 great sacred grounds. They had only heard the names of the 4 great sacred grounds in legends. Most of the people would not interact with it in any form throughout their lives. Today, however, one of the legendary sacred grounds had taken the initiative to invite a 17-year-old youth to join them. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yun Qi. Shock, envy, amazement, jealousy, and disbelief. On Burning Heaven Clan's seating area, Fen Juebi's face turned extremely ugly, severely injuring Fen Juebi, causing shame to the Burning Heaven Clan, and touching on his sensitive spot had caused him to be extremely angry and disgraced. Yun Qi had long since been on his hit list. However, if Yun Qi really became a member of the Mighty Heavenly Sword Region, not just him, even his father Fen Duanhun would have to show some respect and treat Yun Qi courteously if he saw him. No one in the entire Blue Wind Empire would dare offend him. Even if he had the absolute confidence to kill Yun Qi, he would never ever dare do it. Killing a member of the mighty Heavenly Sword region would be pulling the entire Burning Heaven clan to die with him. Mighty Heavenly Sword region, that is a place even I do not dare to dream of. Qin Wusheng exclaimed in a shocked manner. Even mighty Heavenly Sword region has invited him. Even I cannot fathom his future anymore. With his talent, he isn't something a little blue-wind, profound palace is worthy of having. Maybe the 4 great sacred grounds are the ones that are truly worthy of keeping him. In the times to come, knowing him would probably be something that would make me proud for the rest of my life. Ha 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 ha. Qin Wusheng laughed warmly, but Xia Qinyue was feeling complicated. Mighty Heavenly Sword region's invitation could easily make all the profound practitioners in the world envious and jealous. She felt elated for Yun Qi, but at the same time felt lost and insecure. He was only 17 and had already obtained the right to enter such a dreamlike place. His future was completely unfathomable. The difference between him and her would be worlds apart. She wondered if she was a match for him. If he went to mighty Heavenly Sword region, would he still return to a small little place like the Blue Wind Empire? Ling Jai, who was beside Yun Qi, had his mouth agape. With an excited face, he told Yun Qi, "Boss, mighty Heavenly Sword region, the mighty Heavenly Sword region, that's a sacred ground. You're so great. Boss is really too great." Yun Qi's brows moved slightly. He did not have the elation and excitement everyone expected him to have. His face was shockingly only a field of calmness. He took a step forward and replied courteously, "Many thanks to Senior Ling for thinking so highly of this junior. However, this junior is currently still a disciple of the Blue Wind Profound Palace and has no thoughts of leaving yet. Furthermore, this junior still has plenty of unfinished business here. Even though my heart longs for it, I am unable to bring myself to leave. I can only thank Senior Ling for the love and kind intentions." Yun Qi's answer was completely out of everyone's expectation. Everyone stared at him and wondered if he had gone mad. Being invited by mighty Heavenly Sword region was something that people did not even dare to dream about, and he actually rejected it. Instead, he was willing to stay in a small Blue Wind Profound Palace. This was a reply only an idiot or lunatic would make. Ling Kun, however, was not angry and instead laughed peacefully. "Ha ha ha ha, good. Even though you are young, you are not arrogant, nor are you impatient. You are not flustered, nor are you rash. This is indeed rare. The reason I want to bring you into mighty Heavenly Sword region is not because of the talent you displayed. Although your talent is considered shocking in this country, in the sacred grounds, it might not even be considered average. The reason I want to bring you in is because of the beautiful way you handle the heavy sword mighty Heavenly Sword region used to have a heavy sword department. However, it eventually died out. From you, I can see hopes of reforming that department. It is inappropriate for me to ask who your master is, but I hope that, when you do join mighty Heavenly Sword region, you are able to reform the heavy sword department. If you could do it, becoming an elder-ranked figure of the mighty Heavenly Sword region is not unlikely." SSSSSS. Elder-ranked figure of the mighty Heavenly Sword region. These few words made many people shudder. That was a figure that even Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master Ling Yufeng was unqualified to meet. Yun Qi still remained very calm and replied without hesitation. "Senior Ling's graciousness, this junior will remember it well. When this junior is done with his unfinished business, he will definitely think about it deeply." "Good." Ling Kun still did not become angry and instead commended him with a nod. "I admire your personality. If that is the case, I shall not force you. Here, take this." Ling Kun flicked his finger, and a piece of a deep purple-colored jade stone the size of a fist horizontally flew out and was caught by Yun Qi. Ling Kun withdrew his palm and said coolly, "This is a special sound transmission stone that is able to communicate with me as long as we are within a distance of 150 kilometers. If you eventually decide to join our mighty Heavenly Sword region, drop me a message. I will guide you to us and bring you to meet the Venerable Sword Master. I believe the Venerable Sword Master would be immensely interested in how you handle the heavy sword." Despite being rejected twice by Yun Qi, Ling Kun did not become angry. Instead, he left him a sound transmission jade. Such treatment was undoubtedly an extremely favorable one, which left many people envying till they nearly cried blood tears. However, Ling Kun also had absolute confidence that Yun Qi would initiate contact with him in the near future. The invitation to mighty Heavenly Sword region was a temptation that any young profound practitioner could not possibly reject. As Yun Qi returned to Blue Wind Profound Palace's seats, Qinyue came toward him in a swift pace, carrying bottles and vases full of ointments. Taking up a gauze, she gently started wiping the wounds on his forehead. "Junior brother Yun, do you have any injuries that are very severe? Did you receive any internal injuries?" "Don't worry about it. It's all a bunch of light wounds that don't hurt or itch. It would be healed fine if I just sleep it off," Yun Qi said with a relaxed expression. Yun Qi's complexion was rosy and his breathing was calm. There was not even any hurriedness after an intense battle. The wounds under the broken clothes were basically some red marks, and even the traces of blood could not be found in many places. Qinyue felt relieved, assessed him with a glance, and suddenly laughed with a "Look at your appearance right now. It's as if you are a barbarian who had just climbed out from the deep mountains." A gust of wind blew past. Yun Qi instantly felt his entire body chill, as if he wasn't wearing any clothing at all. He hastily took out a set of somewhat loose attire from the sky poison pearl and covered himself with it. From the side of his ears, he heard Qin Wushang speaking with a meaningful tone. "Yun Qi, why would you surrender the chance of entering the mighty Heavenly Sword region? To even refuse such a land of dreams, you must have some extremely important reasons, right?" I suppose so." Yun Qi nodded. "The mighty Heavenly Sword region indeed is immensely alluring to me. But for me, there are many things that are hundreds and thousands times more important than mighty Heavenly Sword region." As he finished speaking, he turned a glance toward Qinyue and faintly smiled. Qinyue slightly froze, and then also gently started smiling as a hint of moisture swelled up within her eyes. "It's enough. Just with that sentence of his, with that expression in his eyes and his gentle smile, I'm already content for life. It really doesn't sound like something said by a young man of your age." Qin Wushang's face was filled with praise. He then slightly squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Then, about tomorrow's finals, how confident are you to win?" The matches before, Qin Wushang had once and once again thought that they were the finish line for Yun Qi in the ranking tournament, and he couldn't advance any further. Yet Yun Qi won perfect victories match after match. It once and once again made him realize that he had completely underestimated this youth. And now, facing the Ling Yun who could not be defeated no matter how one thought of it, Qin Wushang did not assert that he did not have any possibility of winning, and instead asked how confident he was in winning with an extremely serious and expectant tone. Yun Qi didn't think and directly shook his head. "No confidence at all. Tomorrow's opponent is really too strong. Even if you lose, it's fine. After all, Ling Yun had already surpassed the level that a young, profound practitioner could reach." Qin Wushang laughed heartily. "Also, you've already made the biggest limelight in this ranking tournament. I believe that in most people's eyes, you are already the greatest victor in this ranking tournament." As they spoke, Yun Qi felt a hint of malicious feeling sweeping across his back. He turned around, took a glance at the Burning Heaven clan's location, and smiled coldly. Yun Qi's unexpected refusal of joining the mighty Heavenly Sword region made Fen Juebi feel extremely relieved, and at the same time, his intent to kill Yun Qi rose by several folds. He was absolutely certain that Yun Qi wouldn't really be able to resist the extremely great temptation of joining the mighty Heavenly Sword region. If he didn't join now, he would voluntarily go find Ling Yun not long after. After all, in his hands, there was still the sound transmission jade personally given by Ling Yun. Then, if he were to kill Yun Qi, he had to speed it up. It must be done before he becomes a member of the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Then the greatest chance would be. Fen Juebi's gaze swept through and fell upon the Heavenly Spear Thunderfire Fortress seats. He saw Mu Tianbei, whose expression was as unsightly as if he had just swallowed feces. Even though he was far away, the maliciousness and killing intent within Mu Tianbei's eagle eyes could be faintly felt. "Seems like there is a good blade to use." Fen Juebi's hand supported his chin as he started to laugh silently and ghastly. After quite a while, the Sword Discourse Arena that was full of wounds finally became somewhat flat with emergency repair. Ling Wugu came to the center of the Sword Discourse Arena once again and announced the starting of the second match. "Go," Ling Yuefeng gave Ling Yun a sweeping gesture with his hand. Ling Yun nodded. Without seeing any motion or profound energy fluctuation under his feet, his entire body had already vaulted up. As he was in midair, he grabbed at the nothingness with his palm, and the celestial yuan sword that was in Ling Jai's hands flew up by itself into his hands. In the next instant, he had already landed in the middle of the Sword Discourse Arena and stood there magnificently. The edge of his clothing fluttered. His otherworldly handsome face was like jade, his gaze as if the autumn water. It instantly made the eyes of many young girls bloom like peach blossoms as they lose control of their beating heart. Qinyue, go. If you win against Ling Yun, then we've already obtained first place in this ranking tournament ahead of time. Chu Yueli spoke with a very certain tone. Along with a wave of fluttering ice spirits and a slightly drifting cold energy, Xia Qinyue also silently landed in front of Ling Yun. She was still in white attire with blue spirits, and an ice gauze covered her face. Only a pair of eyes like the starry sky flashed with an extremely beautiful brilliance. Looking at this pair of eyes close up, Ling Yun's calm gaze actually became inattentive for an instant, because this was the most beautiful pair of eyes he had ever seen in his entire life. This kind of beauty could not be described and explained. He clearly felt that as he was looking at this pair of charming eyes, his consciousness and soul were both being deeply attracted and almost made him unable to divert his gaze. What beautiful eyes, below the face veil, should be a girl as beautiful as a goddess, right? Ling Yun thought silently in his heart, and at the same time birthed an urge of wanting to see her true face. With a swing of the celestial Yuan sword, he made a simple sword courtesy toward Xia Qinyue. Heavenly Sword Villa's disciple, Ling Yun, asks for Xia Fairy's guidance. Xia Qinyue did not answer, and was as silent as a statue made of ice. Seeing the two had already finished preparing, Ling Wugu did not delay either and said with a loud voice, "Second match of the semifinals, Heavenly Sword Villa's Ling Yun against Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue, battle start." With the duel between Yun Qi and Ling Jai that brimmed with astonishment as appetizer, no one had much expectations for this match. This was a match with an already decided outcome, because one of them was Ling Yun, and battles with Ling Yun would unquestionably be a single-sided oppression. Just like what Qin Wusheng had said, Ling Yun's strength had already surpassed the level of the younger generation. Within the same generation, it was simply impossible to find anyone that could be his match. If not for Jasmine's words, Yun Qi's thoughts would not be much different from the others. But Jasmine's evaluation of Xia Qinyue filled Yun Qi with odd expectations toward this match. The focus of his attention also moved from Ling Yun to Xia Qinyue. No matter who wins this match, it was destined to be an extremely difficult and bitter battle tomorrow, if Ling Yun wins. While Ling Jai was already that powerful at the 6th level of the Spirit Profound realm, one could just imagine how strong Ling Yun, who was at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound realm, was. But if by any chance that Xia Qinyue wins, then the Xia Qinyue, who could even defeat Ling Yun, would undoubtedly be an even more terrifying opponent. Xia Qinyue, is it really possible for her to defeat Ling Yun, who had already took first place in the ranking tournament when he was 17? Ling Yun stood whilst wielding his sword as the sword energy fluctuated around him. Yet he did not move. The opponent was a girl, and in addition to that, her age and profound energy were all much lower than his. Thus, he naturally wouldn't take action first. Xia Qinyue raised her jade hand, and amidst the flashing of cold light, a crystal-clear longsword of ice had already appeared in her hand. With the channeling of frozen cloud arts, the surrounding ice spirits floated around her. Stepping on a lotus, the starting stance of frozen cloud 13 sword styles, silent moon of snow, lightly and swiftly pierced out. Seemingly without any destructive force, it was a feast for the eyes for everyone. However, only Ling Yun deeply felt a wave of bone-chilling coldness that came toward him. Ling Yun's left hand folded behind his back and only moved with simple interweaving steps without any movement profound skills. He lifted his celestial Yuan sword, did not swing any kind of sword skills either, and calmly engaged, clang, 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 clang. Along with Ling Yun's casual swinging of the sword, the celestial Yuan sword and the ice crystal sword collided several tens of times in the blink of an eye. A great amount of light blue-colored ice auroras and ice shards that dispersed as ice lotuses shattered, and then drifted around them. In the match before, the moves between Yun Qi and Ling Jai earlier were fierce and thrilling, and targeted at the opponent. Yet the battle between Ling Yun and Xia Qinyue was as though a pair of handsome man and woman were gracefully dancing. It was breathtaking. "Haha, seems like Yuner wants to leave a little face for the other side," Ling Yuefeng said while laughing. "That's natural, Yuner's disposition is kind. This is the semi-finals. The opponent is also just a girl. Of course he wouldn't thwart the opponent in a lift of the hand like before." Xia Qinyue's sword gestures were as if a blue butterfly dancing, and Ling Yun was as if strolling in a quiet courtyard. Along with several tens of ice lotus blossoming and wilting, The two swords had also collided several hundreds of times, letting out a harmonious scene of being evenly matched. Yet flames of rage surged in Yun Qi's eyes as he watched. "You mother of seeking Ling Yun. Even this daddy here hasn't danced with swords with Qinyue, my wife, and you're actually goddamn enjoying it. If my opponent tomorrow is you, see if I wouldn't smash you down deep into the ground with one strike." Clang! As the two swords clashed, an ice lotus splendidly exploded at the point of collision. With a somersault, Ling Yun's body landed around 15 meters away. He lifted the celestial Yuan sword horizontally. His gaze concentrated as the sword force also went through a great change. The sword intent that surrounded his body and his sword also exploded as if a flood that broke through a dam. "Xia Fairy, I apologize." As his voice fell, Ling Yun's palm flipped. As the profound energy and sword intent flowed, the celestial Yuan sword suddenly transformed into a dash of light and flew toward Xia Qinyue. During the flight, the sword brilliance of the celestial Yuan sword quickly dispersed. From one sword it turned to 10, and then several tens, several hundreds in the end. It turned into a sword formation field that blanketed the heavens and earth, and enveloped Xia Qinyue as if a meteor shower. Wah! A great amount of astonishing cries sounded in the Sword Discourse Arena. This move they had personally seen during the fight between Ling Jai and Yun Qi. It was precisely this move, Heaven's Might Sword Formation, Heavenly Star Frenzy. But this Heavenly Star Frenzy of Ling Yun's was more than 10 times greater in terms of formation than the one Ling Jai had displayed. Ling Jai had only dispersed 100 sword lights, yet Ling Yun had dispersed over 1,000 lines of sword beams. Moreover, each and every one of the sword beams were glaring to the point of making one unable to look at it straight. In terms of power, it simply couldn't be compared in the same way with the one by Ling Jai. From this move, Ling Yun's terrifying strength could be evidently seen. "Looks like the match is already over." Almost everyone had thought like this in their hearts. This kind of formation even startled a few seniors of some sects. Within the younger generation, it was simply impossible for anyone to receive it. It would be impossible for Ling Jai or Yun Qi, and it was even more so for Xia Qinyue. Xia Qinyue was completely trapped within the sword formation. Her front, back, left, right, and above were all filled with extremely sharp sword light. If it were someone else, when facing such a scary formation that should not have been used by such a youth, that person would probably shudder in fear. However, in her crystal-clear eyes, there was no hint of hesitation. Her petite figure floated as though she was as light as clouds, and as she waved her ice crystal sword, several ice lotuses blossomed around her. Each lotus was several times bigger than the previous one, and the coldness released from the lotus coagulated the air. The surrounding temperature dropped at a frightening pace. "Eh?" Ling Yuefeng's original calm face suddenly changed. More than 10 gigantic ice lotuses exploded out at the same time. This was definitely not something capable of someone in the 8th level of the spirit profound realm. Ling Yun did not release all his strength previously, but obviously Xia Qinyue hadn't either. Ding 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 ding. The numerous sword beams gathered together and attacked the ice lotus. Some of the sword beams shattered immediately, while the others were sealed with ice within the petals of the lotus flower, unable to proceed on any further. Previously, Ling Yun could shatter the ice lotus with the wave of his sword. Now, however, the gigantic ice lotuses had already been attacked by thousands of sword beams, yet not one flower withered. In the blink of an eye, each ice lotus was stabbed full with ice-sealed sword beams, and the sword beams that had not been touched by the ice lotuses all gathered and stopped around Xia Qinyue. One could imagine how frightening the coldness of the ice lotuses were when seeing them sealed Ling Yun's sword beams that was transformed from his profound strength and sword intent. This was a scene no one had expected. Ling Yun was even more shocked by this. Previously, he had exchanged several hundred moves with Xia Qinyue. However, he did not want to let her lose too quickly and become embarrassed, hence, he did not use his full strength. Originally, he was fully confident that he could end the battle quickly. Never did he expect his move to be completely blocked by his opponent, as not one sword beams touched her body. Ling Yun's reaction was extremely fast. Seeing his sword beams being sealed in ice, his eyes flashed with sword light, and his body rushed out like lightning. He grabbed the air and instantly the celestial Yuan sword returned into his hands. In that instant, a cyan light flashed from the celestial Yuan sword as he instantaneously vanished from everyone's line of sight. A stream of cyan light flashed past. Seemed like a shooting star that fell from heavens, It immediately disappeared from the Sword Discourse Arena. The shooting star slashed all the ice lotuses in half and also streaked past Xia Qinyue's body. Ping, 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 ping. The ice lotuses and their sealed sword beams all shattered at the same time, filling the sky with ice crystals. It seemed as if it was currently hailing in the center of the Sword Discourse Arena. Ling Yun's body also appeared about 30 meters behind Xia Qinyue. When everyone had finally refocused onto Ling Yun's new location, everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Other than a few strong elders, no one could clearly figure out how he had gotten to that location. All they could see was a cyan light suddenly flashing past their eyes. No words could explain the astonishment from this one move. So fast, Yun-Chi spoke in a speechless manner. He could feel that the speed of the flash was not a profound movement skill. Instead, it came from the celestial Yuan sword. For normal people, the person moves the sword. But the previous move of Ling Yun's was the massive sword intent moving the sword with the person. It was not the person controlling the sword. The hand that was held horizontally in front of him was lowered slowly as Ling Yun whispered, "Please give up. Even though you are several times stronger than expected, you still aren't a match for me. I do not want to injure you, fairy." As he spoke, he slowly turned around. Just as he completely turned to face Xia Qinyue, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat, and his was unable to say another word. His originally calm expression was suddenly stunned. Even his mind turned blank, as his vision and mind was left with an illusion of a sky that seemed to be from an imaginary world. Following a long cut, Xia Qinyue's right sleeve drooped, and it revealed half of her snow-white jade arm. But Ling Yun's sword did not only cut off half her sleeve. In the wake of a cold breeze, Xia Qinyue's snow-white face veil slowly floated down, and her originally covered face was revealed to everyone present. The entire Sword Discourse Arena instantly turned silent as everyone present became breathless. Xia Qinyue's skin was exceptionally white, but it wasn't the pale white that would make people uncomfortable. It was as white as pure snow with a flawless and glowing whiteness. Although the light from the sun was not glaring, the luster of her snowy skin was so flawless that it made people awestruck. Her skin looked like it was snow during a winter day with plenty of sunshine. Her half-revealed arm, due to her slashed sleeve, was as flawless as clear jade. It was suffocatingly beautiful. Ignoring everything else, her snow-white flawless skin alone was able to capture the souls of even man in this world. On her snow-white skin were eyebrows which were thin and long that seemed like the crescent moon. She also had deep, clear, watery eyes, and her sweet cheeks were whiter than snow. Her dimples were beautiful like those described in poems and paintings. Her tender lips, which were a lovely pink rouge that seemed as though God himself personally drew it with utmost care, were astonishingly beautiful. All of these gathering on one girl displayed a beauty that made the heavens and earth, stars and moon, all pale in comparison. The moment Xia Qinyue's face was revealed, an absolute brilliance seemed to have obstructed every other color. Everyone's breathing stopped, and it was as though their hearts had stopped beating. In their hearts, they echoed a similar phrase: was she a goddess that descended from heaven? How could there be such an absolute beauty in this world? The ones that had the largest reactions were no doubt the young, profound practitioners. They had been completely transfixed, and their souls seemed as if they had unknowingly flew outwards. Even those clan heirs, who usually did not lack beauties around them, were also mesmerized, as their eyes and mind could not leave Xia Qinyue's beauty. All of them could no longer feel their own existence. Even those middle-aged men and the elders, whose hair and beard had already turned white, were awestruck and mesmerized. Xiao clan's Xiao Quangle, Xiao Zheng and Xiao Nan all had the same expression. They stared at her as though they had lost their souls. Burning Heaven clan's Fen Juebi had unknowingly stood up from his seat, and his eyes were filled with an unprecedented obsession. If they already had such big reaction, obviously the others also had a huge reaction. The calmest person in the whole arena was also the one with the weakest profound strength, Xia Yuanba. "Whoa, as expected, Big Sis got prettier," Xia Yuanba uttered in a soft voice. The atmosphere around the arena had suddenly become strange, causing him to look left and right before looking at Yun-Chi. He muttered in confusion, "Everyone looks so weird, even brother-in-law too." When he had initially saw her during their wedding, Yun-Chi was already pleasantly surprised. Today, he was deeply shocked. A mere 18 months could bring such a huge change to a girl's looks. 16-year-old Xia Qinyue was already beautiful beyond the likes of any normal girl. Now she was 17 and a half. With the nourishment from frozen cloud Asgard's ice and snow, she could only be described as beautiful beyond the mortal world, which had made even him stare blankly. This was also one of the reasons why she was wearing a face veil. Not only men, even a woman like Xia Qinyue was deeply amazed by her beauty. Even though she also possessed an absolute beauty with a very noble status to match, in front of a goddess that should not be in the human realm, she felt ashamed of her looks for the first time. Even though she knew she should not have such a feeling, she had a sense of inferiority. Looking at Xia Qinyue's demeanor, such a feeling uncontrollably came over. As she turned to look at Yun Qi's dazed expression, she extended her arm and tightly grabbed onto his sleeve. Some of the elders who had attended the ranking tournament 30 years ago would realize that this scene was very similar to when Chu Yuechen's face veil dropped at that time. At that time, the same scene had replayed itself on the same stage 30 years later. Similarly, it was caused by a disciple from Frozen Cloud Asgard. Silently looking at the reactions of the crowd and remembering the heartache from that time, caused tears to well up in Ling Yufeng's eyes. In his reminiscences, he did not realize that Xuanyuan Yufeng was staring at him. His reaction made her slowly frown. After that, she turned and looked at her son Ling Yun. He was the closest to Xia Qinyue. From his eyes, he revealed an unprecedented dreamy look. Such a look did not even appear when he conquered the celestial Yuan sword at the young age of 17. Xuanyuan Yufeng's chest rose drastically as she spoke in a low voice. Frozen Cloud Asgard, you harmed my husband in the past. Now, you're going to harm my son. Do you want to make him follow his father's footsteps? She spoke in a very soft manner which only she herself could hear. In her voice, one could sense a feeling similar to hatred, but it was more of jealousy. A woman's jealousy did not only occur between similarly aged people. Looks were always the most important thing women cared about. Xuanyuan Yufeng was already 51, but as a profound practitioner in the later half of the sky profound realm, she looked no older than 30. If she dressed up younger, she could definitely pull off as Ling Yun's younger sister. Her looks were also above average. However, one would have to consider what she was comparing with. Compared to most other girls, she was a true beauty. However, when compared with Xia Qinyue, to put it bluntly, it would be like comparing mud and the most colorful of clouds. Ling Yun's attack could be said to be world-shocking. The face veil dropping was also something that Xia Qinyue did not expect. Seeing the crowd's reaction, she faintly sighed. Lifting her snowy hand, she brought out a new ice veil to cover her face, once more covering up the absolute beauty that made the heavens and earth pale in color while dulling the sun and moon. The most beautiful image in the world being mercilessly covered brought countless people back to their senses. Is she a goddess? A disciple of one of the sects muttered stupidly while in a daze. Woman can actually this beautiful to such an extent. I felt my soul leave my body just now. The legendary Princess Snow could at most be this much. Princess Snow? Who's Princess Snow? What? You don't even know the top beauty of profound sky continent, Princess Snow? She is the sole daughter of the current emperor of Divine Phoenix Empire. When she was 13, she was publicly recognized as the top beauty in the continent and was labeled by her people as the beloved child of heavens, the pearl of Divine Phoenix Empire. The treasure God gave to Divine Phoenix Empire. Within the Divine Phoenix Empire, her existence is like a religion's. People from Divine Phoenix Empire might not know who their emperor is, might not know what the Divine Phoenix sect is, but they all definitely know of Princess Snow. Rumor has it that several top painters wanted to paint a portrait of Princess Snow, but no one was able to do it. When the top painter in Divine Phoenix Empire had seen Princess Snow, he threw his paint brush immediately and claimed that even if all the painters in the world gathered, no one would be able to properly represent her charm. Whoa! Only 13 and named the top beauty in profound sky continent. Could it be an over-exaggeration? Could she be more beautiful than Fairy Xia? No idea, but it can't be possible. Fairy Xia is already beautiful beyond my dreams. I really cannot believe there can be anyone in this world more beautiful than her. I want her, I must have her. Xiao Quanjiu and Xiao Quenglei's chests rose up and down as they issued the exact same words from their minds. As the sons of Xiao Sect's sect master, they were people fated to look down upon the world in the future. To them, women were merely a man's accessory. They had never thought, and also had never believed, that there would be a woman they would lose their hearts to. Yet now, this woman appeared. They deeply felt that if they were to obtain this woman, it would truly mean that one did not live their life in vain, and was the real peak of one's life. And if it were to be compared, the position of the future Xiao sect master did not look the least bit attractive. And this was also the thought of practically every man with enough qualifications. As for those without the qualifications, they could only feel ashamed of their inferiority after being endlessly stunned. What was left was only a fantasy that was as far as the clouds on the horizon reverberating in their minds. She actually has got even more beautiful, and she is still only 17 years old. Once a few more years pass, that wouldn't be any joking matter. Yun-Chi muttered to himself in a low voice. When he saw the entire audience's reactions, it would be impossible for him to not feel a sliver of vanity, because that young girl who had struck the entire audience was his officially wedded wife. But he believed that if this fact were to be publicized, he would be pierced into a hornet's nest by countless gazes of envy and hatred. Xia Qinyue had always known about her own beauty, but she had never believed that it was a natural gift of any importance. Oftentimes, she had even wished for her appearance to be a little more average. Coming to this ranking tournament with her face covered was the Asgard Mistress Personal Order, and she herself was not the least bit opposed to it. Chu Yueli had also told her before that she mustn't let the ice veil fall from her face. But Ling Yun's miraculous move that was comparable to flowing light had made this accident that she did not want to see happen. Ling Yun was Ling Yun after all, but this did not greatly influence Xia Qinyue's state of mind in the least. During the process in which the ice veil fell to when she covered up her face again, she had merely released a light sigh. However, it was different for the Ling Yun in front of her. The Ling Yun who had always guarded his mind with sword intent, whose heart had not the smallest speck of dirt, was distinctly in disorder from his breathing. His eyes were no longer filled with a dignified tranquility, and was instead suffused with an unrest that could not settle down until a long while. For Ling Yun, it was the first time this had happened since birth. The first time his mind had become such a mess in front of the dueling opponent he was up against. Like the Ling Yuefeng who had seen Chu Yuechen's true appearance that year. Ling Yun was undoubtedly strong. If he was not lenient enough that he only cut apart her sleeve and veil, and instead aimed at her throat, she would perhaps have lost her life. Even though she possessed incomparable innate talent, she had a fatal weak point, which was her lack of actual combat experience. This kind of thing was something someone with an even greater innate talent would have trouble making up for. On this point, she was miles away from Yun-Chi. However, this had also sounded an alarm in Xia Qinyue. Against such a frightening opponent like Ling Yun, she could no longer have any sort of reservations. She withdrew the ice crystal longsword in her hands. With a light wave of her right arm, a white radiance suddenly floated next to her, becoming a dancing white-colored long ribbon. The long white ribbon was 1/2 foot wide and 20 feet long. With a white body that was as lustrous as jade and as smooth as satin, its luster could reflect one's own image. Its sheen complemented with the light that showered down from far above the sky, and was coated by a field of hazy shimmer, as mysterious and wispy ice spirits floated around its body. The long ribbon possessed a spiritual consciousness, as it floated around Xia Qinyue's body, circling like an intelligent white snake. With the entanglement of her sprinkling ice spirits and her surroundings ice aurora, it was too beautiful to absorb in all at once. That is, its frozen cloud Asgard sky profound weapon, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower Ribbon. As expected, after Shui Wushwang and Wu Zuxin had been eliminated, it had been handed over to Xia Qinyue. But I have heard that the Ice Phoenix Snowflower Ribbon was extremely hard to control. Not only does it take at least the Earth Profound Realm to bring out even a bit of its strength, one's frozen cloud arts has to be higher than the 5th stage. Her opponent is Ling Yun. Ling Yun had already reached the pinnacle of mastery for the Celestial Yuan Sword. Even if she takes out the Ice Phoenix Snowflower Ribbon, it is still probably impossible for the situation to take a turn for the better. At best, there would only be a bit of a struggle. When Frozen Cloud Asgard's Soul Sky Profound weapon appeared, it would naturally be the center of attention. And at this time, Xia Qinyue did something weird. Extending her snow-white jade hand, she grabbed at the average-looking pendant on her neck and lightly pulled it down. The instant the white jade pendant left her body, the profound energy aura that Xia Qinyue's body emitted suddenly increased sharply. In a short one breath of time, the original 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm stepped over to the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, then to the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, then broke through the Spirit Profound Realm domain to arrive at the 1st level of the Earth Profound Realm. second level of the Earth Profound Realm, until finally, stopping at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm. The intensity of the profound strength aura was evenly matched with Ling Yun's. This kind of change obviously could not be distinctively sensed by those young profound practitioners who did not have sufficient profound strength. However, those elders at the Earth Profound Realm or above all turned pale with shock and stood up from their seats in their astonishment. What? This is impossible. How could this be possible? In this ranking tournament, Ling Yuefeng had been shocked beyond his expectations many times, but all of that added together fell short of this surprise. Not only him, apart from the members of Frozen Cloud Asgard, everyone who had sensed the change in Xia Qinyue's profound strength, which included Xiao Juishan, Fen Moli, Xiao Boyun, Qin Wusheng, and others, all wore expressions of shock, as if they had personally seen a building from the heavenly palace in the sky. "Palace Chief Qin, what's wrong?" Yun Qi and Kang Yue promptly asked when Qin Wusheng's face dramatically changed when he suddenly stood up. Qin Wusheng fiercely gasped in a breath and answered with difficulty in an extremely hoarse voice. "Actually is third level of the Earth Profound Realm." "Ah!" Kang Yue and Xia Yuanba were both so shocked that their mouths gaped open. Yun Qi's expression had also immediately stiffened in place as deep astonishment flashed in the depths of his eyes. During the ranking tournament's profound strength assessment, Ling Yun's profound strength was revealed to be in the third level of the Earth Profound Realm and shocked the entire audience. But even though they had been shocked, it wasn't as if they could not accept it. This was because Ling Yun was already at the ninth level of the Spirit Profound Realm at the age of 17. With his astonishing innate talent, breaking through into the third level of the Earth Profound Realm at the age of 20 was not too ridiculous. But Xia Qinyue was only 17 this year, 17 at the third level of the Earth Profound Realm. What sort of concept was that? This had crushed Ling Yun's publicly acknowledged #1 of Blue Wind Empire's younger generation title. Not only that, this innate talent had been thoroughly crushed by a landslide. Out of Blue Wind Empire's complete history, this had also never happened before. It was entirely worthy and not at all discounted to say that this was the #1 throughout all of history. HMPH, as expected, her profound strength was concealed, though I had never expected that it had anything to do with that necklace of hers. Jasmine coldly snorted. Yun Qi. The necklace that Xia Qinyue had taken off was called the Pearl of Frozen Deception. It could perfectly suppress the wearer's profound strength level at will. That's right, not only could it suppress, it was also not a concealment that could be easily detected. If one does not deliberately use profound energy to closely examine this unremarkable necklace, even a throne would find it extremely difficult to discover. Back when she was in Floating Cloud City, Xia Qinyue's true profound strength had also been concealed by this Pearl of Frozen Deception. In this ranking tournament, concealing her profound strength was a choice that Xia Qinyue had to make. Otherwise, if she had immediately revealed her true profound strength, it was obvious as to how much of sensation and commotion that would trigger. Earth Profound Realm at the age of 17 was unprecedented. But reaching the third level of the Earth Profound Realm at the age of 17, this kind of innate gifted talent simply could not be described with any words by everyone present. Xiao Sect, Burning Heaven Clan, and even Heavenly Sword Villa would never believe that they themselves could nurture and produce a disciple with such an ability. A peerless face that stunned the entire audience was then followed by the revealing of such a peerless innate talent in front of them. In the midst of their shock, those experts could not help but doubt whether or not this 17-year-old young lady was mortal. If she was a princess of heaven sent to the human world by the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Palace, which was why she had received such an all-out blessing from the heavens. In everyone's eyes, this duel was supposed to be a one-sided crush by Ling Yun. But now, the situation had changed greatly. 3 years ago, at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, Ling Yun had easily defeated Mu Lingsu, who was at the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Without a doubt, he possessed strength powerful enough to challenge those of a higher level. As a result, from that one point, Ling Yun ought to be as dominant as before, even if it would not be a crushing victory this time. Though in regards to aptitude in front of Xia Qinyue, he had already suffered a crushing defeat. He was not even on the same level, and in the entire Blue Wind Empire, another person who could be mentioned in the same breath as her simply could not be found. Ling Yun, who was the closest to Xia Qinyue, was the one who vividly sensed the change in her profound strength. His heart surged and swept as though it were the rolling waves of the sea that was difficult to calm. In his line of sight, Xia Qinyue slowly extended her arm. Along with that small movement, the trajectory of the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon also changed to become even more quick and discernible, as though it was a playful little fairy that frolicked around a beautiful goddess. The half-severed sleeve silently hung, exposing half a jade arm so fair in color that it was almost transparent. As if it had been carved out from the center of the world's most flawless jade, it was beautiful beyond compare. Sir Ling, many thanks for the leniency in your previous strike. Otherwise, Qinyue would have already lost. Qinyue will go all out now. A touching, faintly discernible voice that sounded like heaven's music came out from between her petal-like lips and lingered beside Ling Yun's ear, making him stare blankly without a reaction for a long while. At this moment, Ling Yuefeng's cold beration was suddenly heard in his mind. "Yuner, focus!" Ling Yuefeng's spirit sound transmission was like a splash of cold water that poured on top of his head and immediately cleared his head in a flash. Using the quickest speed possible, he rapidly put aside all distractions and restrained his mind. As his sword intent returned, he did not speak and used his sword force to reply. Pointing the celestial Yuan sword forward with its sharp end outwards, a large distortion appeared in the air as an incomparable sword force was released. Like a surging yet formless wave, it swept across the entire Sword Discourse Arena. In an instant, he seemed to have become the center of the world. Even the watching audience that was the furthest away from him were able to vividly sense an oppressive, imposing aura. That kind of sensation felt as if one had been pointed with the sharp point of a blade between their brows. This chill made one tremble from head to toe. It was even more rich and powerful than Ling Jai's sword force when he was wielding the dual swords by at least 10 times. The celestial Yuan sword even reverberated as it pierced out. In an instant, Ling Yun's entire person vanished. The only thing the crowd could capture with their eyes was merely a cyan-colored sword radiance and those distinctive ripples in the air. That's right. That was a spatial ripple brought up by genuinely and legitimately cutting through space, and not the small degree of spatial distortion was stirred up by Ling Jai's sword force. It was fundamentally impossible to compare the two in the same category. The sharpness of Xia Qinyue's senses naturally increased greatly as well when she had released all her profound strength. This sword strike was no longer possible to trace with her eyes. Her upper body moved slightly, and the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon instantly danced. As the white sheen swam, it precisely touched onto the celestial Yuan sword that shot piercing toward her. In the next instant, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon was as if an intelligent snake that had just woke up, as it wrapped along the sword's body as if lightning. At the same time, a wave of cold energy that was enough to freeze space itself suddenly exploded. Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon was an extremely unique weapon. It was similar to a whip, yet it also differed greatly from a whip. Some of its special qualities were even more unique. Ling Yun had fought countless matches before, but it was still the first time he had ever encountered this ribbon type of weapon. Though he could tell that entangle was one of its core method of attack, Ling Yun completely did not expect that its entangling speed was actually so quick and overbearing. A burst of immense force that was almost not resistible suddenly traveled from his hand, and as he was caught off guard, the celestial Yuan sword was directly ensnared away out of his hands. Even though Ling Yun was shocked, he did not panic. He retreated back as if lightning, dodged the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon's attack, and extended his palm as sword intent channeled. The celestial Yuan sword that was ensnared up quickly escaped after a while of intense struggle within the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon, and flew back into his hands by itself. Heavenly Sword of Extreme Lightning. With a swing of the celestial Yuan sword, there was a burst of deafening thunderclaps, and more than 100 lines of sword light assaulted toward Xia Qinyue, as if they were the brilliance of thunderbolts. The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon turned from offense to defense as it whirled around her body with great speed and intercepted all of the lightning sword beams. However, Ling Yun's finishing strike also pierced at her at this moment like rolling thunder. The sword beam that seemingly hid itself within the cracks within space directly went for the tiny opening the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon produced in its dance. Facing this dangerous sword strike, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon that was as lithe as a snake suddenly shot straight out and directly collided with the celestial Yuan sword. Along with an ear-piercing clang sound, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon deadlocked tightly with celestial Yuan sword just like that. The long ribbon that was originally as soft as silk seemed as if it had transformed into indomitable fine steel at this very moment, and completely blocked the sword strike that was filled to the brim with Ling Yun's sword intent. Bang! As a ice lotus exploded, Xia Qinyue and Ling Yun were both blown away backwards simultaneously. Xia Qinyue gracefully landed, but when Ling Yun landed, a thick layer of frost had covered both of his arms. His eyebrows twitched before he finally blew off the frost with a bit of effort. He then looked at that long and snow-white ribbon with an extremely astonished gaze. That was clearly just a long ribbon. How could it actually turn as tough as a sword? To actually be able to wield this Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon that is the hardest to control, so freely, how is this possible? Ling Yuefeng uncontrollably exclaimed in shock. If he knew that it had only been a single year since Xia Qinyue first came into contact with Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon, it was uncertain whether or not he would directly faint from the shock. A part of an Ice Phoenix's soul is sealed within the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon, and it is extremely hard to control. The Asgard mistress had used an entire 30 or so years before she could display 100% of its power. Yet Qinyue only took 1 year and could already exhibit nearly 70% of its strength. It would be practically impossible for another with this kind of comprehensive ability to appear in our Asgard, even after a millennia. Chu Yueli watched as she praised. The Celestial Yuan sword was a sky-profound weapon. The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon was a sky-profound weapon as well. But there also were disparities between sky-profound weapons. The Limitless Sword of Heavenly Sword Villa was a high-grade sky-profound weapon, and the Celestial Yuan sword and Celestial Yang sword were roughly mid-grade. However, the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon was a genuine high-grade sky-profound weapon. Just by looking at the wielding proficiency, Xia Qinyue didn't seem to lose against Ling Yun, who had received Celestial Yuan sword 3 years ago either. Thus, in terms of weapons, Xia Qinyue had the absolute advantage. After those few rounds of exchanges earlier, Ling Yun had also become vaguely aware of this. However, he did not dread the disparity in the weapon at all. What truly shocked him was the fact that Xia Qinyue's profound strength foundation was actually not inferior to him in the slightest. H-A-A-H! With a loud roar, the white in Ling Yun's eyes quickly retracted. Within the enlarged pupils, 2 sword silhouettes were shown. All of the sword intent in his body was conjured without restraint and was intense enough that it almost turned solid. In a glance, it was as if a cluster of transparent flames were burning around his body. R-I-I-I-P! Ling Yun's sword struck out, bringing along a storm of sword silhouettes that blotted out the sky. The change in Ling Yun's sword force also made Xia Qinyue's thin brows move. The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon danced in the air, and a wave of bone-chilling cold aura blanketed toward Ling Yun's sky-covering sword mirages. Bang! The profound energy barrier that Ling Wugu personally made directly cracked the instant their profound energy clashed. At this moment, these 2 superb experts of the Earth-profound realm had finally and truly begun their full-power duel. The sword was like streaming light and thunderbolt, but the ribbon was at times like the fog, at times as tough as profound ice, sometimes tangled, swept, pierced, and slashed. Yet all these transformations easily danced within Xia Qinyue's hands without the slightest awkwardness. If an ordinary person faced this kind of weapon for the first time, they would definitely be dazzled and would not be able to keep up. But Ling Yun was Ling Yun after all. Even though his sword skills seemed like pressing attacks, in actuality, they were all feints. Defending while pretending to attack, he used his eyes and awareness to capture the different transformations of Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon in its entirety. After more than 300 sword strikes, he had already adapted to it and shifted from defense to offense. Every single sword strike was aimed at the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon's openings. RIP. As the light on the sword flashed, over 10 lines of deep marks appeared on the even ground. Boom! The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon gently caressed the ground. Yet it was precisely this seemingly soft and gentle caressing action that brought up an ear-shattering sound. A fissure extended with an astonishing cold aura at extreme speed, and only stopped when it reached Ling Wugu's feet, making him consecutively step backwards in panic. Ling Yun vaulted up and moved in midair. Every single step he took, a sword blade whirlwind would be brought up. When he had reached Xia Qinyue, over 30 sword blade whirlwinds swept toward Xia Qinyue from different directions, and within every single sword blade whirlwind were several tens of hidden sword beams. Ling Yun coming from the front, and several tens of sword blade whirlwinds coming from the surroundings, was a despairing situation that made one's gall feel cold. Xia Qinyue's expression was serene and unwavering. As the ice phoenix snowflower ribbon gracefully danced, a gigantic light blue-colored lotus blossomed below her feet with incomparable splendor. Ice Lotus Prison! 12 light blue-colored flower petals competed to bloom and displayed a dazzling brilliance like the starry sky. But this time, this enormous ice lotus was not used to attack nor defend, and instead, self-destructed, shatter. The ice crystals that covered the sky densely flew about and crazily clashed with the sword beams. The ice crystals were grinding apart the sword beams, and the sword beams were also grinding apart the ice crystals. Within the chaotic storm of ice lotus and sword blades, the celestial Yuan sword and ice phoenix snowflower ribbon also crossed strikes like a fierce rainstorm. Gradually, the crowd could no longer see the figures of the celestial Yuan sword and the ice phoenix snowflower ribbon. And in the end, even Ling Yun and Xia Qinyue could only see the two's afterimages that shifted with extreme speed. Only the intense sound of the collisions, as well as the ice crystals and sword beams that covered the sky, unceasingly remained. More than half of the Sword Discourse Arena, an entire 330 meters of area, was completely shrouded by sword beams and ice crystals. Even Ling Wugu was forced back 330 meters away. The surrounding audience had already become stupefied from watching, and some seniors had already quickly constructed profound energy barriers in front of the seats to prevent the sudden berserk and dispersion of these energy, injuring the young sectoral disciples. Seeing the intense battle on the Sword Discourse Arena, the shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Was this really a battle between two youths? How could a battle of this extent occur between two youths? On the Blue Wind Imperial family seats, Qin Wusheng was also staring with wide eyes. Thinking back at his own strength when he was 20, he sighed and muttered to himself. These two would certainly both be the pinnacle of Blue Wind Empire in the future, especially this Xia Qinyue, will even more so be unparalleled. Ling Yuefeng's expression became more and more solemn. He had originally thought that since he was similarly at the third level of Earth Profound Realm, Ling Yun should hold the absolute advantage, because dominating others of the same rank was as easy as lifting an arm for him. However, he sat there and saw Ling Yun expend his full power little by little, yet was still incapable of getting the slightest advantage at all. All of a sudden, some anxiety birthed in his heart, because from this kind of situation of the battle, it was impossible for him to not think about a possibility, which was the possibility of Ling Yun losing. But if Ling Yun also lost, then he would be stopped in the semi-finals just like Ling Jai, and the two brothers would be respectively ranked 3rd and 4th place. Their power ranking would also fall into 3rd place. His heavenly sword Villa, that was the #1 force in the Blue Wind Empire, the #1 supremacy that had never been shaken in history, would only be placed 3rd in this ranking tournament, not even keeping the 2nd place. In all of Heavenly Sword Villa's history, that had never happened before. To Heavenly Sword Villa's prestige and fame, this would be an unimaginably heavy strike. Furthermore, the 1st place reward in this session of the ranking tournament, the dragon scale armor, was a great gift that Ling Kun brought over from Mighty Heaven Sword region to grant it to Heavenly Sword Villa. The reason why it was used as the 1st place treasure of this ranking tournament was also just a feint. Because before the tournament, they, as well as everyone else, were all completely certain that the 1st place of this ranking tournament must belong to Ling Yun, with no exceptions of other people. Thus, not only would the dragon scale armor return to their Heavenly Sword Villa in the end, it would also display their immense wealth of his Heavenly Sword Villa. If Ling Yun loses, this dragon scale armor would also fall into the hand of another. No matter which outcome happens, they were all outcomes that Heavenly Sword Villa absolutely could not accept. Seeing Ling Yuefeng's reaction, Xianxia and Yufeng comforted. Yuefeng, do not worry. Don't forget, Linger still hasn't used the Sword Spirit Doppelganger. Once the Sword Spirit Doppelganger is used, Xia Qinyue definitely would not have any possibility of winning. Heaven's might absolute sword, universe. Cyan-colored sword light crazily surged atop the celestial Yuan sword and extended all the way up to 60 meters away. Looking from afar, it was as if Ling Yun was holding an enormous colossal sword that was over 60 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Both of Ling Yun's hands were held upwards, and the cyan-colored sword light crashed toward Xia Qinyue like Heaven's sword of judgment. Boom! Amidst the enormous noise, A huge and bottomless chasm that was over 300 meters long and 5 feet wide ruptured open in the Sword Discourse Arena, violently dividing the Sword Course Arena in half. But Xia Qinyue had already appeared far away in midair from who knows when. Ice spirits slowly floated around her body as flakes of snow gently fell from above. At first, the snowflakes were sparse, but right after, they increasingly grew in number. Ice-cold wind had also slowly started to blow. In the end, the wind and snow melded together into a boundless blizzard and torrented down. This is the 6th stage of the frozen cloud arts, realm of heavenly snow invocation. Ling Yun turned pale from shock. From his knowledge, the old Chu Yuechen, who was half-step into the Emperor Profound realm, had also only reached this stage. Even though Xia Qinyue's aptitude was extremely astonishing, even if her aptitude was even greater, how was it possible for her to reach the 6th stage of the frozen cloud arts with a profound strength at the 3rd level of the Earth Profound realm? This was unrelated to aptitude, and should instead be restrained by the most fundamental laws of profound strength. This kind of strength was already not like simple profound strength anymore, and was more like an undefiable force of nature. Those flakes of snow seemed to be soft and gentle, but a terrifying cold energy and destructive force hid within every single flake. Ling Yun quickly retreated backwards, but was still caged within the overwhelming blizzard. His sword lights moved like lightning and cut apart the blizzard with extreme speed as he forcefully endured this attack that fundamentally should not belong to the Earth Profound realm's level. And at this time, a line of white light suddenly arrived before his body. Even though he noticed, it was simply impossible for him, who was defending against the heavenly snow, to take into consideration, and was lightly touched on his chest by the Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon. Bang! Ling Yun sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, which sprinkled onto the pure white snowflakes. And at the same time, he also borrowed the force of this direct attack he received to escape backwards, far out of the overwhelming blizzard's attack. After tumbling for over 10 times in the air, he heavily landed onto the ground on one knee with the Celestial Yuan sword as support, and heavily gasped from his mouth. Ling Yun stood up with a whoosh. With a grab of his palm, the Celestial Yang sword within Ling Jai's hands was sucked into his, and was then thrown flying toward Ling Yun. "Yuner, catch the sword!" Ling Yun lifted up his head, and a painful struggle flashed through his eyes. However, he still extended his hands and caught the Celestial Yang sword. His gaze also once again recovered its resolution. When Ling Jai was facing Yun Qi before, a show of Ling Yun's sword support was put on. And now the same scenario actually happened to Ling Yun. The entire Sword Discourse Arena was silent, and no one voiced out any boos, because anyone would understand that in this battle, Heavenly Sword Villa absolutely could not afford to lose. If they let the dignified number 1 force and supremacy in Blue Wind be reduced to the 3rd, it would unquestionably be a shame that Heavenly Sword Villa could not wipe off for the generations to come. Naturally, it was impossible for Ling Yun to not understand this. Thus, even though using the dual swords would hurt his pride and dignity, he still did not refuse. Compared to the prestige of Heavenly Sword Villa, his own personal dignity was simply not important at all. He had to win this battle. With the Celestial Yuan sword in his left hand, the Celestial Yang within his right, Ling Yun slowly stood up. His hand that grasped onto the Celestial Yang sword also slowly unclenched, yet the Celestial Yang sword that lost its grasp oddly did not fall, and instead just floated there. Both of Ling Yun's hands clasped in front of him, as an eccentric radiance that was as sharp as the sword beams stirred within his eyes. Around his body, there also swirled up a burst of light gray-colored profound energy radiance. Sword Spirit Doppelganger. An illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind the Celestial Yang sword. Following Ling Yun's low mutterings, the profound energy on his entire body surged, and this shadow quickly congealed. Lastly, it actually turned into an image of a person which did not feel like an illusion at all. It wore the same clothes as Ling Yun, had the same build as Ling Yun, and even its appearance and gaze were completely the same. He reached his hand out to grasp at the Celestial Yang sword in front of him. And in that moment, a wave of sword energy that was undeniably and completely the same as Ling Yun's was released. 2 Ling Yuns stood together, and apart from the sword in his hands, there were no conceivable differences between them. Yun Qi's jaw dropped slightly, and his eyes revealed shock. This is an illusion, remnants of a shadow? Wrong. If it was an illusion, for something like sword energy to exist was completely impossible. Yet it was clearly releasing a sword energy that did not pale in comparison to Ling Yun's in the slightest. It was just like another real Ling Yun, two Ling Yuns. The entire audience was stupefied, especially the younger practitioners. Their eyes were opened wider than a cow's. What skill was this? How could such an unimaginable skill like this exist in the world? It was practically like a magic trick. Even practitioners of the lowest strength could feel that the sword energy from the second Ling Yun was not one bit inferior to the real Ling Yun's. This is the sword spirit doppelganger. It is a special sword intent skill that could only be achieved by those who have attained perfect comprehension of sword intent and are at the pinnacle of this realm. Qin Wusheng said as his eyebrows sank. This sword spirit doppelganger is formed from Ling Yun's sword intent. Not only will it not discount from Ling Yun's own strength, it will also have the same profound energy and skills as Ling Yun, so it will count as a completely different entity which is completely the same as Ling Yun. However, the sword spirit doppelganger will be very taxing on his mind. When the sword spirit doppelganger disappears, Ling Yun will definitely become extremely exhausted. However, with Ling Yun's sword intent, this sword spirit doppelganger will last for at least an eighth of an hour. Within that time frame, Xia Qinyue will be facing an equivalent of two Ling Yuns. A single Ling Yun is already incomparably terrifying. Two of him, let alone an eighth of an hour, it would be extremely hard for Xia Qinyue to even last for 60 breaths of time. While Qin Wusheng was speaking, Ling Yun's celestial yuan sword had already pierced straight out in a graceful strike. It seemed to slice through space, and even if a mountain had been up ahead, the sword would have been enough to slash it into pieces. Xia Qinyue's white ribbon fluttered and forged ahead to face the celestial yuan sword. Following a loud explosion, the sword's shadow and a white shadow clashed into each other, and terrifying noises like that of thunder and lightning simultaneously rang out. At this, the other Ling Yun had already rounded behind Xia Qinyue, and the celestial yang sword pierced over with a sword energy of the same ferocity. Other than by using unconventional means, Xia Qinyue's profound energy would only be barely enough to match evenly with Ling Yun. To use strength that transcends the norm would undoubtedly be immensely consuming, and was not something that can be frequently unleashed. Xia Qinyue could contend against a single Ling Yun, but was definitely not able to match up against two of him. The ice lotus exploded, and Xia Qinyue had already quickly shifted, but both Ling Yuns followed her like shadows. Two sky-profound swords, one cyan and the other orange, wove together to form two huge sword webs, locking Xia Qinyue firmly within. Originally, the power of both the celestial yuan sword and the celestial yang sword was already complementary. Now that both people and swords matched harmoniously, the might of this combination wasn't as simple as just being doubled. Crack, the entire Sword Discourse Arena shook violently, and the large spiderweb cracks began to appear on the stone platform beneath. Many ice lotuses bloomed beside Xia Qinyue, but they would be crushed to dust instantly by the cyan and orange sword energies. Gradually, less offensive ice lotuses appeared as defensive ice lotuses increased, until at last, all the ice lotuses were concentrated on defending. The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon also went into a state of full defense and fluttered rapidly around Xia Qinyue, resisting the continuous sword energies from both swords. Even so, she was still surrounded by danger, and was forced back step by Ling Yun. I'd have never thought that Ling Yun could actually already be able to use the sword spirit doppelganger, elder sister. I remember that it was also because Ling Yuefeng had used this strange sword spirit doppelganger trick to cause you to be defeated that year. Chu Yueli lightly spoke slowly with a cool expression. Even though Xia Qinyue had already been forced into such an absolute disadvantage, she still did not seem to be anxious at all. Chu Yuechen's face was cold as frost, and she did not reply. Chu Yueli closed her eyes and activated spirit sound transmission. Qinyue, it seems like there is no other choice. Activate domain. I believe that once the mistress knows that Ling Yun is capable of utilizing the sword spirit doppelganger, she will not blame you for activating the domain. The movements of Xia Qinyue, who had been doing her utmost to hold her own against both Ling Yuns, became sluggish. Suddenly, the ice spirits around her body floated, and a humongous ice lotus prison exploded under her feet, causing both Ling Yuns to retreat at the same time. The two Ling Yuns withdrew 30 meters away, then approached again at lightning speed. But at that moment, ice blue light was suddenly released from Xia Qinyue's body. She closed both eyes, her expression as peaceful as snow. As she opened her arms slowly, her ink-black long hair floated up without any wind, and a wave of biting cold wind suddenly whistled down from the blue dome of heaven. Frozen, cloud, domain. A low and gentle chant slowly escaped from her lips. In a split second, it was as if the world suddenly switched over. The air in the 300 meters that surrounded her turned into a sheet of ice in a flash. In this huge ice-blue domain, the air was as frigid as purgatory. Ice and frost filled the sky as they fell. Vapor in the air also rapidly solidified into countless ice crystals, forming a sheet of pure white that grew thicker by the second. The movements of both Ling Yun stopped simultaneously as layers of ice began to quickly solidify on their entire bodies. Deep shock was revealed on their faces. This is domain. Without waiting for Ling Yuefeng's cry of shock, Xianxia and Yufeng clutched Ling Yuefeng's hand and involuntarily shouted out. Ling Kun's complexion also changed in a split second. After the shock had passed, he quietly muttered to himself, "It's truly worthy of being called the nine profound, exquisite body that holds no regard for regulations. Domain? It can't be. It can't possibly be. Domain. Isn't that a throne's power? But this is clearly the strength of a domain, and it's a completely formed domain." This time, not only the younger practitioners, but even the elders were all stunned. Domain, to the younger practitioners, was too far away for to reach. And to these elders, they clearly and deeply knew of the concept of domain. And this sort of power was still the ultimate goal they pursued throughout their entire lives. Domain. Ling Wugu stared at the ice-blue world in front of him, gobsmacked. In the midst of all the shock, his face became thoroughly stiff. As of today, he was at the 8th level of the Sky Profound Realm, and the possibility of ever charging into the Emperor Profound Realm in his lifetime was extremely slim. And to fully utilize a domain was proof of a throne's power. But for him, all this was only a dream that could not been reached. However, this dream of his had actually completely appeared on a mere 17-year-old girl's body. The might of Xia Qinyue's frozen cloud domain could definitely not compare to when it was first used by Chu Yuechen, but its completeness far surpassed that. After all, the most that Chu Yuechen, who was then half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm, could use would only be half and frozen cloud domain, while Xia Qinyue's was fully complete. Within the frozen cloud domain, ice cold flying snow, frost, mist, and wind. Everything had been changed to become advantageous towards Xia Qinyue's element, and at the same time it restricted Ling Yun to an enormous extent in all aspects. The frightful chill cut to the bone, and even caused Ling Yun's bones to tremble. The sky was filled with wind and snow, and the frosty mist obstructed his view in the beginning. He was still able to withstand it with some effort, but gradually his body began to harden, and be it his body's speed or his sword's speed, both dropped sharply, and even his sword's strength weakened as if it too had been frozen over. Ding! All of Ling Yun's sword beams had already been frozen in midair straight away, and thick layers of frost had even spread to the celestial Yuan and Yang swords. The world within the frozen cloud domain was akin to a freezing hell, and if a person did not have a domain of similar intensity to counteract it, they would have to bear the continuous pain of the ice prison for Ling Yun, who was in the 3rd level of the Earth Profound Realm. Let alone 2 of him, even if there were 10 or 100, he would still not be able to create a true domain. While he was dumbstruck and at a loss, thick layers of ice had already unknowingly crusted below his feet and on his chest. The Ice Phoenix Snowflower ribbon came attacking from midair, but his hardened body no longer heeded what he wanted it to, and his movements were impossibly slow. Ping! With a loud explosion, the layers of ice on his chest were smashed into pieces. Xia Qinyue did not hold back at all in this hit, causing Ling Yun to be sent flying far away, flying straight for 30 meters before landing outside of the frozen cloud domain. Bang! Ling Yun fell harshly onto the ground. In the split second that he had hit the ground, his sword spirit doppelganger vanished, and the celestial Yang sword also fell powerlessly. While in the frozen cloud domain, not only had his body been frozen, his profound strength had as well. So when he had taken that hit, his profound energy defense had been extremely frail. This one hit had made him suffer profuse inner injuries. Adding to that, his soul energy was seriously damaged by the sword spirit doppelganger's dissipation. The world in front of his eyes was a sea of disorder. His body struggled, yet he was ultimately unable to stand up. "Why, young Villa Master!" Ling Wugu rushed over quickly to help Ling Yun up. The moment he touched him, he found that his body was practically as cold as a block of ice. "I surrender," Slowly opening his eyes, Ling Yun said these two words that he had thought he would never speak in his entire life with great difficulty. After which, his head sagged and he fainted dead away. Initially, he had shared the limelight equally with Xia Qinyue, but after utilizing the sword's spirit doppelganger, he had gained the upper hand. However, the moment Xia Qinyue had unleashed frozen cloud domain, he suffered a crushing defeat in the blink of an eye because that had surpassed the fundamental laws of profound energy. It was strength that should not have appeared in the earth profound realm. He did not have the strength to contend against it at all. Ling Yuefeng somberly went back to his seat, and then took a long breath before silently closing his eyes. The moment frozen cloud domain had appeared, he knew that Ling Yun had lost, and that Heavenly Sword Villa had lost. There was not even a shred of hope for a fluke. She is clearly only an earth profound realm practitioner. How could she? Ling Yuefeng muttered lowly and despondently. Even up to now, he still could not accept what everyone present had just seen with their own eyes. Ling Yun has conceded. Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue is the winner and will enter the final battle tomorrow. Ling Wugu stood up, and with a voice filled with pain, announced the results of this battle that nobody would have ever expected to happen. Ling Yun had lost. Unexpectedly, it was Ling Yun who lost. They couldn't imagine what a commotion it would cause in the Blue Wind Empire if news of this outcome were to circulate, and if news that this practitioner who was only in the Earth Profound realm could utilize domain were to spread out. It would shock, undoubtedly. It would shock the entire Profound Sky continent. Within the strong who were half a step into the Emperor Profound realm, some who were especially endowed could forcefully try to use an incomplete domain. But never had anyone been able to utilize domain in the Earth Profound realm, and especially a complete domain at that. The ice blue domain had slowly vanished, and under everyone's deep shock and stares of disbelief, Xia Qinyue floated down from the sky. When she landed, her body gently shook and her towering chest also rose and fell fiercely. Even more so, her complexion was abnormally white, the result of unleashing something that belonged to the Emperor Profound realm with only strength at the Earth Profound realm. Anyone would know how immense the toll would be on her. At her peak, this gorgeous frozen cloud enchantment could barely last for a maximum of 20 breaths of time. A profound stone was again erected in the center of the Sword Discourse Arena, and on it, the two people who would be competing in the finals tomorrow were displayed: Blue Wind Imperial Family's Yun Qi versus Frozen Cloud Asgard's Xia Qinyue. No one had foreseen the results of the two battles in the semifinals. Yun Qi's battle with Ling Jai was a visual feast for the audience, and Xia Qinyue's duel with Ling Yun had completely destroyed all of their prior perceptions. After the battles, those who had watched the entirety of the battle could not calm down for a long while. In this ranking tournament, in these battles of youths of under 20, unexpectedly appeared a domain. It is truly Yangtze's waves pushing the waves ahead. We have aged, the time for the younger generation to shine has already arrived. Ling Yun alone could make us speechless, but this Xia Qinyue, in front of this young girl, I feel like I can't even raise my head. One of the elders of a major sect said while sighing. Author's P.S. Don't ask me why Yangtze is here, I really don't know. It is still a good thing. It at least proves that our Blue Wind Empire's profound realms can grow to an even higher level in the future. I wonder where Frozen Cloud Asgard found such a disciple. After this ranking tournament, the name Xia Qinyue will resound throughout Blue Wind Empire. The title's strongest of the youths will have to change hands. Without a doubt, this young girl must be the first in history to cause Heavenly Sword Villa to just be a side character. It must be hard for Heavenly Sword Villa to take. All the discussions were focused on Xia Qinyue, and few people brought up the other participant of tomorrow's battle, Yun Qi. It was not surprising. Even though Yun Qi and Ling Jai's battle was exciting, when compared to Ling Yun and Xia Qinyue's battle, it was worse by a few levels. Yun Qi also didn't have it easy beating Ling Jai and had his weapon broken. No matter what happens, he wouldn't be able to beat Xia Qinyue, who overcame Ling Yun and could even cast a domain. Once Xia Qinyue's domain was released, perhaps in the entire Earth Profound realm, there were none that could be her match. This type of ability that transcended realms, as well as the rules of profound strength, was a gift from the heavens. The people of Heavenly Sword Villa were indeed feeling unhappy, having his body and meridians frozen by the domain, injured by Xia Qinyue's attack, and even suffering from the side effects of the sword spirit doppelganger technique. Ling Yun had not awakened even after a whole 6 hours. The fainted Ling Yun was extremely pale, and his face unconsciously showed signs of suffering. It was hard to say whether it was because of the pain of his body, or whether he could not accept that he, who had always been unmatched among the youths, had lost, embarrassing heavenly sword villa. Yuner still hasn't awakened. Ling Yuefeng walked over with neither happiness nor sadness on his face. Not yet. The sword spirit doppelganger wasn't released voluntarily but destroyed. Brother's spirit should have taken quite a bit of damage, but he should awaken after another few hours. Ling Jai said worriedly. Sigh. Ling Yuefeng let out a long sigh, closing his eyes. This 2 battles, you and your brother had both displayed all your skills completely. There's nothing more to say about our loss. It seems like these years I have been too proud and ignorant. Our heavenly sword villa's era of reign has to end from this point onwards. Night fell with the waning moon hanging high in the sky and the clear moonlight shining downwards. Under the moonlight, Xia Qinyue sat silently beside the lotus pond, hands supporting her cheeks as she quietly stared at the incomplete moon. Her eyes were like calm lakes without ripples. She was deep inside her own secret thoughts. A cool breeze blew, and a snow-white image appeared next to her without a sound. Xia Qinyue lowered her gaze, stood up, and then bowed. Senior Master. Chu Yuechen nodded faintly, then extended her jade-like hand which held a pellet. The pellet was snow-white and exuded a light that was similar to the moon. You used your domain today and slightly wounded your vitality. At this rate, you will only recover 60% of your energy by tomorrow, but after taking this pellet, you can completely recover. Frozen Soul Heaven Returning Pellet? Xia Qinyue was astounded and did not receive it. Frozen Soul Heaven Returning Pellet is a priceless treasure. It shouldn't be wasted on Qinyue. You are Frozen Cloud Asgard's future pillar and hope. The position of Asgard Mistress will also belong to you in the future. Any treasure that is used on you would never be a waste. Take it. Chu Yuechen's position in Frozen Cloud Asgard was second only to the Mistress. Xia Qinyue did not refuse any longer as she received the pellet and immediately placed it in her mouth. Thank you, Senior Master. As the Frozen Soul Heaven Returning Pellet entered her body, the night breeze suddenly became extremely cold, and the energy of heaven and earth quickly entered Xia Qinyue's body, allowing her injured vitality and profound energy to quickly recover. Chu Yuechen watched Xia Qinyue for a short while with a complicated gaze before whispering. Qinyue, for the battle tomorrow, do not underestimate your opponent, and even more importantly, do not assume that victory is in your hands. With regards to his ability, though he is still hiding some secrets, even if he does utilize everything, he will still be far from you. With your domain, it is true that under the sky profound realm, there isn't anyone who can be your match. However, he has 2 things that you distantly fall short of. Xia Qinyue glanced up with astonishment in her moon-like beautiful eyes. Please advise me, Senior Master. The first is his battle experience and extremely acute 5 senses. His decision-making and decisiveness under dangerous circumstances coupled with his battle experience. Forget about you, even I am far from his level. The second is his perseverance and willpower. Even if he is pressured to the limit and has no ability to counterattack, do not assume that he has lost. But conversely, when he is in dire straits, he could become even more terrifying. Under extreme pressure, a normal person can bring out the last power from their body. But for him, he can bring out power from his soul. This battle tomorrow, not only should you not relax, it could perhaps be a difficult battle. These are not empty words, but is my advice for you as your senior master. Even if you lose, I would not be too astonished. Hearing Chu Yuechen's words, Xia Qinyue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Chu Yuechen's heart was like profound ice, and with a cold personality, she usually hardly spoke. This was the first time that she has heard this senior master that she revered speak so much. And every word she said was giving a young man an extremely good assessment, so high that it seemed like an impossible assessment. If she had not heard it directly from Chu Yuechen, it would be impossible for her to believe that it had happened. Yes, I will remember Senior Master's advice, Xia Qinyue said softly. Shortly after, even though she was hesitating, she asked, Qinyue has a presumptuous question to ask Senior Master. You would like to know why I understand him so? Chu Yuechen slowly closed her eyes. Yes, Chu Yuechen turned around, and just when Xia Qinyue thought she was going to leave, she suddenly said faintly, Previously, I left the Asgard to hunt for 3 sky-profound cores so you can refine the frozen heart liquid jade. When I obtained the 3rd profound core, I accidentally got poisoned. After that, I met him and he helped me cure the poison, and I ended up owing him a favor. Xia Qinyue's lips parted as her gaze trembled. 2 months after I returned to Asgard, I left again and disappeared for 5 months. Those 5 months were spent with him because I wanted to repay the favor by protecting him, but in the end, he was the one who saved my life instead. It was also because of him that I could break into the Emperor Profound realm. Xia Qinyue did not make a sound for a long time, for she was unable to believe everything she had heard. Even Chu Yuechen herself wasn't sure why she told these secrets, that she had planned to keep to herself for the rest of her life, to Xia Qinyue. Perhaps it was because deep within her heart she felt a type of indescribable inferiority to her. After all, Xia Qinyue was his legal and proper wife, but she as Xia Qinyue's senior master had. These words cannot be repeated to anyone, including your master. Yes. Xia Qinyue nodded, her thoughts bewildered. As an exchange, can you answer a question? Today, Xia Qinyue had an unreal feeling, what with Chu Yuechen talking so much. She nodded, Senior Master, please ask. Chu Yuechen glanced back, her cold voice carried some gentleness. When I taught you frozen cloud arts, I checked your awareness and found out that you did not really like to train, but had a very strong desire to obtain greater power. Can you tell me the reason? Xia Qinyue was startled, and a deep sadness appeared in her eyes fleetingly. Her eyes became misty, and even the ice spirits around her calmed down and became quiet. Because of my mother. After Chu Yuechen's open-hearted words, she did not choose to hide, but very naturally, with words that flowed like the mist, she said, Father and Mother's meeting was very magical when Father met Mother outside of the city. She was in a coma and her entire body was covered with blood. After she woke up, she did not have any of her memories and her body was extremely weak. Then, Mother married Father, and because her body was weak, giving birth to me was very difficult, and I narrowly escaped death. When I was 4 years old, Mother suddenly regained her memories. She left, like a fairy she flew away and left. When she left, she hugged me and my brother while crying pitifully, saying that if she didn't leave, she would bring calamity to the whole family. She said that where she was going was a place called the Domain of the Gods. It was a place that we could never get to. After that, even though Father stayed strong, I often see him shed tears quietly when he was alone. After more than 10 years, he never remarried. Brother was so young and ignorant, but when growing up, the thing that he envied the most was that others people had mothers. Domain of the Gods? Chu Yuechen's eyebrows tightened, because even with her experience, she had also never heard of this name. Do you know what kind of place it is? Xia Qinyue absent-mindedly shook her head. I don't know. I have researched many ancient books, but I never encountered this name. The reason you pursue profound power is so that you can reach a level high enough to learn this name, correct? Amen. Xia Qinyue nodded slightly before raising her snow-white face to look at the waning moon in the sky. I only want a reunited family. Even though this goal is very far, I believe that as I climb higher and higher, I will inevitably be able to see the silhouette of my mother one day. At this moment, the sound of deliberately soft footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Soon, a clear voice drifted over from the main door of the courtyard. This one is Xiao Sex Xiao Quanjiu. I would like to meet the Fairy of Frozen Moon, Xia Qinyue. This one does not have any other intentions. It's just that I have a frozen jade hairpin which suits the Fairy of Frozen Moon. Only when matched with the Fairy of Frozen Moon would this treasure not be wasted. And also, before Xiao Quanjiu could finish speaking, Chu Yuechen extended her hand and pushed. A stream of solidifying cold energy suddenly rushed forth and sealed the courtyard's main entrance with a thick ice wall 3 meters in height. The stream of cold energy that rushed towards him caused Xiao Quanjiu to pale in fright, and he speedily retreated. Even though his face was twitching with anger, he did not dare to say anything. He had no option but to forcefully clench his teeth as he angrily left with a flick of his sleeve. In the entire Blue Wind Empire, perhaps only Frozen Cloud Asgard could thwart and embarrass this second young master of the Xiao sect.